Tried this, tried that, tried everything. Coming right back, Oh no, she froze. Okay, no, she not froze. All right. Who? Okay. All right.
Surround sound recordings.
All right. What's going on, guys? What's going on? We are back. NEXXTIME is back. NEXXTIME is in the building. What is going on, everybody tuning in live? Can you guys hear me? Let me know in the comment section if you guys can hear me clear. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear me? We're gonna get things going. Appreciate everybody tuning in, watching us live. This is NEXXTIME, guys. We are back in the building. I got a special guest with me. Please let me know in the chat, guys. Can you guys hear me? Okay, yes. All right. Copy. I appreciate it. Guys, I appreciate everybody tuning in. This is a special edition, all right, of the podcast NEXXTIME. You know what we do here. If you guys don't know what we do, this is an interactive podcast, guys, for the real TIs. I'm not even going to say that TI community crap anymore, but for the real TIs, it's an interactive podcast. This is what we do, guys. We come together. You know, I have guests come on. We share, you know, testimonies, or we just have a conversation. We talk, and we just, you know, we do what we do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so before we get things kicked off, I just want to give a big shout out to everybody that's tuning in and watching live. Okay. Let me go through these real quick, man. I appreciate everybody, man. Appreciate all the love and support, the thumbs up. Yes, the podcast. We are live, guys. Yes, it's happening right now. Okay. Big shout out to Straight Facts. I see you, bro. Big shout out to Horse, the Homeless King. That's my guy. Big shout out to you, man. Margot, what's going on, Margot? Muget. Jennifer Burns, what's up, Jenny? Jen, what's going on? Shout out to Politically Persecuted in Bristol, UK. Shout out to the UK, man. Shout out to everybody in the UK. All the real TIs that's going through something. Shout out to 4X Amber Jacks. Shout out to my boy Ricky. Rick, what's going on, Rick? Let's see here. Shout out to, Mischievous M. Big shout out to the homie Mischievous M. Putting out good information, man. I love your channel, man. I love what you're doing over there, man. You got my support 3,000%, man. Let's see who else is on deck here. Big shout out to my boy Anthony A. My boy Ant, what's going on, Ant? Shout out to the greatest ever. Shout out to Wade Vegas. Guys, we're just getting it kicked off, guys. Welcome to NEXXTIME. Let's get it.
Hi, and welcome, hi.
Guys, this is NEXXTIME. This is the best time. You know what we do here, guys. You know what we do. Let's see here. I got an amazing guest. I don't know what's going on right now, but let me see if we can get her back on the podcast here. We just got the connection broke. But we have an amazing guest here in store. You there? All right. I was just about to introduce you. I said, where did my friend go? Oh, okay. Well, we are back. We are live. What is going on? We got a special guest. I want to introduce my guest, guys. You know, these things happen sometimes, you know, when real TIs get together and we try to do something. We was talking about this earlier, man. They try to throw little wrenches in the toolbox, but we just pick those wrenches up and we unscrew the screws and screw them back in tighter. You know what I'm saying? We do what we got to do what we got to do for you, the real TIs that's going through some things. But, yeah, man, my guest hails all the way from all over the ocean, Scotland, right? If I'm not mistaken, all the way in Scotland. Shout out to Scotland, okay? Man, I've been friends with Self for a long time, man. For some years now, I would say, and we've been going through some things, and man, okay, let me see here. Let me get a mic check, Self. I think they said they can't hear you in the audio. Let me get a mic check. 1 2 1 2. Can you guys hear Self?
You want me to say 1 2?
Can you guys hear?
1 2.
Can you guys hear? All right, all right. We are live. We are live in the building. Okay, so you know these things happen, man, and we get through it, man. But guys, this is Next Time. This is the podcast. It's an interactive podcast. I got Self-Contended hailing all the way from Scotland. She's a real genuine TI. Okay, trust. TI lives matter all day. We've been friends for I don't know, man. I would say about 2 years now, right? 2018. I would say.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
2018.
Yeah, man. My, how the time flies, right? My.
Just lied.
Yeah.
I like to keep a close eye on the time.
Okay.
This is what time it is.
Okay. I see you. I
Glittered.
see you. Glittery things. Absolutely, man. But guys, man, she's definitely a real TI. She has a YouTube channel. If you guys have not checked it out, man, it's a Self-Contended, guys. She does live streams. She puts up videos. She tells her story, man, and she just has a very special place in my heart, man. I know that without a doubt, she's a real genuine TI, and she's really going through things. This is a no perp zone. And you know how we try to keep things like, that, but they try to sneak through the cracks and stuff, man. But, man, it's been so long, man, since we spoke, Self. She did a live stream today, and it was pretty interesting, right, Self? That was pretty interesting, wasn't it? And guys, the link to her YouTube channel is in the description, by the way.
Yeah, I had to get that message out. As staggered as the message might have been, I managed to get it out.
Absolutely. I was riding with you, too.
Thank you, and I appreciate you being there, even though the majority of the people that were in were perps.
Yeah, the handlers.
But well, they call themselves handlers. They're just a bunch of pussies that like to think that they can handle things, but obviously they can't.
Oh, she's
heating
up already, guys. She's heating up already. This is gonna be a good one. I'm telling you, man. I saw a guy by the name of, what was it, Black Handler or something? Like it was Black Handler.
Yeah,
something. It was something crazy.
I started making up handler names, I think, at a point, which is probably good of me.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so whatever.
You gotta get some moderators on there, man. I told you, throw me a wrench, man. I'll definitely hold you down.
I'm not regular on my channel. One of the things that put me off putting anything on my channel, and this is the honest truth, right? Okay. is I had one of these, recordings that I had made, and I think it might have been like half an hour, 40 minutes long. And I think I made it back in like 2018, 19, right? Okay. And I don't like to listen to myself, right? Okay. I sound fine live as I'm speaking. I'm quite happy, but to listen to myself is torture.
Oh, man.
Right?
You know what, man? I think we all feel like that. Because I'm like, oh, man, I kind of get cringe a little bit when I hear my voice. I'm like, oh, God. Oh.
Yeah, that's it, right? So what happened was, I had, and I think I'd actually took the video down, and I started having other ideas, was I was listening to myself, and I fell asleep.
Wow.
So then I was like, oh my voice is just, because I was so relaxed. And this is the thing, I'm a very relaxed person.
Okay.
And so if I'm just sitting talking and talking to myself, just making a recording,
Right.
and then one time that I tried to listen to it back, I fell asleep, and I thought, no one can listen to me because they'll just fall asleep, which made me think maybe I should like write some bedtime stories for TIs, or read scripture for TIs, find some good, like, you know, uh, like, you know, like just get those perps pummeled kind of scripture,
Okay.
but just so that way people, when they listen to it
Right.
at nighttime, it gets kind of pummeled into their head. So when they're going out and dealing with everyday bullshit,
Right.
they're just, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, today I was very wide awake, and the idea of actually just putting that message out. The message really shouldn't have been longer than 10 minutes, but it took a wee bit longer, because then I started addressing the handlers.
Right. It was a
Um,
couple of them, right? It was just popping in,
yeah,
like talking crazy, man.
and then
Join us. It
other,
was like the targeting won't stop unless you join our leader or something. I was like, what is? I was like, what is this? Like, yo, this is crazy.
$37 $37 an
Oh yeah,
hour.
yeah. He was like, join us. You'll make
Like
$37.
like well, I could wipe my butt with 20 quid. I don't know that I would spend it on some very pleasurable stuff. But yeah, it was just like, what? I get paid $50 an hour. Like,
Right.
you guys are so cheap. Like, you sell your soul
Right.
for, see,
For an hourly wage.
to do what they do,
Yeah.
right? See, it was that they actually went after
Yeah.
pedophiles and genuine terrorists and people who are just like bad for
Yeah.
humanity. I would do that work for free.
There you go.
Yeah, have to pay me to do it.
Right.
Okay. But do they actually think that they can just come onto a comment section and be, not everybody's greedy for money. If I was greedy for money, then I would be set up with a very rich man right now.
Okay. You definitely could
Okay.
pull that off too. So definitely could if you wanted to.
This is the thing. This is the thing. It's like, I know who I am,
Right. There you go.
and there's a really good song by Annie Lennox, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, some of them want to use
Oh
you,
yeah.
and some of them want to be used by you, and
Yes.
some of them want to use you, and they want to be abused by
Oh
you,
yeah.
right? And I was a teenager when I first heard that song, but nowadays I'm like, I totally get it, because the amount of anger and aggression that I have experienced off of people who've tried to buy me, yeah, who have been like, yeah, you can come. I've got a jacuzzi. I've got this. Go shove your jacuzzi up your backside. You're not a really good quality person, so a jacuzzi is not going to change my life.
Oh snap! She's heating
Oh
up.
snap!
Oh
Incoming!
no!
And he's really starting to heat up now.
And so it's just qualities of people, and unfortunately, in this time right now,
Yeah.
is people are hungry for money.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, with all this,
Made
like
money
with all this,
because they take Yeezys and I don't know if they're still fashionable. Hi Tess. Tess is
I remember those.
yeah, Tess was in the live stream
Oh,
earlier.
big deal. Big shout out to Tess. I forgot, man. Big shout out to Tess. She says, "Oh, I discovered self-contented channel today. Hey, girl. Hey." Big shout out to Tess and Lachelle McGowan. Guys, welcome to the podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was nice to have you there, even though there were perpy people in the comments. that doesn't really bother me because my channel isn't exactly like, hey, come like, subscribe, and click the bell and all this kind of stuff. You know, that's not, you know, that's not really my thing of having a channel.
Yeah.
The only reason I actually have a channel is because back in the old days when I first joined the internet and realized why everybody had brain damage, I had watched some videos on YouTube and stuff, and they were really, really
Right.
good. And I felt bad that I couldn't like them because I felt like some people deserved a like.
Okay.
So that was the only reason I registered with YouTube. It wasn't like I want to have a channel, I want to say something, you know. A lot of people were saying a lot of things and they were interesting, and that was all good with
Yeah.
me. But yeah, that was the only reason. I never imagined at that time that I would make any kind of video.
Right. Same here. Same here. So
Yeah.
absolutely, I can relate. Like when I first found out stuff, I was like freaking scared, shaking, shaking straight, and like I didn't even like. Okay, I had a gumbo of emotions going on with me, self, and it got to the point where I started watching these videos. I got like almost, it became an addiction for me. Like once I found out what was going on, 2017, I watched every video, everything. I would sit there for, because it wasn't like I had anything to do. Like I was so isolated and things was controlled. But I would watch all these videos and I believed everybody. I thought everybody was real TI, and like I was just like, oh, everything. And then I was scared to like it. I was like, oh, if I hit the like button, they'll know I watched it. Like, like I was really like super paranoid, and like I was like, I don't want to leave a comment because they'll know that I was here watching it. And then in the stages, I kind of got over that. I'm just like, so I gotta agree with you on that. I was just like you. I never imagined that I would be making videos or just doing what I'm doing right now. Like if we rewind 2 years ago, what was it, 3 years now? I would have never.
3 years. I think kind of roughly it was around about the same time for us that even though we didn't know each other then, it was kind of the similar kind of a time that we realized what this nonsense head games stuff was.
Absolutely.
So, and I would imagine that they do that in spurts. There's people that come to the realization summer of 2000 and whatever, and some people come to the realization later. But as far as I'm concerned, God's timing is perfect.
There you go. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I gotta agree with you on that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what it was for me though, self? Like it was, and I want to give a shout out to. I just want to give a big shout out to Crystal Carusco, man. She's no longer with us. She actually passed in 2018, and in November, I think it was November, December. But she was the one who actually inspired me to make videos. She was a TI, and she ended up, committing suicide. Or it's kind of iffy on what happened. Some people think she might have been pushed over the bridge, and then they just said, "Oh, she committed suicide," or we don't know. But all we know is that she's not here with us. But her channel, when I first found it, it was Stacy Sweetheart. And she posted on Thursday through Sunday. I still remember that. I used to look forward to her videos. And she just kind of inspired me. She went to my channel, and I had these videos on my channel that when I first started, I didn't know I was a TI. Like I made this channel for different reasons. I didn't even know I was a TI then. Like that's a whole nother story. But she saw these videos and she went to my comments because it wasn't really too much interaction. amongst TIs back in 2017. You know, like I remember watching people's videos self and leaving comments. Nobody would reply to them. Nobody would talk to me. I remember going on live streams and nobody would acknowledge me. But she always did. She always answered my comments back, and then we ended up getting cool. You know, we ended up, you know, she emailed me her number. We talked on the phone, and she was just like, Nexx, you know what? You should make some videos and talk about. It never even dawned on myself to make videos and talk about my experience. She was like, you should do it. I was like, no, I can't. I was like, they'll know what's up. I was so scared. I was like, there's no way possible I could do that. She was like, Nexx, you can do it. You can. She was like, I believe in you. You can do it. And I was like, wow. Nobody had told me that before. You know what I mean? And that kind of resonated with me. Even though in that moment self, I was like, that's not absolutely not going to happen. I'm not making no videos. I'm not making one. But it just resonated with me. She planted a seed there, you know, and then it got to a point with my targeting where I just was in constant fear 24 hours a day. And I'm like, oh, they might kill me. You know, like I want to be able to tell my side of the story just due to all the smear campaigns and all the crap that was going on. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to start making videos. And that's what it was for me that ultimately made me, you know, break the fear and make my first video. I got a question for yourself. When you made your first video, was there any thoughts in your mind that maybe your targeting might increase or get worse just due to the fact that you were speaking out about this publicly?
That wasn't really a concern of mine. Because I suppose I was still getting to grips with what was going on. I didn't think about it increasing, but for all the time that I could see that there was something going on, there's something happening, and before this whole thing, you know, made itself known in 2017,
Right.
before that, I went through a lot of stuff over a lot of
Yes.
years.
Absolutely.
I used to have lots of friends. They were not friends.
Right.
They were just people.
Perps.
So,
Perps.
knowing how fickle people are, I never addressed it with them, the weirdness of every time I was out, because I knew I knew intuitively that there is something that is not normal.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for other people around me would like, oh, that guy, oh, it's because they all fancy you or whatever, and they would have these other ideas. And to me, I'm like, this is how my thought was. It was otherworldly. That some of these people, even one of my so-called friends,
Right.
funnily enough, it was her boyfriend who noticed.
Wow.
Was like, you see how they're like vultures. They circle her like vultures. And I was like, I'm so thankful that someone has noticed. Right? My friends noticing. They only care, like, can we get a free drink or a free line of cocaine,
right.
or, you know, whatever they get there. If a guy's interested enough, they're into like taking.
Right.
You know, and I was just like, no, let's stay away from those people. No, we have to stay away, you know.
Yeah.
But it was really actually a really good thing when my, you know, surprisingly, like a friend's boyfriend who had noticed that, look at the way they circle her, they're like vultures. And this was a regular thing, but none of my friends really noticed. None of them noticed. To them, it was like, oh yeah, he likes you, or they probably like you, or, you know, you shouldn't be so hard on yourself. And it's like, no, this is not a normal thing. That because when you think about the levels of messing with that you go through, right? They mess with you on a psychic psychological level
Absolutely.
before they become apparent to you. And it's because they want you to know. Okay.
Right.
Because by this time, the fact that you're noticing, what is going on, they've got you. Because nobody, either your friends have all dumped you, right? Or you've walked from them,
Right.
right? So they know. It's like, I've kind of like, equated it to, I don't know, there might be women out there or in this stream
Okay.
and the chat. God bless you all.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
like if you're sitting in a place and then there's like a creepy guy sitting beside you and he starts like touching your knee, and every time you're about to say something, he takes his hand away, and it's like, oh, maybe it's just me, you
Yeah.
know. And then he does it again and again, and then once you get outside the place and you talk to your friend who was sitting on the other side, is like, he did that to me as well.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like these creeps that are energy vampires is what they
Yeah.
are,
Yeah.
right? They can feel when you're gonna go, hang on a minute. That's when they stop.
Right.
But because you're a nice person,
Right.
right? You're like, oh, well, maybe it was just me. Maybe I just kind of got it wrong. You know, but with this whole thing that had been going on long before, like not long after 2001, 2003 maybe. There was some weird stuff here and there that happened, but it was after 2003. It was like pretty thick. Um, but even like some, work colleagues I would go out with, and like, why do they all come and talk to you? Like, we're all with you. Nobody comes and says hi to us. They all just want to come sit around you.
Right.
So, the way I would explain it is like, maybe they can just see that I'm not a judgmental person,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know? But then, you know, there were times where, I don't know, it just felt like otherworldly. And this is where all this, spiritual and supernatural stuff comes
Yeah.
in. Because there are situations that happen. And yeah, you can put it down to the gang stalkers and they've been watching you for a long
Yeah.
time. I do believe that they have known about us, like since our birth or before our birth,
Yeah.
or they know that maybe certain people born under certain signs, because remember they go by astrology and stuff, so they can recognize like who's under what sign. It's like when Jesus was going to be born,
Right. They knew.
they knew from the
Yeah.
start,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
They.
And that's not to say that you and I are as special as Jesus, right? Okay. But that in itself gives an indication of the souls that belong to him, right?
Right.
When they're doing what they're doing. So I myself am a lifelong TI,
Right. Absolutely.
right?
Same here.
And when you think of it on the spiritual level, that we're born into this body, we're born into this family, we're born into this country even, and it's one of the things I'm very, very happy and glad, and I was very grateful to God for. I was like, wow, I see why you made me be born in this country, because if I was born in America and I had a gun, I would not be here. I would have been gone when I was 11 or something.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so as much as them, right, the evil ones, they have a hand in
Yeah.
things of what's going on.
Yeah.
But I do believe that God knew you before you were formed in the womb. These people were looking at the stars to see what was coming. right? So if you're a person that, you know, has a good influence on others and things like that, and, you know, I'm not going to sit and go, oh, I've been so good and this and that, right? But I know that I've helped people, and I know that I've, you know, got the ability and the strength and the stamina to be able to help people.
Okay.
Is they don't want people to be helped. They don't want people to be
Right.
helped. They don't want to be encouraged.
Right.
They don't want. They want everybody to be conditioned to the way the world is conditioned through their television, through the
Yeah.
media, and all that crap.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
That's
they
what they
want.
want.
But they see it coming long before you were born, because it's written. It's in the sky. It's in the stars. So you don't realize it.
Right.
You know, I was thinking today, right? This is slightly kind of not away from the topic, but it's just kind of, you know, some kind of a revelation today.
Okay.
And I like watching these videos, right? And they've got like they've got the dog and the cat, right? And the dog's just like sitting like, you know, and the cat just comes along and starts going, right? Starts giving it on the dog like that. Oh, what's going on? Like, but the dog doesn't attack the cat. The dog's just going, what's what's going on?
Right.
And then it'll look at its owner who's holding the camera, like, what's you
Yeah.
know, what's going on? That's what we are like. That is what we are like. We're getting thrashed psychically,
Yeah.
right? Left, right, and center.
Yeah.
But we don't realize that we have all these enemies.
We didn't. Right. Absolutely.
Didn't?
Absolutely.
Because you're like, you know, and this is the thing. Like back in the old days, before I realized what was going on, I used to come in my front door. I used to close the door behind me. And I used to lean against the front door as if I just like escaped a hail of bullets. That's how attacked I felt, and that's the psychic. That is you, one person, just going out to go about your business, but you have every step of the journey. You've got about half a dozen people following you, and if it's not half a dozen here, you move on, and then there's a half a dozen there to catch up with you, to follow you, half a dozen there to catch up and follow. So, you know, if you think of your aura, right, your energy field, right, and you're just going about, you're not bothering anybody, but they've all seen a picture of you, so they're psychically, you know, the same way when you think a friend calls you and you're like, I was just thinking of you.
Yeah.
But that's because your friends went, oh, I wonder how so-and-so's doing, or they've come across a photograph of you or whatever, you know, and you've got a psychic, you know, some kind of connection happens and you think of that person, next thing they phone you. It's probably because they've thought of you first and they're contacting you. But then that's got like a beginning, a middle, and the end. But when you're walking about by yourself for years and you've got all these people following
For
you,
years.
watching.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know, this, you know, it sounds new agey, but that's the frequency that they're working on. If you think of the eye chakras, right? There's chakras in the eyes. They are using their energy field to pierce your energy field. Right? So that's how it affects, you know. And yeah, I went through a bit of a difficult time with that because I knew there was something going on. I'm like, I know that I'm not crazy. I can feel. I'm an intuitive person. I'm an intuitive observer, and I picked up on so many things, but I chose not to talk about it, which is very, very wise when you consider if you're on that kind of a wavelength of, like, you know, your friends really don't have it together. So you're hardly going to talk to them about something that is invisible to them, you know, to tell them that what you think, and is different to what I perceive intuitively.
Right.
So it's a very difficult thing to explain. So, the good thing was I dropped all my friends before the realization of
Yeah.
this. I just let it go. I just let them go. So I was just like, there's no way I could talk to any of them about what is going on or what
Hey,
has been
self,
going on. Because
were they good
you,
friends to you? Like, were they like, you know?
they were energy
Okay,
vampires.
okay, okay,
Yeah, they were energy
okay. Yeah,
vampires.
so it's good. Let
Um,
them go. Let them go.
oh yeah,
Get it
yeah,
out of
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Get
I
it out
just
of here.
Get that stuff out of here!
Yeah, I don't fall out with people. What I did was I just said, yeah, okay, I'll see. I think I'm free. I might see you. I'll text you. And I was one of these people who would text and call if I was going to say I was going to call. But I just chose to become the unreliable friend who didn't call when she said she was going to call, who didn't text when she was going to
Right.
text, who didn't answer the phone, and eventually they just kind of back off.
Yeah.
They might pop here and
Yeah.
there, but then I just swerve them like that.
Right.
Yeah, and it's just like, no, I need to get away from these people because they're no help to me. And if anything, if I had kept those people, those people would have made me, or at least tried to make me believe that I was mad.
Mm. Okay.
I'm not saying that
Like
they're
gaslighting you
perps.
almost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you were
Yeah.
always
So there was enough
you're the
times
bad
like,
guy. Like you are the reason why something happened or why, like they're always blaming you for stuff and throwing you under the bus.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I get it, man. I definitely get it.
Yep.
Let me just real quick, man. I want to give a big shout to Tigger Kill him. Tig, I see you, bro. I saw you when you first popped in, man. I just didn't want to interrupt self, man. Big shout to Rose Renoff. Big shout to Gang Stalk in Australia, guys. Welcome to the podcast. Yes.
I'm just having a wee look at the chat.
Yeah. So Tig actually asked the question. He said, "It's self-contended in America." Let him know
No,
where you. Or let him know where you from. So tell him where you at. Yes.
Scotland.
Yes. TI lives matter all day, guys. There's real TIs in Scotland, man. That's really going through some things, man. And she's got a story to tell, man. And she's been through some things, man. And you guys will not believe how like the infrastructure in Scotland is crazy out there. You know, it's freaking nuts. It's not even a joke.
Yeah, there's a lot of Freemason, lodges, etc.
A lot of
So
people involved in the gang stalking out there. So
yes, yes. So there's a lot of this Freemason, so yeah, there's a lot of this. So there's Freemason lodges just up and down the road, like everywhere. Um, so uh, yeah, it is what it
right.
is. But interestingly, I seem to know what they were without knowing what they were.
Mm.
And that is the beauty of intuition, is you've picked up a vibe, and this is where God has been so good. I'm like, how the hell do I know what they are like? But I get a feeling they're Freemasons. I get a feeling they're
Mm.
pedophiles. I didn't know anything about them, right? I just felt, and it was like, I'd be walking along the road with a so-called friend, and they'd be like, what is it with you and all these men? And you know, and we would acknowledge one another, all these like older guys and
Yeah.
stuff, but one of the things was if you looked in their eyes, it's like a familiar thing that's in their eyes. I couldn't, they weren't wearing badges and hats and banners to say that they were Freemasons, but there was just a something in their eyes. I didn't know that what Freemasons' eyes looked like, but it was just like, I suppose that was God just guiding me. Yes, they're Freemasons, and it's just like that. Like he looks like a nice gentleman, but I feel like he's a pedophile. Probably fucks his grandchildren. So I was, and it was after that understanding, and intuitive feelings and so on, and then on the internet, then seeing what the Freemasons were all about, and then realizing that up and down the road and all this, what I used to call it, invisible communication. I used to look out my window and I used to think, I feel like people are having an invisible conversation. They're not looking at each other, but they're having because I didn't understand the hand signs or anything like that. Like I'm clever with that, but I felt I could feel the energy back and forth between the way one was walking along the road, but he's communicating with that one that's walking this way. Yeah, so now if you were to try and explain all this to a friend, right, who's just looking for free drinks and cocaine and just getting laid by every other guy every weekend, they're not going to understand. They're going to tell you that you're crazy.
Yeah, they're going to tell you whatever they tell them to tell you, they're going to tell you.
Hey?
Absolutely. Whatever they're told to say, that's what they're going to do. Yeah.
So, I had been picking up on all this weirdness. Didn't understand it, but I'd picked up on it anyway. So, that was kind of the beginning. And then my Freemason neighbor, he tried to be friendly with me. There was an incident that had happened, a violent incident, and funnily enough, I wasn't here. I was away for the weekend.
Okay.
When I came back, I heard there was some kind of a big commotion, and now I don't know. This is before I realized, like a couple of years before I realized I was targeted, and I wonder. I'm like, was that maybe set up for me? Because apparently what had happened was, like, the immediate round the corner house, a new couple had moved in with their child or 2 children or 3 children, whatever it was. And they had a domestic. Was holding a baby. And apparently the guy came and, her husband, he apparently like that and stabbed her in the top of her head.
Oh, gosh. Jeez.
So what happened is I came back and my Freemason neighbor, who I always felt he was watching me, I intuitively knew he was watching me. Then there was just crazy stuff that I felt like I know he's watching me, but I can't even see how and why. Right. But at that time, he was trying to bait me into a conversation, and he said to me, "Oh, did you not know what happened?" And he said, "This happened, that happened." And to be honest with you, I think police, they were a bit quick to arrive. Right? As if he wanted me to say something, right? And I don't know what I was expected to say. Right? I remember looking at his mouth, and in my mind, it wasn't me. It was just like, he's a fucking liar. And it's almost like he heard what was said, and he just kind of backed off from the conversation. And there were loads of little things, because he's like in the immediate building, like next door. So his living room was like right through my living room wall.
Wow.
So, there was just, I suppose every genuine TI knows that before you realize anything, there's a whole lot of question marks and exclamation marks over situations and over
Right.
conversations,
A lot
you
of
know,
situations.
where yeah, and that was something, and this is how this thing gets you, because you then have years of this, and then it was that, and it was because you don't discuss it with anybody. I know I didn't discuss it with anybody, because these were murmurs, and I didn't need anybody to tell me, like, oh, just forget about it, you're just being paranoid. I didn't need any of that kind of uh communication from anybody, especially not from people who are quite unstable
Right.
themselves, right? So you can't really talk about deep stuff like that. You can only talk about them and their relationships and whatever is going on in their dramatic lives. So I never really spoke about it, but these murmurs and these kind of like psychic connections and uh, all this stuff, it builds up over
Right.
time. So when they do go full, um, like reveal to
When it goes from
you,
covert to overt.
that's the
Right.
words,
I got
right?
your back. So.
That you've got a lot of deep down files of bullshit
Yes,
built up.
just unexplained like mysteries, unsolved mysteries, right? I should get that button.
Yeah.
That's
But
what it is.
then you
Yeah.
realize, and I still go through it now. It's not like I'm, that it's all forgotten because I don't really engage with, like, anything. You know, it's still, I could be sitting on the toilet in the morning and something will pop
Mm-hmm.
into my head. Like, I remember that
Mm-hmm.
time. That was
That's
that.
why. Yes, I had those. I have those
That's
moments.
that's how deep, that is how deep they get you. It's a bit like being groomed.
Yeah, I guess you
You
could say
know,
that. Yeah.
okay, it might not be physical like pedophilia in that way, but there's a whole grooming
Yeah.
process that is going on.
Yeah.
So when you do realize, and you do have physical, tangible stuff to show people, it all looks like
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah. And
It
yeah,
all, and then
it makes
and
you
then
look like you crazy.
it looks
Yeah.
exactly. Was I made some videos. I recorded a wee bit of TI stuff at the
Okay.
beginning because I thought there was a TI community, and that I need to put something out there to go, look, this is happening to me as
Right.
well,
Right.
right? I never thought at the time, when I made my profile on what's it called,
Mm-hmm.
YouTube. I never thought that this is the thing that I would be putting up as my first
Right.
video, because and that's what it was. And do you know what? Like, that's some of the videos that I didn't put up. I actually looked at them and I was like, it looks like I'm harassing people.
It could. I mean,
You know,
to somebody that's not going through this, it could
ah,
appear to that way to these people, you know. But somebody that's going through it will be like, "Yo, right there with yourself." You know. I mean, you got some people showing love in the chat. Shout out the greatest ever. She said she's describing my life. And shout out to Tansy T too. Tansy, welcome to the podcast. Shout out to my homie, what was it, Isaiah? I think I saw. Yeah, Isaiah Clark. Yeah, guys, welcome to the podcast, man. We just getting started. Appreciate everybody
yeah.
tuning in live.
It is like a cult. Have you guys noticed that when they try to down it slyly out with? Oh yeah, they do. Tansy T. Tansy T is saying, have you guys noticed when you put positivity out there, they try to drown it slyly out with negativity?
It happens.
Yes.
It does. Or
Yeah.
you get the crew up, out of this perp network. You get a handful of them that's assigned to you to infiltrate, to either act cool and switch up on you, or to just straight, oh, he's an actor, he's a perp, or he's a such and such, you know. And they know damn well like we really
Yeah.
going through this. I mean, you could take a look at us
I
and
think the best
it's
way
clear
to
to see.
the best way to deal with uh, with everything, every encounter, every conversation, every look, every glance, and so on, is to try to deal with it in a, hey, I'm just a visitor here. I don't know what the fuck's going
Right.
on.
There you go.
Okay. I did go through the time where I was like, "Urgh, brr," like, yeah, who you are, you know, uh, you're not going to win at this. And it's just like, oh, hang on a minute. It turns out I've already won,
Right. Right.
you know.
Or
Uh,
what the guy
yeah.
said in your stream earlier? He was like, "It's not gonna stop until you submit to our master," or something like. I was like, "What?" I was
Yeah.
like, "What is this?" Yo, I have never seen nothing like that ever. Like I watched a lot of
He
streams.
sold their souls for like $37, which is like 20 quid in this country, in UK, right? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, UK people. I hope there's enough UK people here to verify. But that's like 20 quid an hour.
I don't know. I don't know. They do quid. I thought they do pounds in the UK.
Yeah, yeah, well, we call it
Okay.
quids.
Okay. That's like the slang for it. I couldn't believe
Yeah.
that. So I mean, like he was like our master. You have to join us. I was like, what is this, man? I was like, oh man, what is happening right now?
Oh, do you know, I can't even see the chat back, okay? But when I knew that they were there, I glanced down a little less
Right,
because it's their job to distract you from the message.
right. Whatever message you have.
My main message in that whole 45-minute stream should only have been about 5 minutes, not even 10 minutes, maybe 7 minutes
Yeah,
long. But because I talk and waffle, and if and TIs will know this, if you're a loner and you don't talk to
yeah,
people on a level of your true
right,
self, you can talk about the weather, you can talk about how someone can make themselves feel better,
yeah,
give them some good vibes and whatever, but not actually talk about yourself and not talk about what you're
right.
going through.
That's
You
if
know,
we even talk to people. Cause I know I don't even like talking to
mm,
people no more. I used to talk, but I don't know. I guess it just depends on the moment, or it depends on what's going on. Because I do say hi to people sometimes, but sometimes I just don't. I
oh
have the
yeah,
moment self where I don't want to talk to nobody. I don't want to meet nobody. It's quiet.
I've really enjoyed lockdown for that reason.
She said I enjoyed it.
I've, yeah, I've really enjoyed the solitary
Okay,
time.
okay,
Uh, I've really
okay.
enjoyed it because I've not had to talk to people. I've not had to, um, process any bullshit
Yeah,
while trying to be a professional.
yeah,
Yeah, because that's quite draining in itself, isn't
right.
it? It's like, you've just been through this shit on your journey to work. You can't go to work and go, I'm fucking fed up with this. You go, hi there, like, how would you like your hair done today? Yes, would you like a cup of coffee? The weather's a bit drab. Well, that was terrible news on the news last night. Shock horror.
Yeah,
You're just on a different vibe.
right.
And that's one of the things I found last year was like I say, like last year was pretty shit because my back was really
Oh
bad.
man, they was hitting
I would
yourself. They
say,
was hitting you.
well, I do believe that that's got a lot to do with
Okay.
it. Because they would hit me on the top, like say the top of my
Mm.
spine,
Okay.
okay, and they would hit me on the bottom of my
Mm.
spine. So every time I would sleep,
Wow.
it was like the only way I can describe it is like I've never had the experience of being defibrillated. That's what they're, those heart attack
Yeah.
machines.
You
Um,
being
you know,
clear?
yeah, but that's what it felt like. It was like I got hit the top of my spine, and I do believe that they were trying to disable me.
Wow. Wow.
That I do believe they were trying to disable me. But again, these things kind of blend in with, oh, well, it could just be a bad back. But the level of bad back that I had,
Right.
like I was partially disabled.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear
Okay.
that,
I
man.
couldn't, I could, I could sit in a car, then I'm like, I can't get my legs, then I can't lift my legs up,
Yeah.
you know. Uh, I went through quite a lot of pain, sleepless
Yes.
nights, and discomfort.
Absolutely.
And then anytime I would be able to try and fall asleep, then it was like, ka-choom, and my whole body would be like arched and spasmed,
Wow.
and all this stuff.
Wow.
But
That's hard.
I suppose we should talk about this. We should talk about. I should talk about this because it is a genuine and true
Right.
experience of mine
I believe it. So.
that I was going through this, and then it stopped because they would attack my heart as well. Okay, and it was like, and then it would be like a
Wow.
I wouldn't say pain, but like a jolt with a slight dash of
Mm.
pain hit with it, and so then it was in my heart. So
Mm.
and then I can't sleep, and then and then I would go back to sleep, and they would keep hitting me with that,
Right.
right? And I tell you what stopped it. Well, and this is absolutely the God's
Okay.
honest truth. Absolutely, I have no reason to lie about
Right.
anything. God is my
Right.
witness. Okay, thou shalt not bear
Mm.
false witness. So I believe that, and I follow that. Is that defibrillator experience stopped? How it stopped, and I've told you this story before. Next, remember when we were supposed to do this, but I've told Next this story already. Is one day I was in my kitchen and my clock, it stops and starts. Doesn't matter if it's a new battery or not a new battery. It works for a while, then it stops, and then it works for a while, then it stops. But at this point, it was working and it was at the wrong time. So I decided, I was like, this has been working for a few days. I think I might put it to the right time and start looking at it all the time. And so I was afraid to move the clock too much. So I didn't take it off the wall. Just pulled it forward slightly, slid my hand behind it to change the time, but the next thing, the clock came off the wall, fell down, rolled over, broke my lamp, and I was about to go to myself like, you dozy, and then I was just like, no, all things work together for the good to those who love
Right.
God, right? That's the Romans 8:28 scripture. Okay. I'm not very good at quoting scripture, but that's one I will always remember.
Okay.
And that went through my head, and I was like, "Well, there's something good in me, like smashing my lamp and the mess that I've made with the clock falling down and rolling over and just knocking things over." Anyway, I just left everything alone, and then later on I came back to the lamp because I really liked that lamp. It gave off a nice light and it had a shade with an orchid on it, and I was like messing with this lamp, and I was trying to, because the fixture was all
Mm-hmm.
broken. Okay, so I was trying to balance the fixture back up, hoping that I would find insulation tape and I would put it back together, but I ended up getting an electric shock.
Wow.
So I was like,
Wow.
right, went right through my body. Boom, boom, boom. All these explosions went off in my
Wow.
body at the places where it hit. Okay,
Wow.
right? And actually, addition to this story, earlier that day, I had been hit by a witch, and she didn't get me right.
Like
They
physically, like
aimed,
she
or
punched you, or
no, no, no,
okay,
no, no. I think it was obviously some kind of a
okay,
technology that was being
okay,
used. Even even though there are channels that say that, oh no, it's not on the street level. Yes, it is on the street level. There's there's stuff that's you know, that you're getting hit with, and the base is like way in another country,
Right.
okay, and then there's some stuff that you're being hit with, which is actually physically someone behind you with a phone aiming it to the hollow part of your head at the bottom of your skull. Now, I remember before I realized anything about this, people used to do that, and I would have you know, like a moment of just standing and just going, and then I would look behind me because I'm like, why? What's going on? It felt like it was like petrol, like warm petrol going through all the veins, and I don't know if they're called veins in the brain, but you know, like swirling through my brain, right? But anyway, this witch had tried to hit me with it, and I knew at the time, before I walked past her, that I probably should have stayed behind her. But I just, you don't get gang stalked every time you're out, you know. Just I walked on, and she hit me with something, but it didn't hit me the way it was supposed
Right.
to. She got. I think she was a wee bit to the left. Now I don't know. There must have been something there, but that went like that when I got that electric shock.
Wow.
Right. That night when I went to go to sleep, and obviously they were trying to hit me, trying to defibrillate me,
Wow.
right? And rather than me being like jerked awake, it was like I was falling asleep, and it was like boom. And the way I describe it is, imagine a car not starting. It was just like, you know, it was like this, and I was just
like it was like
because I
it was
was still,
stalling.
yeah.
Wow.
So basically, whatever was in my chest and my upper spine and lower spine,
Right.
they had broken. Something got broken. I felt it when I got the electric shock.
Okay.
And then when they were trying to, you know, attack me at night, it wasn't working. It was just like there was just a lot of broken connections. Yeah. So that stopped there. So from there, and you know, I spoke to you about that idiot that says, "I promise you, magnets don't do anything." You know, magnets do work. Get yourself some magnets, because basically, from my own observation,
Yeah, it helped you.
right, it has helped me, and I do believe that apart from using our devices, I do believe that there's a reason why these people, like, you know, had noticed these things, that they were pointing their phones. If they have special phones, I don't know, or whether they need to have some kind of app, you know, to then like, you know, direct frequencies at you, so the metal in the chips that are in your body go like vroom, 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 and then they become a microchip, right? Because if you think about how these nano shit technology works, is like, you know, companies, the corporations like Facebook and Instagram, and Facebook I felt it with the most because I was a user of Facebook and I had Facebook Messenger. Yeah. And I had picked up on it that, like when you sign into Facebook or you're signing into Messenger or whatever, there's something that happens in your body. And I would describe it as like an anxious feeling. Okay, now people could say, oh, maybe you're anxious to see how many likes you got,
Yeah.
you know, how many people like selfies or whatever. I have no excitement on Facebook. I just post scripture. I might share some truth. I don't say anything personally.
Okay. Right.
Right. I don't say anything, like, because it's just because you know, at the end of the day, I'm here now and I'm talking. This is all good.
We here.
I don't have to be, putting everything on there, but through research that I'd done previous for chemtrails and
Right.
geoengineering is like Hitachi, is another company that sticks out, but they all have these tiny, tiny, tiny little they pay for these chemtrails. They pay for you to have, this stuff pouring on you to go into your body.
Right. Self, can you hear that?
What is
There's some
that?
people outside doing fire. I wanted to address that, guys. I apologize, man. We got some people outside doing, popping off.
I thought that's a bloody big mouse you've got in your
They're
house, eh?
popping off stuff outside. It's the 4th of July, and some people want to
Is there?
celebrate that day. Why? That's another subject. But yeah. So if you guys hear any pop or in the background, that's all that is, man. And I also want to give a big shout out to Jack Fryer. Jack, I see you in the chat, bro. Thank you for rocking with us live. This Next Time podcast, man. Welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like I say, that electrical shock. I'm just having a quick look at the comments
Yeah,
too.
man.
Yeah, that electrical shock, that, and it wasn't electrical pulses, it was like actual full-on
Wow.
electrical all through the body. Lots of things popped in my body.
Right.
But the main parts were where I was being attacked every night. I couldn't sleep.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I know how
Yeah.
it is.
So that, and where the microwaving, which I believe that's what it is microwaving, when you feel like you're being cooked from the inside
and
out.
your brain feel like it's literally been in the microwave.
Yeah.
Sometimes you wake up to that feeling.
Yeah.
You wake up like, the back of your head is just like, it's just, ooh.
Even your skin feels like it's like puffed up and
Yeah,
inflamed and
absolutely.
like
Yeah, I've actually had
Yes.
that happen many times where my feet was swollen. I had burns on my skin, and
I had been having that since 2011, 2012.
and we didn't know what it was though. We
I
had
didn't know
no
what it
idea.
was. I could feel, I was like, I can feel the water in my body is simmering. I thought maybe I was just very sensitive to the Wi-Fi and so on, right? But that being cooked from the inside out, and it was just like, I feel like I'm being cooked from the inside out, but of course I can't tell anybody that,
they'll be like, what are you talking
but-
about? Like, what are you talking about? They're not even trying to, grasp the concept because, like, it was happening to us, and we didn't even know what it was. So it's like, try explaining that to somebody who don't know anything about anything, and that just kind of make things a little bit more, difficult to even have that conversation.
Well, this is the thing, like, if you were to go to the doctor would put you on some kind of prescription pill, right? I would like it, obviously, if they were like pills that made you like really happy and ecstatic and, and put you to sleep at the right time. That would be amazing.
It would be. Wouldn't it be amazing?
Yeah, the doctors would.
Absolutely, because they say, when we telling these people, like, whether it's V2K, Voice to Skull or the gang stalking or whatever it is, their first solution for this is to here's some prescription or here's some medication, and it's like, I wish there was a pill, that I could take to make this targeting go away, disappear. You know what I mean? Like, you can take the pills all you want. When it happened to me, because back in 2011, I had a situation with the V2K and everything, and I was falsely diagnosed schizophrenic, right? And when I took the pills, it got worse. Like, I only took it for a couple days. I was like, I don't even want this no more. Like, it was making it a lot worse. I was having these horrific nightmares. On top of I was already having crazy dreams, but I felt like a zombie. Like, I wasn't myself. Like, I wasn't even thinking straight. I was just like sitting
How long
there.
did you take the pills?
Oh, not even a week. Not even a whole week.
Okay.
I took them for like a couple of days, and it was just I didn't like how it was making me feel. Like it was making me feel even worse, and it just wasn't for me, you know. But yo, let me. I just want to give a quick shout out, man, to Jeff Weiss. What's going on, Jeff? Brandon Words. What's going on, B? Guys, welcome to the Next Time podcast. Yeah. Yeah, so those pills, man. Like I that's how I said I wish they had some medication that could make the targeting stop. I'd be the first one in line at the pharmacy. I'd be the first one.
Well, I think only God can make the targeting stop.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if there is a pill, then you would have to be like them. You wouldn't be allowed to be your good self. You would have to be like them.
Right.
But
it's like that's their first go-to, like let's, falsely diagnose them because they know we're not crazy. And let's get them on the medication.
Yep.
I mean, and I
think it's, I think in a way I've been very fortunate that, I've not had anybody that I can trust around me. Because otherwise it is the people that you would trust that would put you into that situation.
Right. But
they would put you into that situation. Oh, you need to get help. You need to talk to a doctor.
Yeah.
It's like, the soaps and, that I know in the English soaps, especially I used to watch EastEnders. And not because I really liked it. It was because it was a conversation piece with clients.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you could expand on certain issues and get into a deeper conversation. But the soaps and the weather were a good thing to start with. But in those soaps, I remember it was just like I didn't watch them or pay attention to them like that. But when I had the television would be on at those times. And all I would hear was often "You've got to go to the doctor. You've got to go to the doctor. You've got to go to the doctor." And everywhere I went, it was like everyone's a fucking mental health expert. It's just like, sometimes I can't be bothered, actually lifting my head off the pillow, opening my eyes, because I really can't be fucked with this world, right? Straight. And that's mental illness. That's mental illness. That's depression. It's like, no, it's not depression. It's just basically the world's full of arseholes and I can't be bothered to deal with them. There's a difference. There's a difference. The difference is that there are people that don't realise that the world's full of arseholes and they think they're suffering from depression. And then there are people that realise that the world is full of arseholes and shit. And that, some mornings that can't really be bothered to go out and deal with it because you've not got the energy to deal with it in your normal fashion. Okay? But, it is what it is.
That's right.
But I'll tell you, right? See that being cooked from the inside out? I have to get this one out there as well. Okay, because I've wanted to make a video about it, and then I asked God some questions. Because I was like, who's going to believe me? People are going to come on and go like, "You're a perp. You're full of shit. You're a perp." Because that's what
they do. And you know what, Self? I don't mean to interrupt you, man, but those people usually be the perps who come on and they try to discredit us. They have so many, methods that they use to discredit us or to cause disinformation, man. But never mind them. But you definitely right about that.
But I tell you what happened with my microwaving, right? After I realised what it was, I was upset by it, of course, because I felt that my Freemason neighbour, Stephen, that he was involved. And there was something coming through the wall of my living room. And it was having an impact on me. Now, whether he had some kind of weaponry in his house, or whether that's just something that they make you think and it's not. His behavior kind of demonstrated that, yeah, he's well part of
Right.
it. But anyway, I came home from work one Monday afternoon, and I came in and I was being microwaved.
Right.
Okay. And I was going from room to room. Okay, this is a 1-bedroom place, and I went through my bedroom, went to my living room and the kitchen, and I thought, do I just take the duvet and lie in the bath? You know, what do I do in this situation? Because I'm being hit with this stuff, and you know, like, how do I deal with
Yeah.
it? Anyway, I remember I just stood in my bedroom and I started crying. Okay, that's one of the things you really don't want to do as a TI. First and foremost is like, you know, you don't want to see them, you have them see you crying. You know, but I did. I was exhausted. I was uncomfortable, and you know, so I started crying. So I was just like, how to get away from this? You know, I was in that kind of a
Yeah.
state. And then it came to my mind. I was like, hang on a minute. If I'm going through this now, that means I'm not going to live as long as I thought I would. And I suddenly became very happy, right?
Right.
I was so happy. I was like, thank you, God. That means, because I thought I was going to live till I'm 94,
Yeah, man.
right?
So you just
You know,
answered my question I was gonna ask. Did you feel better after you cry?
well, it wasn't that I felt better after I cried. It was more the realization that actually I probably don't even have another decade on the planet. That made me happy. That made me go, oh, yes, I'm going to get out of here. So do you know what I did? Right?
What'd you do?
What, right, was I was like, oh, well, thank you, God, when I realized I was crying and all that. And I realized I wasn't going to live as long as I thought I was going to have to live. Leaving isn't an option. And I just kind of, the tears just kind of stopped. And I was like, wow, that means like I probably not even got 20 years. Maybe I've even just got 10 years and I don't have to live as long and as solitary as I don't have a problem with solitary. But, you know, yeah, I would probably get bored with it by the time I'm 90. Okay. So I was like, that means I'm not going to live till I'm 94. Wow, this is amazing. I'm so happy. And even though I was still being microwaved, I said to God, right? And this is what I said to God. I said, do you know what? If this is what I have to go through till the end of my life, which it's obviously not very far away, then I'm just going to do the best I can. I'm going to tell everybody about Jesus, anybody that I
Okay.
can. And you know, and when I die, then I know that I know where I'm going, and this is it. It's all good. Since that day, that afternoon, that Monday
Okay.
afternoon, no more getting cooked from the
Wow.
inside out.
Wow.
It stopped. Just like that. It stopped.
Wow.
Now, I wanted to make a video about it. I wanted to go, I need to tell people. But then I was just like, oh, the people are just going to call you a perp. And, some people believe that all this Christ stuff is like another psyop or whatever, right? Because there are people, and I'm not going to promote their
Right.
channels,
Right.
right? Some of them might have good information. I'm not going to be promoting any channels that are like bashing Christ and saying that the whole Bible thing is a psyop,
Okay.
right? But yeah, so this whole thing stopped, and I'm thinking, how do I tell people this? Because people think that the Bible's this, and that, to follow Christ or to be a believer in Christ, that you're just, carrying out a psyop on people. How do I tell people? And I just didn't know how to tell. And then, God, it was only just a couple of months ago,
Right.
right? And again, it was on my mind. It's a bit like making that live stream today,
Right.
right? That was the previous thing that was on my mind, was I need to tell people this. I need to tell people what happened, that I was being microwaved, I was being cooked from the inside out for
Right.
years, right?
Right. We didn't know.
And
We didn't know what it
it
was.
stopped. Yeah, it stopped because something changed. I realized that I wasn't going to live as long as I thought I was, which absolutely made me totally happy. And I immediately stopped crying, and I was actually joyful. And then I was just like, well, thank you, God. I'll do my best by you, and I'll tell everybody about Jesus. And, and then you can just take me home, and it's all fine. It's all good. It's all yay. And it all stopped. It's not very easy. It's all right. Maybe if you're like on the YouTube regularly telling about your experience, suddenly just pop onto YouTube and go, "Hi there, I'm a TI and this is what happened." I'm not afraid of not being
Right.
believed, but at the same time, I don't want people knocking such valuable information,
Yeah.
right? So I'll tell you what happened just a few months ago. A few months ago, I was like, I've not been doing any TI stuff, and I've not contributed anything, and Father, did you stop this for me, or is it still happening and I just can't feel it anymore? Okay, right. And I tell you, the night that I asked that question, I didn't get microwaved, but I got the pulse keeping me awake,
Wow. Yeah.
right? So imagine it's like a I don't know what you call it, electromagnetic pulse or whatever, but imagine it's just like a tap that is just dripping on the most sensitive part of your temple, and you cannot sleep,
Right.
right? And this is another one of those symptoms that I used to have while I was being defibrillated left, right, and center. And so I could feel this, and I was just like, oh, okay. I break every connection and bond and blah blah blah, right? Did kind of like a spiritual warfare type prayer on it, and I thank God for letting me know that the stuff's still
Right.
happening. I can't feel it. It's not affecting
Yeah.
me,
Right.
right? So that brings me to the scripture in Ephesians that no weapon formed against you shall
There you
prosper.
go.
So it says, no weapon formed against you. So that does not mean that there's no weapons. There are weapons. That is part of the process. But the prospering part of the weapon is up to you, and it's up to your faith, where your faith is at. Okay, so do you believe the scripture, or do you believe in these Satanists and these minions and their satanic, demonic technology that is attacking you, right? So the way forward, as I've found the way
Okay.
forward, okay, I'm not going to say, oh, my life is perfect, but it's better than it has been in many, 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 many years. Okay. Is going by faith. Okay, a lot of people get caught up in, and don't get me wrong, like, I considered, getting, what's it called, like shielding, you know, I looked at materials and, Faraday cages, and I started looking at
Okay.
that, and then I was like, no, I'm not doing this. And I have none of that stuff. The only thing I have is Jesus and a few
Okay.
magnets.
Okay. That's awesome,
Okay,
man. That's awesome.
so the way forward is through faith, okay, by putting on the spiritual armor of God, putting on the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of
Okay.
righteousness, the belt of truth, the boots of peace, shield of faith, and sword of the Spirit.
Okay.
And, this sword of the Spirit being the word of God, okay? So when you are speaking the word of
Okay.
God, my understanding is that's when the angels crowd around like, yeah, what's up? What can we do for you?
Okay. Okay.
If you're just going to go, oh, I'm going to speak to my higher self and my angel guardian angels. How do you know who your guardian angels are? Because they do nice things. How do you know they're not of the dark side?
That's a good question.
And how do you know until you fall flat on your fucking face, right? How are you really gonna know? You go, oh, feel protected. If you listen to a lot of New Age, but don't get me wrong, I used to be into like New Age kind of stuff, right?
Like what kind of stuff? Like what
So I
kind of stuff?
understand, I've been brought up in a kind of a New Agey kind of a religion. I was originally Sikh, you know this already, but yeah, I was originally Sikh, and then I kind of, went like visited Hinduism and
Okay.
Buddhism, and you know, I did get quite deep into
Okay.
meditation, and I understand now how dangerous meditation actually is. I wasn't aware of the dangers at the time, but I felt like I needed protection when I was
Okay.
meditating. Okay, because when you're meditating, you're all here and you're just empty. You're just clearing your mind, which means whatever's in the atmosphere around you can enter you, mess with you.
Okay.
So this is the problem: is people not understanding the invisible, the spiritual realm.
The spiritual realm. Shout out to my boy Rick that's watching right now. Shout out to let's see here, Eve 888, Christopher Grant. Let's see, the homie Horse and the homie KNG. KNG, guys, welcome to the channel, the podcast. Next time is live. We live. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah. Guys, this is Next Time. This is the best time. This is the interactive podcast for the real TIs that's really going through something, man. And we got self-contended in the hot seat today. I just want to let you guys know, for anybody that might be new to what we do here, this is an interactive podcast, man. If you have any questions for me or for self-contended, you can type them in the comment section right now. Or there's a phone number that streams along the bottom. If y'all want to call us up while we're live, you want to say something, or you might have anything to add to what we're talking about currently, or want to ask any questions, or, just ask that you keep it respectful, man. And, no, this is a no perp zone. And, so the phone number is streaming along the bottom. If you guys want to hit us up anytime, make it happen, man. And I want to apologize, man. We got some people outside. If you hear pop, boom, bang, there's some, people are celebrating the 4th, and, so just want to apologize for that. If it's triggering for anybody to hear those bangs or whatever the case. And, big shout out to Tina. I see you, T. What's going on, T? Welcome to the podcast. Tina God's Love in the building. Absolutely. So, Self, man, I wanted to ask you a question, man. What was it like? What was the? Can you still remember the day that you found out? Oh, wait a minute, we're getting a call here. All right, let's take this call. Let's see here. What's going on? You live on Next Time? What's your name?
Hi, it's Rick.
Hey, what's going on, Rick? How you doing today?
How you doing today?
Hey, man, we taking it day by day, blessed by the best. I can't complain. Thanks for calling, man. What's going on?
You're talking, and then it matches up with the monitor.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, just mute your audio on your YouTube right now while we're having the conversation.
No, while you're talking to me, it doesn't match up with the video that you're talking on.
Yeah, that's what happens because we're streaming it live, so that's why.
Oh, okay. So then,
Yeah.
You can hear me live now, right?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, the things I talked about, man. I talked about the curriculum, I talked about life, I talked about the federal government, I talked about what's going on, and trying to explain to everybody also pass the message of hope and happiness and passion and humanity and love and everything like that. I'm still to see if I can add, voice my understanding, just share understanding, pass this message out to everybody.
Hey,
I
Rick,
just believe
Rick,
the
can you
federal
can you
government.
talk a little louder?
Okay. I'm here to share pass the message that I know the things I talked to you about next, about the spiritual world and about the federal government and about life and about things that's going on. And then, can you hear me?
Yeah. Just talk a little louder. That sounds good though. Can you hear himself?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just, I just want to
Volume up.
let everybody know that don't give up on this whole situation. It seems hopeless, and then it has a way to do more than everything that people can actually imagine. It actually has to do with the federal government playing with power that's similar to spiritual power, like saying the government has found technology and intelligence to manipulate people and to see people, control people. As long as they have to find technology, it's got the eyes, the vision, the hearing, the mind, and interact with people's mind and harass people and trap them with deception. That's called like playing the realm of God or power of the devil, all doing how to utilize, how to use the power of this man-made realm, man-made technology. And from there, I explained to you, I was left for dead behind the situation by the federal government. Why they did it? I've been going through this for 15 years,
Okay.
and then they left me for dead. And then something came inside of me. Something came inside of me and aligned itself with me. Something beautiful, something that's here for everybody. And that's what actually does exist. And to keep believing, not to give up, because it's not over yet. Because it's just hard to. The spiritual realm is in contact with the federal government. The federal government is just not letting nobody know that they're in contact with somebody. The government has technology to hear outside the realm and the spiritual realm because the government played with power to cause suffering and trap people with suffering, alter people's past, empower the human mind, the spirit, and the soul. That's what it really actually is. And the power, technology, intelligence play with power of suffering. They open the door to the spiritual realm up. And the spiritual realm. There are forces that are there. It's here. Something is actually here in the spiritual world and earth, and it's waiting for something right now. But it's actually here. It's all this talk about God and things like that. It is actually here. It's actually here. I can only prove it by my own. Because I can only say, but I can't actually give proof. Other than the federal government has to actually prove of something is actually really here. And then I can't remember everything that I talk about, but it is something very important. The spiritual, the spiritual being, the entities are very highly intelligent, have aggressive nature, and have dark energy,
Okay.
but not a human species. Then there's energy, under the power of where, no matter where it is at, no matter where it's on earth or the spiritual realm, the power of love and caring is the most powerful force in the world. It's like violence and aggressive and evil is the actual energy. Good, caring, and love is the actual energy on earth and in the spiritual realm. So for everybody not to give up on hope, not to give up on community, not to give up on each other, to keep caring, keep this hope alive, and it's not over. Either the government's going to end the situation or there's a power that's going to intervene in the situation, and it's coming in our lifetime. It's actually coming. And I have actual knowledge of this situation and behind the situation. Can you hear me, Next?
Yeah, loud and clear.
And then what happens is you just got to hold on. Everybody just got to hold on behind the situation. You got to hold on. You got to hold on. It's going to happen. Something's waiting to take place right now. Because the government is what the federal government is what reached the actual kind of the ending of the Bible. By the federal government found the power, technology, intelligence of God power or power of the devil, possession. Manipulating when the government controls the population, the community, where they manipulate, deceive people, and then control, and then the population won't listen to nobody but the government. It's like they're being possessed. It's like they're playing power, manipulating deception in the man-made technology way. And then we're using the positive ways, the voice of reason, like playing the power of God. The technology the government has on hand is man-made technology. Man-made technology has reached the ultimate intelligence and power, similar power to spiritual power.
Okay.
And that's how this whole thing is leading up into something. And it is coming. You gotta have to be wait. You gotta have to wait, and everybody gotta be patient. And if something's not complete, everything is not completely concrete for what's going to happen behind the situation. Because the government has been playing with power and suffering and trapping everybody suffering, and it's causing energy to grow that way. So everything's not actually complete. There's something that has to take place before this is going to come to a conclusion. But something is coming behind this way for Earth and everybody. That is what the real truth is. And then I'm here. I have something inside of me that's something that's good and here to protect and help and save everybody. And I'm every day I'm I'm just a victim, but I'm a victim to it. I'm trying to pass the message. I'm trying to introduce it for the first time when nobody's heard of it. I'm a victim. I have to reach out to you guys. Other people think I'm crazy. I have to go through all the runaround circle that the government has created for me and made me being perceived about. You know, when you can't talk about the government, nobody's gonna listen to you. Talk about spiritual, nobody's gonna listen to you. When people start to take the time to listen, right now, as I learned, the TI community, who our victims is, who stay faithful in God and keep praying, and keep hoping, and keep life, hope alive. And then that's why we're having a hard time getting this through, because the whole thing is supposed to be passed. The message is supposed to pass up through the whole population that something is coming, but the government is hiding it and controlling it and keeping everybody from learning about it. And there's entities that are involved that is not completely. There's entities that are involved behind the situation. It's not complete yet. But don't give up hope. It is actually here. Something is actually here. That's what the real truth is. It is coming for us. Somebody just relax and think positive. Don't give up on caring. Don't give up on love. Don't give up on hope. Give compassion and kindness to each other. Don't forget these things. These are actual energy of life. This energy of love and caring is actually actual energy that has power on earth and has power in the spiritual realm. Love, caring, kindness, like evil and violence. That's the actual energy in the spiritual realm. Love, kindness, and caring is actually the most powerful force in the world, whether it's in the earth or in the spiritual realm. That's the most powerful force. Love, caring, and kindness.
Hey Rick, where do you said something is coming? Where do you think that where do you think that it's coming from? You think it's coming from where? I'm curious. Where do you think?
It's gonna be coming from the spiritual world. Everything. Okay. It's hard to explain to this because everything is not completely what everybody really thinks it is.
Okay.
But something is coming behind us, and that something is either good or that's something wrong.
Okay.
Or it's coming together. One way or the other, it's coming for us. Good, wrong, good against wrong, but it's coming for all of us. You get it?
Okay, I hear you, man.
Yeah.
Man, well, I appreciate your call, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Thanks for calling in, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you, Nexx.
All right, man.
Bye, everybody.
All right, my friend. All right, man. That was awesome.
Point made about the love vibration. Okay, in the Bible it says we're supposed to like love, our enemies or pray for our enemies and love neighbors and all this kind of stuff, right? Okay, and it's not to be like scoffed in any way. It's something that we've got to strive towards, because with the experience that we go through, you can get in huff and puff ways, okay, about how people treat you, basically how people treat you, okay. Even if they're smiling at you, whether their smile is fake or real. And I choose not to smile at people that smile at me fake. I just give them a dead, like resting bitch face stare, because it's like, no, you can't smile at me with that bullshit smile and expect me to, So, but this is the thing about it is this is where unforgiveness comes in. Okay.
Talk that talk.
Because we're meant to love them, right? We're meant to love them. Okay, we're meant to pray for our enemies and persecutors, and it's not always easy to do that. Okay, it's not always easy to do that, and I know that, and I would imagine most TIs in the community know that. Okay, but one of the things was, one of the lessons in my experience was when I was going through a bit of a huff and puff time of like, well, I'm just gonna go like, nah, and I'm just gonna, because I've elbowed people in the face, and told people they need medication and so on, but they were perps.
Right.
Okay? So These were those once a month hits that I had, and it was like, wow, I totally act up and I go for the full attack. But and then it came into me. It was like, I've always had a mothering energy. I don't have any children, but I've always had a mothering
Okay.
energy, and a big sister. I was always a big sister.
Okay.
Okay. And so the way I was with my friends and everybody around me, and even people that I'll meet today, tomorrow, and for the rest of my life, that I will have a natural big sister vibe, not a TI vibe.
Right.
Okay, unless this is the thing. This is where you've got to keep that love vibration going, right? Because then, if there's something that's really pummeling that
Right.
love vibration, then maybe you need to kind of swerve away from it, or maybe you need to just connect with the Holy Spirit and go like, well, how do I deal with this?
Right.
Yeah, how do I deal with
Okay.
it? Okay. And one of the lessons that I learned was like, if there's any time in this time that the world needs a big sister, okay, then now is the time.
Right.
Okay. So for me, I'm like, I have to be like a big sister.
Okay.
I have to be like a big sister. And that's not like big sister PIs, right? Yes, there's that too,
Right.
right? A big sister, with loving mother natural energy that I have. This is when the world needs it the most. Okay. Now, some of these stalker, very young, the recruits that they have,
Right.
right? And as much as all the TI channels that I watch, and it's all like perps are this and perps are
Right.
that, and sold out, and that's it. There's no hope for them. And again, I tell the truth. I don't have to prove anything, but I'm telling the
Right.
truth, right?
Absolutely.
When I've looked in different people's eyes, I've seen different. There's a different unspoken
It's like you can
communication.
feel the energy, right?
Yes. Now there are some young people, okay, that are just looking at me as in, maybe, oh, I don't know what a terrorist looks like. There are some people that are just like, you can tell that they, what's going through their
Mm-hmm.
head, okay? Because possibly they've been told a lie about you.
Right.
You're a terrorist. You're a pedophile.
Oh, they
To
say
the
all kind of
work.
stuff, man. You a pimp, like
I
murderer.
I don't think they even put it up there. I think it's terrorist or
It's all
pedophile,
kind
right?
of stuff. Yes, absolutely.
Dangerous person,
Yes.
right? There are some, especially with younger people, like, it's like they're looking at you with curiosity. Don't look at her because she's a dangerous person. So they want to look at you
Yeah.
because they're like, and this is the best thing, is I'm obviously a proper grown up, like 44,
Right.
right? Is I can look at that child, okay, and I can look at that child with love,
Right. There you go.
right?
There you go.
Oh, and that's the benefit of me being well, I feel it's a benefit. I feel it's in my favor because I am older. Maybe, I've always had a mothering big sister kind of a way about
Yeah.
me. But at this point in time, to deal with some of the young gang stalkers, I radiate love to. I don't. The older gang stalkers is a different story.
Okay.
But that I do believe that a majority of the young ones have been deceived into believing that you're a bad person.
Right.
Now, on another occasion, there's a couple of regular young gang stalkers, and this black guy and white guy. They're together. They must be like 15, right? They might be 17, but to me, they're young. They still got kind of wee kind of faces. And again, they like to. One of the black guy, he doesn't look
Mm-hmm.
right. other guy, the blonde guy, him and I have had eye contact a few times. A couple of times it was just like, fuck's sake, man, it's 6 a.m. Can you not just leave me alone? Or 6:30 a.m, whatever time I went for my coffee.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I think it was actually probably after I had that, not again, can you not just leave me alone at this time in the morning? I'd been through one of those situations, I probably put out a bad vibe. But then again, it was an early Sunday morning trip to buy whatever I needed to buy. And again, these guys were there, young kids. They really shouldn't even be out of their beds at that time, they're still growing children. But again, like, caught eye contact with the blonde one again. And I looked at him right in the eye, and I just loved him. Right? I didn't say I love you. I just felt my natural, who I am and how I am, my natural kind of, if I was a mother, then my children would be your age.
Right. Like, just kind of showed some compassion, and that was your way of showing love in that moment.
There was no real physical demonstration of it, but one thing that I do believe is that as much as all these children are poisoned, they've been poisoned from before birth, right? Boom, they've been, hit with the radiation before anything's even formed, when they do the scans. Okay. They're already been manipulated in the womb, come out and they get injections. And these days, obviously, for the past 20 years, however long the iPads and things have been out, the pregnant mothers sit with these devices on their bellies and look for baby clothes and baby stuff. And so, these children they're kind of had a different kind of a development inside the womb. Then they come out and they get vaccinated.
Right.
That itself, as far as I'm concerned, I haven't seen it anywhere. I'm surprised, I've not seen it being addressed. But that to me is like the torture. Right. Now, if you look at MK Ultra mind control, right, what they do is they fracture the mind. The way it's described, it's like a honeycomb, and it's all sectioned, right? Now, if you imagine, right, how painful it would be for a child to be injected and injected and injected, the tiny little body, right? Pain senses are...
I never thought about that. But yeah, that's a good point you're making right now, so.
I've always believed. I remember I saw my younger brother and sister getting their vaccinations, and my stepmom was crying her eyes out, and I was just shocked, and the baby's right. It was just a horrible, horrible thing. And as a grown up, I've kind of come to realize I'm like that. Going through that, there's a fracturing that goes on before the child can speak, before the child can understand. Child can do anything. So it's a fraction of their mind that goes on that the mother and the father aren't aware of it, because the mother and the father are going, yes, I went for all my scans, and yes, I made sure the baby got all its shots. Now, I don't know these kids that are in their 20s that are gang stalkers. I don't know. I haven't looked up the science in this country or the doctors' nonsense to see what the children have been through, right? But I know God didn't create us to have vaccines. I know that God didn't, create us to be radiated in the mother's womb, right? That wasn't part of the plan. Part of the plan was fruits and vegetables and sunshine and water and rest and natural surroundings, but everything that these kids have been brought into is unnatural. But that does not mean that they're not authentic souls inside those young millennial bodies,
Right.
right? So, like your caller was saying about the love, that's what's going to overcome
Yeah.
it. And that I do believe that. I do believe that. And I have put that into practice. And I do believe that I have seen, even if that person hasn't changed doing what they're doing, I know that there are people that I've connected like that with. And the love has been natural. I didn't have to force it. It was just after I had realized that if the world needs, if any time the world needs a big sister and a mother, then now is the time. Now is not the time for me to be queen bitch of the
Right.
universe, because that's what I want. So I want
Yeah.
to cause some trouble, make them
Yeah.
sorry. But when it came to these young ones, and for the few, I'm talking of these two, the black guy and the blonde
Okay.
guy, but there have been others that have had that connection with, and I believe it's the Holy Spirit in me that goes like, whoosh, like, okay, there's an energy,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the energy, the love
Right.
energy, it's not from my ego, it's not from my heart,
Right.
right? It's from God, in
Right.
right? Purest form of love, purest form of love. Okay. A lot of these kids haven't experienced that.
Right.
A lot of these, they have not
Yeah.
experienced that. If anything, it could make them question. I know I've had gang stalker people, and I don't know at that time whether it was the app on the phone that people had some kind of a notification. Obviously, now we know that these things do exist. What's her name? Eliza Parr, her channel. She speaks about, that they have. I think she'd actually even listed them, but I didn't bother following through and investigating it
Is
all.
she a
But that
TI?
there
She a
are,
TI?
yeah, she's an English
Wow.
TI. She's really, really good.
Wow.
She's like, again, I've learned a bit about the technology. I haven't went down all your Catherine Horton routes. I haven't really went, with them lot. I know that there's a lot of people that they go through Catherine Horton and pals, kind of
Mm-hmm.
thing. But Eliza's obviously her channel name. I don't know her real name. I've never spoken to her, but her info is good.
Okay.
Um, you know, so yeah, she's one to look at. But
Okay.
yeah, one of the things that she had, I think it was her channel, pointed out was some of the noise
Noise
campaign,
campaigns, yes.
and then she had actually dug into her wall and found a device.
Wow. Wow.
So she found this device because she could hear like banging and knocking and
Right.
stuff. And for some reason or another, whether it's intuitively or can't even remember, it's a couple of years ago, and she actually just went and kind of gouged out her wall and found a tiny little thing. I can't even go into detail about the thing because, like I say, it was a couple of years
Was
ago.
this an
But
apartment or was it her house or do you know what it
yeah,
was?
yeah, I believe she lived in a flat. I don't know about the details about what kind of house she
Okay.
lived in, but would have been a flat, and there was
Okay.
some
It was a flat.
lights in the wall.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know how I got onto Eliza there, but
Man, I gotta check that out.
yeah. But the main point is to radiate love.
Absolutely.
it's the way forward.
Absolutely. And I know it could be difficult, man, to do that, when we are, absorbing all of this, frequencies and just bad energy from people and just people treating us like crap, man. But I totally agree with yourself, and I agree with Rick too, man. That kindness and compassion and love, man. That is definitely a frequency we definitely need to tune into and to try and be on and move in love, and it's definitely some
Yeah.
good.
Well, that was that. As I got back to my point, there was some of the gang stalkers, and I thought it was an app. This was before I realized Eliza's channel. I had figured that there was something on people's phones that was causing them to then, react to me. Now, I was, around that 2017 mark, the gang stalking was full on. Okay, it was full on. I thought it was going to stay like that forever. I thought, is this it for the rest of my life now? Like, they're just constant. I think they give you a certain time period, so they have every member of the public onto you, right? Okay. And that's what it seems like, and I do believe it. That they had an app. Eliza, then I found Eliza's channel, and she spoke about some kind of app, and I thought that makes sense to me because this is what I've been observing. Like anywhere I go, and it's like people on their phones, and then they're like looking at me, and some people, okay, because I was a natural, and I still am a natural smiler, right? There were people that, women especially, okay, they would be like, as if like, you don't seem like that.
Like just giving you like a nasty vibe, like coming at you with a.
Well, no. It was like they've been told something
about you.
about
Okay, smear
me,
campaign. That's exactly what that is,
right?
Yeah.
But then they look at me as if like, what, you?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So some people, they still have their intuition in play.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is why it's really important to radiate love. This program is designed for you to look at everybody in suspicion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even if it is 100% of the people that are suspicious, what you got to do is be the way that they do not expect you to be. Okay? Remember our old chats on Instagram, etc.
Absolutely.
And I spoke about it at that time, right? I think one of the rumors, it was in the gay community. That because I'm a follower of Christ, that I'm a hater of gays.
Oh,
okay?
wow.
That's the impression. Nobody told me that, right? But that was the impression that I got, because every time I would leave my building, there would be like a couple of like gay guys, and then they would be like holding hands and swinging them like that, and then looking at me as if like what you
they heard something that you might have said about that, like
they looking at me defiantly, like, what are you gonna do about us holding hands, right? It wasn't just one morning or 2 mornings or 3 mornings. I lost count. I didn't even count how many mornings.
That was
right?
definitely a psyop they was running on yourself.
That was
definitely.
That was the one of the right. Okay. But it just so happened I walked out one morning, and I'll always remember how red this guy's hair was. Like, I had proper like ginger hair. It was tall. He was very white. Like, he was a natural, full-on natural ginger. A bright green jacket on. I remember him. I don't remember his partner, but anyway, they were like, again, it was that coincidence, synchronicity. They're walking by exactly at the same time, and I just looked up and it's a beautiful day. Good morning, and they were like didn't know what to do. Like, hi, like that wasn't wasn't what they expected. I think maybe they expected me to be like, you know, that's an abomination. No, at the end of the day,
Right.
right? God doesn't look for sins and grade them. God just sees all sin
There
as
you go.
sin, right? So who am I to judge gay people,
I hear
right?
you.
Beings. Most likely they've been sexually abused in their young years, which causes an impartation of certain spirits to, enter their bodies. Their parents might be involved in Freemasonry, where they have actually had to dedicate a child to whatever demonic god that they're, dedicating to. So we don't know what's going on with these
No.
people, but the only thing that you can do is treat everybody the same. There is going to be situations where you can't really treat somebody the same as others because you can't actually stand to be in their company. You can't even stand to look at them. Then so
Right.
be it, right?
Yeah.
I do believe that when you're walking in that love frequency and it gets to that point where you actually physically cannot stand to look at a person or whatever, then there's a good enough reason for you to walk
Right.
away. But if you're walking suspicious and angry, then you're not really gonna know, you know, you're not really gonna be able to decipher what's going on. So the best thing to do is to radiate
Right.
love. That's the best way forward. If you're a man, be a father figure, be a a brother. You're a woman, be a sister, be a big sister, a good big
Yeah.
sister, and be a
Yeah.
mother.
Absolutely, man. That's some good words there from self-contended guys.
That's
Good words. Good words. I just want to give a quick shout out, man, to Lachelle McGowan. What's going on, Lachelle? Give a big shout out to the homie Frank Brown. Frank Nitty, what's going on, Frankie? Big shout out to Eva888, guys. What's going on? Welcome to the podcast. I seen you guys in the chat. I just, I didn't want to interrupt self, but guys, welcome to the podcast. I see you.
Hi, and welcome, hi.
Yes, guys. This is next time. This is the best time. This is the podcast, #1 podcast, and the real. I don't know about that TI community stuff. I just got. Yeah, everybody keeps saying it, but the #1 podcast in the TI community. Yes, I said it. Interactive podcast for me, for you. TI Lives Matter all day, guys. If you have any questions for me yourself, type them in the comment section right now. Call us up while we live. We love to hear from you, man. And man, Self, I got a question for you, man. You still there, Self? Okay, yeah, she's there.
yeah. I was just looking at the
Okay, yeah, they
comments
rolling in.
too.
We appreciate all the great comments, man. You guys lighting the comment section up. We definitely appreciate that, man. Self hails all the way from Scotland, right? And you guys say that for the naysayers who say, "Oh, this isn't real," and blah blah blah. Look, there's real believers, real people going through these things in Scotland, all over Australia, UK, all over the US, South America, Australia. It just, man, it's all over the place, man. We had a guy, I had a guy on from the Middle East who checked in with me, man, on the I think it was a sit down or
Oh,
something that we did. But Self, what was it? Can you remember that day when things was absolutely going haywire to the point where you either went to God or just was like, yo, something is going on, to the point where I have to do some research or I got to figure out what's going on? Like, can you remember that day?
well, when I first tried to look at it, I never got anywhere.
Can you remember what happened
So,
for you that day though? Like what you were doing, and like, was people following you or laughing at you or like pointing phones
yeah,
at you,
yeah.
or like everywhere you go, like when it revved up? Can you remember? Can you take us back to that time? Like, what happened?
Well, I think it was like a year or two before I learned what it
Okay.
was. But I was out shopping, and this had been happening. I had been sort of aware of
Okay.
it, but it was one particular shopping trip where it was like one person just insisted on being beside me everywhere I was shopping in that shop.
Okay.
And of course, all the staring and stuff, um, and I've always had lots of stares, but then this staring level was just ramped up, and and like I said, someone who insisted on being beside me all through this, and it was just like every time that person's just right there, that person, and it wasn't just like there and there, it was like there, almost hip
Okay.
to hip. So then when I went on online, and I was like, why do people stare? People staring. That's what I was looking to look for. But I was just like, people staring, and all I got was like these videos, and it was like, a black woman going, "Oh yeah, people stare at me because like I wear my hair natural, and I don't wear a weave, and I've just got my natural hair, and people stare." But that's not what really that I'm, looking at, because if I was a black woman and I had,
Okay.
afro hair and wearing it natural, maybe at that point it was more fashionable to have a weave, okay? And this girl was, I remember this one girl, she was just like, she just shaved all her hair, and she just had very, very short hair and wore it natural, and she looked good and she felt confident, and people were staring, and I was just like, but this is a different level. I didn't know
Wow.
what to look for. Then, yeah, I'll tell you what it was. It was
Okay.
2017 when I did finally get somewhere with it. I had started working at this
Okay.
hair salon. That was where it became very apparent that because if I want to pop out for a break and go to the shop next door, right, I knew that there was a bunch of people, men, standing out there
Okay.
watching me, right? They'd obviously watched me enough, because again, this messes with you psychically, because there's a lot of people
Right.
whose attention is on
Yes.
you when there's
Yes.
really
Were they being
right.
flirt were
But
they were they
it's
being
different. It's
flirtatious
different.
self? The guys that were staring at you?
No, no, they were very intently watching me, and it was making me uncomfortable. So then, when I had made a decision to pop into the shop next door to get milk or biscuits or
Okay.
whatever I was going to get, I went to go to the shop, and they all decided to go into the shop.
Wow.
So I decided to change my mind. I thought
Right.
they've been waiting for me, because I'm familiar with the crowding
Absolutely. Absolutely.
thing.
How many of them was
Obviously
it? Do
didn't
you remember?
was oh, there must have been
Wow.
10 or 12 of
Jeez.
them. Grown men, not grown men,
Jeez.
not children, right? So yeah, so they all moved as a cluster of scum, and they went to go into the shop. And I was like, so for the last however long, half an hour or whatever, that I've been aware that, these guys
Right.
are like watching me, um, and now I was in the salon myself, and then, I went to get out the salon. I was going to lock the door behind me, pop into the shop, but they all went into the shop at the time that I would have been following them in. And I knew intuitively then to just come back into the salon. So I was like, I'm not going to go and stand in a queue behind all these guys that have just been totally creeping me out,
Wow. Right.
you know? So yeah, it was very, very full on. And I think that is a deliberate thing. Of course, seasoned TIs will realize this, that yes, they spend a lot of
Yes.
money and
Absolutely.
manpower.
Yes.
Manpower. The kid. Because the idea is you to cave in either to one of your bullshit friends and go, people are following me, and okay, I've not had B2K, but imagine if I had B2K on top of it and I had a friend that I could trust, man, or
Right.
trust. Imagine that. You need a doctor, you need to go to a doctor,
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, that from what I understand is they come on full on and very, very, very strong.
So you said the dudes were in the shop. You didn't want to go. You didn't go in the shop.
Yeah, I didn't go because these guys have been watching me for like the last half an hour,
So
40
they
minutes or
just lingered
whatever.
outside. Did
So
they leave?
they lingered and and it was as soon as I was going to go into the shop.
Wow. Wow. It's real out there in Scotland, man. It's real, man. Oh man. So did they just?
See, one of the things you've got
Okay.
to understand is that a lot of these people have been raised in these satanic families.
Right. That's true.
Okay. So it's their conditioning, their
Yeah.
programming, and I mean, when you hear about the high level, famous type, not even famous type, but more like high level Freemason people, they dedicate their sons and their grandchildren, and the children get passed around the lodges so that old men can fuck young underage children. So one of the things that through children being sodomized, and raped, is that again, it's one of those things they use to fracture that person's mind, that child's mind, so then that they can program it to do what they want to do.
Right. Right.
Right. So some of these men, are my stalkers are in their like 40s and 50s and 60s, and some even in their 70s, or so the people that we're dealing with aren't just ordinary people. Like, we don't know their
No,
background.
we
We don't
don't know.
know.
You're right. You're so right about that.
So, right, there could be a technology aspect to it,
Right.
right? No doubt, okay, because
Right.
technology is in everything. But the demonic aspect, because remember, like this whole thing, right? It's all about
There you go.
Jesus, right? And about the new
Oh,
world
they
order.
ushering it in, man.
So Satan's been working hard, recruiting the families so that their children can be, abused, fractured, trained, and programmed at a time like this, where the truth is being
Right.
buried,
Absolutely.
right? So those that have the mark of Satan, right, they have these spirits in them. They recognize you from a mile off,
Right.
right? Now, if these men, they're all like the children of Freemasons, some of them might not even know what they're doing
Yeah,
because
mind
they're being
control. Yeah.
controlled by spirits that are
Oh, you mean
within
like
them.
inhabited by like
Because,
demon spirits or dark energy?
yeah, yeah,
Okay. Okay.
oh yeah.
Okay.
So, I know that people talk about, like, yeah, they can read your mind and so on.
Yeah, that's the remote neural monitoring, man.
Uh,
I've actually had that done. Yeah, like
yeah.
I'm definitely going through that.
There's a more before the remote neural
Right.
monitoring, of course, there was ways for these occultist type people to be able to, to invade
Right.
your mind, right? Now, one of the things that I had noticed, and again, true stories, no lies, is I noticed how in the Bible it says, take every thought captive,
Okay.
right? Don't let your thoughts be thing, because especially now that you realize what's happening with your thoughts and how
Right.
they're being messed with, is take every thought. Does this belong to you? Was it your idea, or is it something that you've just went, it's
Right.
not really me, but
You know,
I'm
you
just
know what
thinking it
happens
is,
so with me? Like I don't even
I've,
realize that until after whatever, you know what I mean? Until after it's over or whatever, whatever experience or whatever. Like I'll have these thoughts and then I'll think it's me sometimes. And then I go back and I'll question things like, man, was it really me? Like do I really like, eating this type of food or listening to this type of music, or why why was I talking to these people,
yes.
or why did I think these people was cool, or you know what I mean? Like, and I don't realize it until after the time passed. So what you're saying is key right now, to take
Oh
every thought.
yeah. So one of the things I noticed about the thought captive taking issue. Oh, let me just straighten up. Um, yeah, one of the things I noticed about that was, yes, there's the remote neural monitoring. But then when I would be walking
Right,
along the road and I would be
right,
triangulated by these Freemason Satan minion people, my thoughts would change. And the thing was, my thought would change from I want to go to Sainsbury's and buy sauerkraut to some bullshit that happened 20 years ago, right?
and it's
Okay,
always
so I'm
some
like,
BS, right? Always when that
aha.
happens.
So, so because and the contrast between those thoughts was so much. It wasn't like I'm going to Sainsbury's to buy sauerkraut. Oh, I remember that first time I had sauerkraut 20 years ago. No, no, it wasn't the first
Right,
time I had
right,
sauerkraut 20 years ago. It was when, you know, that bitch done that fucking shit to me. And the thought
right,
process has changed, right? That is when, right? Listen, this is a really good trick. It was like I didn't look to go, am I triangulated? I knew that I was being messed
right,
with right at that moment, from sauerkraut to get to 20-year-old memory that I want to pummel
right,
the shit out of
right,
somebody, right? Okay, so something's happened there. So I tell you this, right? Really good trick. You hear Sam Cooke,
right.
beautiful voice, right?
Absolutely.
Singer. He sings, "The Lord is my
There you go.
shepherd," right? Okay,
There
you
you
need
go.
to hear that and see the way he sings it, right?
Right.
It's amazing, right?
What's that?
So you know what I do? In my mind, I sang that song in my mind as if I was Sam
Okay.
Cooke, okay? I obviously don't have voice and tones of like Sam Cooke, but I tell you, the triangulators were all like looking at each other and looking at me as if like, what the fuck happened,
Wow.
right? Because remember, it takes at least three of them to focus in on you, to get into, take you out of the sauerkraut and put you into a horrible situation from 20 years ago where you want to kill somebody, right? They're doing something psychically,
Right.
right? So instantly, when I start singing that song loud in my head, right? And the song's in line with kind of I think it's Psalm 23. The Lord is my shepherd. He's my guide. Whatever I do, I know He'll provide. Okay, I just started singing that Sam's Cook style in my head. The three guys that were triangulating me, that were supposed to be anonymous,
Right.
just part of the crowd, suddenly became confused, and they were like looking at me, and then they were looking at each other like, what happened? They exposed themselves, and then they all had to get away from me. They all just got away from me. They didn't hang around. They were there to do something. I don't know what they achieved from it, but like I said, I've went from one thought to something that was 20 years ago that had nothing to do with my shopping trip today. But it was like a negative thought. Okay, so one of the things that's very important to do, like it says in the Bible, is take every
Right.
thought captive.
Right.
Okay, yes, your mind is going to wander. Okay, they're going to do things that make you think about what they've done. You need to find your little totem to bring you back. Okay, now be that a song. Okay, but first and foremost, it should be God. It should be Jesus. Okay, that is what you bring in, because that is what frightens them away. They don't like it. Okay, another thing that's amazing, and this is from my own experience. People can look at you. Their eye chakras are invading you. You're being invaded psychically. Okay, and I've practiced
Right.
this a few times. What I do, sunglasses or no sunglasses. I've had the case where I've not got the sunglasses on. I went ahead and did it, and then I've just like put my sunglasses on and just thought, haha, you don't know what I'm looking at. But gang stalkers, they've made a mistake of which train platform I'm going on to, so they've decided to change platforms, and again they're kind of surrounding me. So what I do, okay, and I do it in the
There you
name of
go.
Jesus, is you look at the top of their head, right? What's known as the crown chakra. Okay. Don't look at them, don't focus on them. Middle distance, right? Middle distance. Like, you're not even looking at them, you're not focusing on them. They're focused on you, of course they are. But they will stop focusing on you because they'll freak out. What you do, because remember, they're connected to
Right.
some bullshit, right? You want to break that connection in them, right? Right? So either you do full on like spiritual warfare on them, binding, rebuking, gagging, and casting out, okay. But what I found this is very effective as well is just look at the crown of their head, just a little bit above, okay? So you're not looking at them. And then recite Psalm 23, right? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul and leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Though I walk through the valley of the
Fear
shadow of
no
death,
evil.
I will fear no evil.
There you
Amen,
go.
right? For thou art thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life.
That was
Okay?
awesome. That was awesome. Come on now. I gotta give you that.
So it's a beautiful song. It's one of my top favorites. Okay, but probably the only one I know by
Right.
heart. Right. um,
Yeah.
but right, what you do that. Okay. Now remember, these are like satanic spirits that you're dealing with, right? These people, they want to get out of your way. is what they want to do. Because you are creeping them out. Because the demon spirits that are in them are getting upset. Because remember, our fight, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, okay? We're not actually really fighting these perps, these people, these physical people. Okay, admittedly, some of them are not
Okay.
human, okay? They look like it, but we have to do as we are instructed to do. Okay, the Bible didn't tell me to look at the crown of somebody's head and start doing Psalm 23. It was just something that happened intuitively and naturally for me. And I saw the discomfort in the people that I was doing it to, and they had to move out the way. It was just like they couldn't get away from me. And I would just follow that crown and just keep going, the Lord is my shepherd. I'll just keep repeating, or I'll repeat
Right.
certain parts of it. I just go with it, make them uncomfortable, make them uncomfortable, and hopefully, it's like it said, the word of God doesn't return void. Okay, maybe I wasn't, preaching to them, but certainly praying over their connection to whatever bullshit realm that
Right.
they're connected to. It's again another way forward. And the thing is, when these things happen through faith, right? When these things happen through faith, your confidence builds. And you will want to be gang stalked, because every person that's going to gang stalk you, every person that wants to mess with your life, is just really begging to be prayed for. Okay? So, one of the things that I do is pray. And I'll go through this prayer. I'll go
Okay.
through this prayer. Tess will know this if she's still kicking around as well, because
Shout
you were there. I did this on my
to Tess too. Yeah. Is
live
that the one
stream.
you just did today? Okay.
Yes, it was my long overdue. It was my long overdue. I had to share, just because, again, I made a wee video about this to talk about this. It really should have been only about 5 or 10 minutes long, and I ended up waffling on for about 45 minutes. But we did have some
Yes.
special guests. We had some
Yes, we
perps in
did.
the house.
Yes, we did. I'm
So
like, throw me a wrench. Come on. She's like, no, I don't know how to do it next.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to. I don't. I'm not. That's the first time I used this. Download. Did I download it, or did I
Oh,
just sign into it or
StreamYard.
something? Right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
real easy.
StreamYard. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
the people are using. So I just thought I'd try that. Not be bothered to make a video and then wait for it like a day
Yeah.
for it to load.
It's
But anyway, something that had happened, and I did the video about this earlier, was one thing that happened was, as much as I'm overcoming this and I have this confidence, and I really, the trick is to genuinely not give a shit, okay? Not act like I don't really care, but inside you're falling apart, because that inside falling apart, that inside pain, they feed off of that, right? So you've got to
yeah.
get rid of it, right? Get rid of the fear, because God's not given us a spirit of fear, but a power and of love and a sound mind. What these people do is try to take the love away from you, put the
Right.
fear into you, make you unsound in
Yeah.
mind, question everything. Was he a perp? Was she a perp? Did they just fuck with me?
Yeah.
What did they, they want that situation. Every day something's going to happen, and it is going to take your attention. And don't get me wrong, it still sort of does with me, but I've become more accustomed to then singing a psalm and talking to God and just going, right, okay, I'm not really feeling the love right now. I would like you to kill them, but Father, you want me to love my neighbours and my
Yeah.
enemies, etc. So here I am. But anyway, the thing that had happened, and you know this already, is these people, they have been invading my
Okay.
house for years. Before I realised what was going on, I felt that people had been in my house while I was sleeping. Again, that's that intuition. They're messing with you, like psychically, by you know, by then being in your house and making you feel like they've been in your house. And obviously when people missing and moved around and, you know, all that kind of stuff. So what happened was I came to a point where I was like, do you know what? I don't give a shit. And my house went into a very terrible, terrible state of disarray because I'm not tidying up for these dickheads to come to mess with my... There's my dirty knickers. There's everything. So I don't care. I'm not cleaning up and taking pride in you know, like, you know, for people to come in. I just stopped caring. And so, but one of the things I did to protect myself was I still do it, is I barricade my front door with a step ladder. You can come in and out my house, you can take my stuff, you can burn it, you can make holes in the crotch of my knickers, whatever the fuck you want to do, pardon my language, right? But that's the kind of stuff that you know, I'm just pointing out. Okay, you can do what you want. Okay, I'm not one to rush out and buy new clothes. I'm still wearing those holy knickers, right? Thank you very much.
That's the style now. So they all got holes in them now.
Yeah, I know. Clothes, so if your pants are ripped at the crotch, who cares? Brand new ones, they had to do it to the brand new ones, not the old ones. Did to the brand new ones. So I didn't bother replacing them. So basically, you know, I don't care. You can do what you want. This is not my home. I don't belong here. I'm not going to pretend I belong here. Thank you for making me uncomfortable enough to remember every day that I don't belong here. So I'm not going to make myself comfortable here. But one of the things that it did was I got left a note in one of my drawers, and the note was just a wee bit of paper, and it said on it, ladder. Now, that to me is a note to say, yes, we see you barricade yourself into your house with a step ladder. What is a single woman supposed to do? You know? See, Tansy T says, so do I. And she's laughing. I know, we've got to laugh. It's the best medicine. It's like, it really is, right? Barricading myself in the house with a ladder. It's obviously bothering them because before it wasn't just a ladder. I had lots of stuff set up so that, you know, all hell would break loose if anyone even tried to get into my house, right? Okay, if it's down to the ladder, I'm just actually, this is enough, because even if they tried to get in, they're gonna have a lot of noise.
But they can still get in there. Like they can still get in there. So.
Well, they of course they can get in, but they would have to. It would be a bit awkward, and it would be very noisy. For them, right? So obviously, it's like probably since 2017 that I started barricading myself in with the ladder, right? Even I'll when I come in and I lock the door, take the key out, barricade myself in with the ladder. If I need to go out later, then I will go out later. But I just don't want to end up going for a nap without that ladder.
Right.
So where I got left the note that said ladder. I was looking. I'd lost my nose stud. This is a new nose ring. It's only a week old, but I'd lost my nose stud, and I was looking for the old one that I had, and I was going through random stuff just because it's like a hole in your nose, and you know, I was looking and I found this, and I was like, oh, I was just like that, you know, because I knew exactly what it was. It's a small bit of paper, not my handwriting, so it's not like I woke up or slept at night and changed my handwriting and wrote myself a note saying ladder. Right. So they've left the note saying ladder. That to me is saying, yeah, we know you barricade yourself in the house with a ladder. So they've obviously tried to get into my house while I've been in the house. and they can't because the ladder is going to be a bit of a wrestle to get into the house. And if there's a wrestle to get into the house because of this ladder, and there's a old broken refrigerator that can have a wedge the ladder in there, so that way it's going to be really, they
Right.
won't be able to get in, right? They would have to let everybody in the building know that they're trying to get into my house. Okay, whatever time. But anyway, thank God for providing me with a ladder. I never imagined that 18 years ago that when I acquired this ladder, that this is going to be the purpose, apart from changing light bulbs, but this is going to be the
Right.
purpose for this ladder, right?
Mm-hmm.
To protect me
Right.
from those fuck faces that like to come in, and mess
Right.
with me and my stuff. So anyway, right? So I laughed at the ladder note, and then it came to me that yes, I've just went, but what if it was somebody who was not 44 but 24? If I was
Right.
at that age to go through that invasion, would that be the thing that would have tipped me over the edge?
Right.
You know? Would that be the thing that would tip me over the edge? Like, because obviously through this experience you are invaded very, very thoroughly,
Right.
right? I watched a testimony of a guy, and he was embarrassed because they could see him, he pees in the shower. It's like, yeah, so everybody pees in the shower, do they not?
Right. Right.
Right? That he was embarrassed. He was embarrassed about it. Okay. The trick is, who are you embarrassed for? Who are these people that you
Right.
should be embarrassed? Are they respectable people? Are they decent people? Are they people that you look up to that they're going to think less of you? Who gives a
Right.
shit about what they think?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I agree.
Okay. Now, one of the things, the point of this is, because I want to read this out as well, is back in the
Okay.
old days, right, when all this became uncovered to me, I used to read like Psalm
Okay.
91. I read that Psalm, like, I read that Psalm. Okay, I wanted the heads rolling. I was
Okay.
pissed off. Okay, but then, I've grown over the
Okay.
past couple of years. I kind of off that psalm. I said, I thought, that this psalm, it says, children, let his wife be a widow and his children be
Right.
fatherless, right? Now, that was just something that was just like, no, I don't really want to do that. At the time, I was just, well, if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. I'm going to read this Psalm 109 every day. And yes, I did. And I got I'm going to say good results. But I think some of the people that I dealt with at that time disappeared for a while. And then they came back, could not look me in the face, could not look me in the eye. They looked like they'd been at death's door, like they've lost like 4 stone in weight, on a couple of them. So, yeah. But I was like that when I found that ladder note. I spoke to, it was my brother's girlfriend.
Okay.
I spoke to her. She knows about the following and things like that, and and I was like, I know that it's a difficult thing to believe, but this afternoon before I came here, I found this note, and it really made me think about the women and men as well. I'm sorry if I'm giving more to the women side of
But
things,
that's your perspective, though.
you
Like
know,
that's your experience, man. So
that,
it's okay. You don't have to apologize.
right. Okay, so but yeah, so again, like looking at, like, I'm 44, but what if I was 24? How
Right.
would I have handled this? Could I have handled
Right.
this? Right? I probably would have just killed people. Is probably what I've done. What I would have done. I would have just beat the shit out of people. I wouldn't have been as
Right.
cool about it as I am. Yeah. But that was one of the things I was like, well, I'm cool with it, but what about what if there's like women that are, they're like maybe single and 24 and they've got like
Yeah.
children to
Yeah.
protect as well. Like that's a thing that people who have children, people who have things like property and
Yeah.
cars and things, they've got more to lose. And so I asked God, I was like, oh Father, I said, I don't really like doing that Psalm 109. How do I pray? How do I pray? Like how do I pray about this and for this? Because, you know, at that point, and I'm not being a martyr, I'm not trying to be like, hey, I'm just like, I don't care about myself, I just care about other people. Yeah, I care about myself
Right.
as well, right? But at that point in time, it was just like, I could just like brush this off. But it was that thought of what would a 24-year-old me do?
Right.
How would I deal with it? What about the younger women, or even women ages, same age, and whatever, that are just coming to the realization of what is going on?
Right.
Okay, how would it affect them? How many would be tipped over the edge and end up committing suicide?
Right.
Yeah, okay, because remember, like this isn't an easy situation that you can just talk it out. And even if you do talk it out, you've got to be
Right.
careful who you're talking to,
Absolutely.
right? So I asked God about it. All right. Interestingly, right, it's one of the points I want to make about this experience is I knew that I know them be listened to all the time. So, when I talk, a lot of the times it's an announcement to the world just to make sure that, like, you're not being clever by listening to me. I'm making you hear what I'm saying, okay? Right? Got
Okay.
to take the power back. But anyway, I was telling her, and she was like, what? They come into your house?
Right.
I was like, yeah, they do, but I don't care. I don't care. Um, But for me, it's just like for the people that don't know what this is, has never had anything like this happen to them, to then experience this, how would it affect them? That is what bothers me. But funnily enough, that night, the fat Satanist turns up to hang about outside my window, and he just stands there with his hands in his pocket and he just stares up.
Right.
And then I go to my window and I just stare back at him like, you fat fuck, like, what are you doing there?
Right.
you know.
Right.
Then I'll start like praying over them. Then he'll he'll just go. And then early the next morning, I was up at like 5:30 and 6 o'clock or whatever it was, And again, I went to look out the window, and there's another one of my gang stalker people out there. And,
Wow. 5 o'clock in the morning.
yeah,
5 o'clock in the morning.
yeah, it was like 5:30, 6. I think I woke up at 5:30, and I think I was sitting drinking coffee at my window at 6 o'clock-ish, right?
Right.
Okay, so it was like between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, because it's quite light here, and this is just a few weeks ago. So then he's standing there, like, looking, and then I just, like, looked back at him, and then as I started doing spiritual warfare on him, then his eyes went all, like, he just kind of shuffled away. Oh, no, 1 minute he's standing there all confident, staring up, and then he just scurried away. The right thing to do was to pray, okay? But then I was asking again, like, oh God, how do I deal with this? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to pray? Like, these guys have like shoot up in a way that they haven't done time. I'm guessing they think I was intimidated. I was frightened yesterday, so that made that they could frighten me, right? But that didn't happen. What God showed me when I went on to Facebook, first post that I saw was one of weekly memes, and it was Psalm 71:23, right? I'll read it out. My lips shall greatly rejoice when I sing unto thee, and my soul which thou hast given. My tongue also shall talk of thy righteousness all the day long. For they are confounded, for they have brought to shame that seek my hurt. Immediately when I read this, Holy Spirit tells me, open the daily devotional Bible. The daily devotional Bible, I might not be as daily with it as God would want me to be, but I opened it up on the day that was, near the beginning of June, and it's got like a bit of Old Testament writing and a wee bit of New Testament, daily sections of the Bible to be read, and it's got a psalm and it's got a proverb and an aphorism. But then it went on that day. It's Psalm 69 from 22 through to 25. It says, "Let their table become a snare before them, and that which should have been for their welfare, let it become trap." Hallelujah. Let their eyes be darkened that they see not, and make their loins continually to shake. Pour out thy indignation upon them, and let thy wrathful anger take hold of them. Let their habitation be desolate, and let none dwell in their tent. The wee bit to this prayer is, cursed be he that smiteth his neighbour secretly. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay the innocent. And all the people say, Amen.
Amen. There you go.
Hallelujah. So, amen, amen,
There you go.
amen.
There you
Yeah,
go.
totally. You let them be cursed that are choosing to smite, their neighbours secretly. And cursed be he that taketh the reward to slay the
Yes.
innocent, which is something that the gang stalkers, the
Yeah.
Freemasons, these Eastern spirits, all these demonic energies that are floating around us within these people, then they need to be dealt with. They need to be dealt
Yeah.
with. The last bits was from, I think it was from Deuteronomy, because that was another thing that I did when the home invaders. I did write out some
Okay.
scriptures and leave them on the table for them. So these were just the last two lines were from Deuteronomy, I think, but the rest of it was the
Okay.
Psalms, and of course I believe the Holy Spirit directed me and showed me this is how to do, which has brought me to the conclusion of that when people are
Right.
targeted and
Yeah.
they're frightened, even though a lot of us don't like to admit that we're
Yeah.
frightened, okay, and we can be like, yeah, I'm not frightened, but inside you're like, this is happening, I don't deserve it. Yeah, they can feel, they feed off that energy. So it's very, very
Yeah.
important, okay, to not put all your business, and don't always talk about every single thing that happens to you. Don't even write a diary about it, right? Okay, and this is just me saying this, okay, because someone else might say you should write about everything and it'll be very therapeutic for you. But I just feel that when, like, that wee situation, for me, just having that option, that chance to talk to my brother's
Yeah.
partner, was, for them, it was like, oh yeah, let's go and
Right.
intimidate her,
Yeah.
right? That was intimidation I got near the beginning, so they thought they'd ramp it up just like that. And I was like, so they think I'm frightened. This is really good, because I'm going to pray for them. I don't know how to pray. God showed me how to
There you
pray.
go.
God gave me scriptures, and I've written it down, and it just seems a prayer, right? And I believe that we can have our own personal prayers,
Yeah.
right? And we
We
can
all
be
do.
like, oh, like this, oh, can you today? You should hear some. God would tell you some of the prayers I've come out with, and I have to say, He doesn't actually discriminate and go, "Don't be such an idiot." He's just like, "Yeah, I can do that." Well, of course, He doesn't say I can do it. He demonstrates it, and you're like, "Oh, what? You heard me, and you did this for me?" Like, because I can't handle today, and you just sorted
Yeah.
it all out for me.
Amazing.
stuff. Just
Amazing
can't
stuff.
You can't beat that connection. You can't beat that
Absolutely.
connection.
Absolutely.
You absolutely
All right.
cannot.
That's
You
right.
know.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So it's very, very important, I think, to cast your cares upon Jesus, right? Yeshua. Give everything to him first. You don't have to write a diary, because if people are coming into your house when you're not there and you're putting your heart onto a bit of paper, you really, I don't know, maybe for some people it might work, but I certainly haven't felt that I wanted to write anything. I don't even want to write notes to make a video. That was another kind of hindrance for me. I'm like, I don't want to sit and write things and then not make the video. That's why I tend to just, like, if I'm going to do a video, then I would rather just go live, say what I've got to say. There, it's out there. I don't care if the gang stalkers and the Freemasons hear it. I don't care about that, right? I do not care, as long as I get to say what I need to say to who I need to say it to. They can listen in, but I'm not going to sit and go, okay, I'm going to make a video, but this is the thing, so many things have happened, there's so many things I could share. I could write things down and section them off and put some prep into making a good video, and it being more informative rather than, bits of this and bits of that. But I'm afraid that I would be putting all this stuff on paper and not getting round to the video.
Hey, Self, I want to take a quick break real quick.
Why, where are you going? Somewhere nice?
Absolutely, man. I just want to take a quick break. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna play a song and I'll be right back. I need to take a quick break, okay? All right, guys, I'll be right back. Here, check this out.
You're in a position where you've completely might have even lost your house, might have lost your car. It seems to be systematically happening that you just sort of for some reason losing money quickly. A couple of break-ins into your house and theft. Maybe things being moved around.
And surround sound recordings.
You sort of get the sense that things are being sort of moved. Little stuff has been stolen, or even major stuff. And this is this non-stop sense that you're in danger and you're always paranoid. You're always, it's non-stop. You're always worried, and it's always there. It's not going away.
Can't trust nobody, no. Found out I was targeted before I didn't know. They hit me hard, that's when I saw the videos. I lost it all, they had to take away. Was falling hard, I hit the flow. I don't know how, but I'ma make a way. Gang stalkers crawling where I go. But perpetrators getting paid to play. In the major way, they play it off like they don't know. Watching, recording everything you say. Every single day, push me as far as I can go. Keep switching up and never stay the same thing. Can't trust nobody, don't. That's just how it is. Don't you about it. Can't trust nobody, no. Can't trust nobody, no. I gotta make a way. Can't trust nobody, no. Can't trust nobody, no. I just need to find somewhere to go. Yeah, I done been through this before. Who's been riding with you? I don't even know. Who's got problems with you? I don't even know. They infiltrated every place to stay. Even the people that I know. When they switched up, I had to break away. Was falling hard, I hit the flow. I don't know how, but I'ma make a way. Gang stalkers walking where I go. Oh, perpetrators getting paid to play. They play it off like they don't know. Watching, recording everything you say. Had to turn the page. Push me as far as I can go. Keep switching up and never stay the same. Can't trust nobody, don't. Sometimes it bothers me. It follows me like everywhere I go.
Surround sound recordings.
Can't trust nobody, no. Chicks be acting like they want me, but they really don't. Can't trust nobody, no. I gotta make a way.
Surround sound recordings.
when it comes to people, it could be friends, family, anybody. It could be neighbors, it could be colleagues. And the one thing that's going to strike you is that people seem to know your business. People seem to know what you're doing in your own house, even when you're alone. People seem to know stuff that you did 10 years or years back. And you wonder, how do they know you might have been alone? And some of them even know your deepest secrets. And everybody seems to use the same catchphrase. Like they might be implying that you know, a bad person in one way or the other. It might be implying that you're a pedophile, or that you're crazy, or you're insane. There are a lot of lies and rumors that are just non-stop, and you try and block them and try and clear your name. It just doesn't seem to help. And these rumors are spread to even your friends that are in different provinces or states. So it seems to be like this campaign that somebody's running that's just destroying and discrediting you.
All right, guys. We are back. This is NEXXTIME, the podcast, man. I just want to give a couple big shout outs here. Shout out to Craig W. What's going on, Craig? Muget. Mo Muss. What's going on, Mo? One Love One. What's going on? Alan Nielsen. What's going on, Als? What's going on? Everybody who just tuned in, we got a special guest. We got Self-Contended all the way from Scotland in the hot seat today. Guys, welcome to the podcast.
Hi, and welcome, hi.
Yeah, we are live right now.
I'm here.
The Muget says, I love that song. I appreciate you, Muget. Yeah, I just had to put on a throwback real quick, man. I had to use the bathroom. Yeah, man. So yeah, we're back. We are back, man. Oh man. So Self, man, you was telling us about a situation where those guys followed you into the shop. After that happened, man, like what did you do? Like when they went, like when that situation resolved itself, was you like, okay, like something's going on here, like I have to like figure out what's happening here? Like, did you type something in online, or like try to figure out, like do some research, or just asking around, or did you start seeing more things happening after that situation that you noticed?
But the thing about the situations is that the situations had been happening
for a long time, huh?
For a long time, but maybe not that close together. Okay, so it has been kind of like a build up to. In the old days, I thought like this is like otherworldly stuff. Okay. And the people that were watching me and circling me, and like I mentioned earlier, it was one so-called friend's boyfriend of all people who noticed. You know, and it was like, how come none of my friends notice this? And it's taken a guy. Guys usually just like, yeah, whatever. But like, he was just like, that's really bad. Like they don't talk to her. They just like, they're like vultures around her. And, you know, he was aware of that. And I was glad of that. But because the thing had been happening for so long, you know, if I start mentioning years and dates, but, you know, it's like 2013, 2014.
Right. Those was years for me too, man. Those were some serious years for me too, so.
Yes, I was like, I know that there's something going on, because, you know, my what I call my bag lady Batwoman outfit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very good thing for me. It's helped a lot in my targeting, in the way that there was a time when I didn't know what was going on. I couldn't talk to anybody, but I know for certain there's something going on.
Right. For me, I thought I thought people were after me. I'm like, yo, somebody is like trying to destroy my life. Like somebody is like trying to kill me at some points. Like the pressure.
B2.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This is the thing. I didn't have the V2K like
Mm.
that. Like I said, there are people, you don't know them, right? But they all know
Right.
you. They're all looking out for you, right? They're all looking out for you. So there's an energy, some kind of anticipation, excitement in the air. That's why they stand out so much. They can't hide from you because remember, they're waiting for you. And you're leaving the house where you know that there really shouldn't be anybody waiting along the road for
Right.
me, you know. So even if they're not looking, even if they're looking at their phone and pretending like, you know that their energy is tuned into you because they're there for you.
Yeah.
So they stand out, even if they're looking anonymous. They're not even looking at you. They're just talking to a friend, but you know which ones it's like their energy.
Right.
It's like,
It's directed at you.
if you were to be able to see the energy, then you would probably see a lot of strings,
Right.
attaching to, you know.
Right.
So, so there wasn't just one thing or one point. There was just so much of a build up over the years. And 2017 was, you know,
Intense.
the summer of
Oh man,
2017.
I remember that like it was yesterday.
It that was the time. That was the time. And that was the time where I could have bawled my eyes out. If suicide was an option, then I would have taken it. And suicide is not an option. It's not an option for me, and it's not an option for
That's
anybody,
right. That's
right?
right.
Okay. It's not an option. I've never been successful at suicide, which is the reason why I'm still here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But one of the things in my final, and let's talk about this, yeah. My final attempt, I was 25
Okay.
years
Okay.
old, right? Um, already I'd figured out this world is not my home, right? Okay. But that was my final attempt. I was unsuccessful. Lucky you lot. You got me here chit-chatting away
Okay.
today. But after that attempt, I was very upset, pissed off. I was saying to God, why can't you just take me out here? I don't want to be here. Like, I don't belong here. Like, get me out here. And again, nothing to lie about, but God said to me, try that again. I'm going to disable you.
Wow. Jeez.
So, yeah, you know this story
Yeah.
already. We spoke about this, you know, but that was the thing. So,
Yeah.
that was clear to me that prior to the age of 25, how many times did I try? And it never worked. And I tried really hard. Like, I really do put my heart and soul into stuff, right? So yeah, that was God's message to me. Try that again. I'm going to disable you, which means that if I try to kill myself, I'm not going to be successful at dying. I'm still going to be alive, but I might not be able to do the things
That you used to
that
do.
God has blessed me to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely, man. Yeah,
right.
absolutely, man. I just want to give a big shout out to Lydia T. And Mel, what's going on? Mel Cooper, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while, man. Welcome to the podcast. We are live. We got self-contented in the hot seat. Yes. Yes. You guys are awesome, man.
I know. I just have comments when you're like
Yeah.
talking to see.
Absolutely, man. If you could, keep your eyes on the comments, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome. Man, Self, can I ask you a question, man? Do you have the support by like your immediate family, like your mom and dad, behind this whole targeting thing, or do they believe you? Like, have you ever tried to talk to them about what's going on, or when you actually found
I,
out
I
that this was
had
a real thing and you went and talked to them, like,
no, I didn't. I've not really had a relationship with my my dad and my stepmother for over 20
Wow.
years now.
Wow.
And so, yeah, but recently I got in touch with my
Well,
dad.
really nice. How'd that go?
It was only a bit, you know, it went okay, like, and it went okay. And you know, he was laughing. He's like, "Oh, well, because of the coronavirus, now you've remembered me."
Mm.
And yeah. I said, you know, of course it's because of the coronavirus, but that doesn't mean that I don't ever think of you. You know, so s- there was some. It wasn't my intention to talk
Okay.
about it. Like I'm not like really, like upset about it, and I have to talk about it. So it's not a case
Okay.
like that. But my dad, I don't know, we got mention of something about enemies or whatever,
Mm. Okay.
right? So I was like, you know, Dad, like I said, I've learned that, you know, that we can have enemies that we don't even know
Yes. Absolutely.
of. Okay. Like, could you ever, like, would you have ever imagined that you would have so many enemies in your life,
Right.
right? People you don't even know. People who just hate you,
Right.
right? For no reason. Because there is no reason, you know. Probably, most likely, those people that are hating on you, it's their friends that will turn on them, and you'll be the one that hold the wound that's bleeding to stop them from fucking bleeding to death,
Yeah.
right? Okay. That's what I believe that true TIs are those people,
Yeah.
right? The ones that would save a life and not discriminate. Oh, that's a perp, so we'll just let them bleed out.
Right.
No. So, yeah. But anyway, I was like saying about enemies, and I just got onto the subject.
Mm.
I got onto the subject and I told him. He was like, what? I didn't go far into it, you know, especially with you know, the directed energy weapons and things, but you know, the strongest point that I have to talk to a non-TI is to say they come into my house and mess with my stuff, take my stuff, return my stuff. It's nice of them to
Right.
return it. It'd be nice if they hoovered and put the rubbish out as well, or help me out a wee bit with the housework. That'd
Right.
be nice. But that's what they
Mm.
do. And then my dad just kind of like shut down the conversation. He was like, right, I need to go just now. It's like, all right then, okay, bye. And then I thought about, you know, how do I feel about this? And I thought, you know what, Dad probably thinks I'm mad, but I don't think he's ever thought that I'm not mad, right? Or bad. Got a bitch stepmother in the works.
Mm.
So, you know, nothing about me that can possibly be good because she's closer to him, you
Okay.
know. Eh, yeah, okay, so, yeah. But what happened was he just kind of like rushed the call, like ended it.
Wow. After you told him that you
Yeah,
was targeted, it was like, all right, honey, I gotta
now,
go. Love ya.
I could look at that and go, oh, he just thinks I'm mad and that's why he's went off the
Mm.
phone. Or bitch faces like come to the room and went, you know, come and have your cup of tea, or you know, right? So I'm not taking it
Okay.
personal. Good thing was he phoned me like about 6 weeks later, and I was surprised to hear from him. And you know, he was asking me how I was, and I was like, oh, blah blah blah. Been, you know, just sitting about, eating a lot and putting on weight, you know, but no work, and this lockdown, I'm lazy,
Okay.
whatever, chitter chatter. Totally forgot that I'd mentioned the targeting to him. And then he said, I was a bit worried last time when I was talking to you, you said that people were following you and coming into your
Right.
house, and I was like, oh yeah, that's all still happening. That's how
Mm.
it was. It wasn't like yeah, that still happens. It's like, yeah, that still goes on. That still goes on. You know? And by that time, the ladder incident had happened. The ladder incident, I got left the note that, yeah, we know you've got a ladder. So I said, I barricade myself into the house with a ladder because, people enter my house while I'm sleeping and they have done for years. So, I'm not lying about anything. I'm just telling you the truth. And I said to him, the reason I'm telling you this, I don't need your sympathy. I don't need your protection. God's my protector,
Okay.
right? I'll be protected of
No, you
protectors,
telling
right?
the father this? Okay. Okay.
Yes. So I said to him, I know that to you, this sounds crazy, right? But this is designed to sound crazy. But what I want to say to you is, if you happen to have somebody who comes to you and starts telling you that people are following him or
Right.
her,
Right.
right? Or the stuff's being messed with, please do not dismiss them for madness. I don't care if my dad dismisses. I don't care about having a relationship with my dad, to be honest, right? Like, it's done now, you know. I don't care about that. I do care about my dad, right? But at the end of the day, he's not been part of my life for a long time, so I'm really not really crying out for any of that now. But I wanted to make that point to him, and I know that when he's talking to me, then it pisses my stepmother off, so I kind of enjoy that too. But I just put it to him. I said, if you have anybody that comes to you, please do not dismiss them. This is something that is actually happening to people. It's not just happening to me, right? It's happening to people all over the world.
Right.
People who have nothing wrong, actual good people, are being persecuted in this way, right? And the same I said, to my, brother and, I said to his partner anyway. And that is, a great place to be is when you're actually talking about it for the protection of others rather than wanting to be believed.
Right. Yeah.
They can believe you, not believe you, they can do whatever the hell they want. But you've put that warning into place because people will, because even when I was visiting my aunt and uncle, something's wrong with your head. Something's wrong in your brain. Well, what's happened? Have you been doing witchcraft or something? What have you done? And my uncle was like, "What have you pissed off an ex-boyfriend?" I was like, "There's none of that." I says, "I don't mess around. I don't use and abuse people. I have no reason. There's no reason for this to be happening to me. And if it is somebody that's, I'm a lifelong TI, but if there is somebody that has apparently put me into the program, it's probably because they couldn't get into bed with me, so they need to take some kind of a revenge or whatever, right? So I was told, then obviously there must be something wrong with your head. And again, I said, look, anybody comes to you, confides in you, starts telling you stuff that I don't care if you believe me or not believe me. And it's a great position to be in. The best trick in the book is not to give a shit, but it takes a lot of lone time and God time to to kind of get to that overcomer kind of a situation where you are like, I'm telling you what it is because, somebody comes and confides in you. It's going to be difficult for you to believe, but at least you've had a try at it,
Right.
And I think that is very important, just because you're not believed, at least try and pave a bit of a way for the next person to be believed.
So how did y'all
I don't
leave off on the conversation? Was it a positive, like supportive vibe, or was he like looking at you like, okay, you might need a see the doctor or something like, or did he
no,
believed
no.
you?
Yeah, well, I think it's, do you know, I think it must be difficult. It is difficult for people to understand. I don't understand how they can't understand, right? At the same time, okay?
Right. Well, we
Because
go through it, so you know.
we go
Yeah.
through it, but if somebody was to come to me and tell me something like that, I would have to take it on board. I don't think I would dismiss that
Okay.
person because some people might sound mad. It's like it is like, you know, people who end up in mental institutions because they saw the devil,
Yeah.
right?
Or hearing
There are
voices,
some
hearing
people
voices.
some people might see an apparition or, or see what looks like the devil himself, right? But I don't think the devil can really travel very far. He uses his minions to look like him to be able to intimidate people. But then there are people who, have had spiritual experiences in the
Yeah.
past. Then they might, encounter a 20-foot
Yeah.
devil and dealt
Right.
with it,
Right.
right? They don't go to work the next day and say, I was dragged out my bed by my ankle by the devil last night, and I was spiritual warfare all night. But then there are people that will be freaked
Right.
out by that same
Yeah.
experience, and they're like, their close friend will see that the person's not quite themselves, and they're like, and then I saw this devil, and it was like 20 feet tall, and it, like grabbed my ankle, and like ripped me out of my bed. Now, I'm actually talking about an experience that I've had,
Okay.
right? But I'm applying it to somebody who isn't, and this thing has happened to them. What's their friend gonna do? Believe them, or be like, I think my friend's gone manic, like claims the devil came to like pull his soul out his body, by the ankles, and he was like, it was in his bedroom, and his bedroom's only like, the ceiling's only like 12 foot, and he was saying that the devil's like 20 foot,
Yeah.
right? These are the people that get into trouble. Not that the experience isn't real,
Okay.
it's how they're reacting
Right.
to it and who they're telling,
That's right. That's
you know.
That's a fact. Yes, ma'am. Now I got a question for yourself.
So,
Now, we both came to realization. We got the information in 2017. Do you remember the first video or the first TI YouTube channel that you was led to see?
one of the first. You were among the first. One of the
Okay.
first. Skizit
Okay.
gesture.
Shout out to Skiz. Okay.
It was really good, and like I said to you, that before I realized the full
Yes.
realization,
Right. That was gonna be my next question.
it was like they would have like a pair practically joined to my
Yeah,
hip.
that was gonna be my next question. So, like, what has been? Can you explain your experience? Since finding out you were targeted and then finding this TI community on YouTube, what has been your experience? Since 2017 with this TI community, and can you kind of like just explain? you know where you were and like mentally and your thoughts on and your opinions on what this TI community truly is.
Well,
And just
I was very
maybe share some
glad.
experiences that you had with the TI community.
I didn't have very much experience with TI community. I looked at comments, but I really went through it alone. I did make a couple of videos of, just happenings, the first couple of videos that are like
Like,
on my
did you meet
channel.
any people online, like, and made friends with them, or had any experiences, or has anybody ever said "Self is a perp" or la la la, or switched up on you, or anything like that?
No,
No.
no. Probably it was just like you and Maria that I was
Okay.
friends with. That's like, I don't speak to people
Okay.
online.
There you go.
I don't speak to people online. I don't have online friends that I go online and
Okay.
chat with. But yeah, but one of the things I did see
Okay.
at the
Okay.
beginning was comments, under TI videos, and the commenter would say, "Yeah, I've been targeted for 20
Right.
years,
Okay.
right? I've, I just take it in my stride now, and they don't bother me. They're still there, but they don't bother me." And I was like, "What? Is this person for real? Like, is there 20 years and it doesn't bother you? Like, is it a is it a does this happen?" And these days, I look back on those comments going, "Wow, I never knew that there was a side of
Right.
this. That there is an other side of it. Yeah, that's still happening. Yeah, of course it's still happening. But there's another side to it, and it's a positive side, you
Okay.
know."
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, I had to. I don't know. I didn't really feel. I don't think I commented very
Okay.
much, and I didn't really feel drawn to comment on anything.
Right.
You know, I didn't feel. I didn't really feel that. I want to make friends. I just felt like everything was very fractured in this TI community, and that the things I was glad of is I'm glad I'm a person that handles myself, because if I was to rely on the TI community, it 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 would have, I don't believe that it would be good. But now I'm understanding that, God requires us to go through
Okay.
this, right? It's our process. He's seeing us through it. But either you can see this as like, oh, they're testing technology on us and they want to make copies of our brain and all this kind of stuff, right? Either you can see it that way, or because it's happening to everybody, even though we can identify as TIs.
Right.
I think so many people are on a different level of being targeted,
Right.
right? They're like still, they're being remotely neurally
Right.
monitored and controlled to go to McDonald's at a certain time or go to a certain restaurant at a certain
Mm-hmm.
time, and
Yeah.
have a taste for something, bump into an old friend or an old flame, and so I do believe that there's that level of it. um you know um but yeah, I never imagined in 2017, I never imagined that I would be sitting here like this,
Yeah. Right.
that I,
Right.
that I would actually I'm not pretending to be okay. I'm genuinely
Okay.
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 So, and when I say I don't care about home invaders, as long as they don't come into my home while I'm in it.
Right.
You know, you come and go as you please. Take my furniture. Like,
No,
you know.
no. No. Stay out of Stay out of
Take
her
the
flat.
recycling and the bins out with it as well. But,
She
you
said, I
know,
don't care. You just
I,
come on
I don't
in.
actually genuinely don't care.
Okay.
Genuinely do not
Okay.
care. I care about what happens to people. I care about how people are affected
Right.
by this because I know how I was affected
Right.
by it. I know how I was affected by it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I got through it. I got through it not because the targeted individual community is so like great and reliable. I think everybody's like, there's obviously a load of perps.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
uh, but on the other hand, you know, majority of the commenters are pretty rattled.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, while I mean, I'm still getting to grips with this as well. Like, like I know that I say I'm overcoming, but then there's memories that will come back of that time, that moment. I thought that and I felt that, you
Yeah.
know, there's certain things because, obviously I've went through the filter process already, but then there's still wee things that crop up that I remember that, and I remember why did I think that person was lying to me.
Right.
Now I see how that person was. I felt, I was being baited into a conversation, or all the stuff that
Yeah.
they do.
Absolutely.
Um,
Oh man, they've been trying to bait me for I don't know, a long time. When you come on, what? Who's a perp next? What happened to you? Who said that next? You're
I know.
spreading
Do you
messages
know
of
what?
hate, man. Fear next. You're not telling us
Right?
who's a perp next. I'm like, oh god, here we go again. Who said that? Who did it
Yeah.
to you next? Like,
The funny one is for me, right? Is like they sent a boy one day, and it's really, really
right.
obvious,
Yeah.
right? Because it's obvious in the way that they walk. Before you've even seen the person, you already know that they're there, right? Because there's their eyes, they're waiting for you. Their eye chakras you know, are intently
Right.
on you. So I was sitting down by the river, and I just went to sit and just enjoy the sound of the water. And there was this young boy, 16 years old,
Okay.
and he came, and he jumped over the fence, and he sat, at a place. There wasn't that many options to be sitting hidden away, but he sat. I was like, I already knew that he was there without seeing him. There he shows up, and I was like, funny how he chooses to sit over there. He's here for a purpose.
Hmm.
So a lovely young boy, right? He was white, but he looked like he could be my
Okay.
son,
Okay.
right? I've got a thing about I don't have children, but I've got a thing about kids that look a bit like me. Like I'm like, that could be my
Mm-hmm.
daughter, that could be my
Mm-hmm.
son. I've got this thing. Now this wee boy, he had this big joint, and he came over to me, and he's like, I think he sat and rolled it first, and then he came over to me, and I was like, oh, shock horror, he's going to ask me for a
Yeah.
lighter. And so he came over to me, and he asked me for a
Okay.
lighter. I was like, yeah, there you go. And then he just stood there, and like he was talking to me, and then he kept bringing up just basically stuff that I look on the internet,
Wow.
like yeah. So he's bringing up all this like conspiracy stuff, like, do you know, I don't believe the Earth is round.
Okay.
I'm like, do you know? It's like, well, there's like stuff online, and there's this and there's that, and he kept going, and he gave me space to go where the bits where I'm supposed to go. Do you know? I've looked at that. I'm a proper grown up now, so now I'm like, Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. And I just did that. And he tried and he tried. But when I did get the opportunity, right? Because he was like, oh, my mum's got mental illness and this and that, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. So, I said to him, that's not of God, it's demonic. I said, I think your mum should read the Bible and, pray and, put on the spiritual armor of
Right.
God. And he's like, oh, yeah, I know the Bible. I got the New Testament. And then he started trying to probe flat earth and other bullshit.
Wow.
And then I was like, he offered me some of his joint. I smoked some of it and I handed it back, and he didn't smoke much more of it. Okay, he only smoked a bit.
Okay.
And then he was like, it was like, right, I'll tell you what he was doing. I don't know whether he might have got V2K,
Wow.
right? Because then he was running out of things to say, and then he was like that, and then he was like, "Aye, blah blah blah
And
blah
come with a
blah,"
new subject.
right? A child, and I'm like, I wonder if he's actually like got some kind of a
Hearing device or
communication
something.
on, right? Ask her that, because they know that I'm a talker, and that, you can just, and it's just like, no, I knew this, but anyway, he left me the joint,
Wow.
and off he went, and he was like, oh, you can have the rest of that. So, oh, that's lovely, thank you very much, and I smoked it.
Oh man.
It was so strong.
Oh wow.
Strongest joint I've had. That was not weed. That was not skunk.
Wow.
That was intense.
Wow.
Then I'm sitting there and I can feel. I knew the purpose, but I had to carry on with this.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Remember, I'm a proper grown up, right? So it's okay to carry on with certain things, and and so yeah, this was intense. And then it was like a battle for my thoughts, like I was getting pushed to think negative.
Wow.
And I'm like, the Lord is my shepherd, he's my guide. Woo-hoo. Right? I just sang and I recited Psalms, and I just passed the time like that, because I know what's going on here. I know that this is a total setup situation. I'm supposed to like fall apart at the seams by smoking this, but I actually had a lovely time. I was fully aware that trying to get into my thoughts, and most importantly, my thoughts were on God. I'm like, well, thank you, God, for half of a joint. It's a nice afternoon.
Oh wow.
And then right, there's a predictable situation. Right?
So?
Right. The predictive one was, I'm like, right, now they've got to send me a Christian friend. Aye, that's what they're going to do next. I waited for weeks for this Christian friend to walk in to my life. And from the first eye contact, I knew it was her.
Wow.
Because she's not Christian. She was a bloody witch, and do you know what she was doing? She was trying to mirror me. That mirroring is something that, is done to flatter somebody, to build a trust with somebody.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, she walked in. First thing I saw was her eyes. Now, you looked into her eyes. Something
was off, huh? You just felt it.
It was just like, she is full of shit, is what I thought. Okay, you know, politer terms is like, oh, I had my doubts about her. But yeah, first thought was, she's full of shit. So then she comes in, oh, can you do my hair right now? Can you do my hair?
Wow.
And I was like, yeah, of course. You know, and she wanted her hair cut and
Okay.
colored. Because I didn't like her, I was like, I can only cut it today because I need to close the salon and
You
I
just
need to
wanted
go.
to get away from that bad
Yeah,
energy.
I could have done with the money.
Okay.
I was like, no, I'm saying. Now at that time I was like 43,
Okay.
right? Wasn't much younger than what I am now. So by this point, it's just like, no, you know, when you feel that, when you know that, when you feel that, you've just got to go with it. Don't beat yourself up for being a judgmental person because you weren't judging. This is, you know, like your instinct, your intuition is
Yeah.
spoken. You try and change it. This is what the trouble is that when people are like, oh, that was terrible, I really shouldn't think like that, I'm so negative. Yes, you're so negative. No. When you picked up that
Right.
vibe, you know it.
You know it.
Okay? And especially being
Yeah.
a TI, you can't really mess around too much. So I got a more of a witchy vibe off her.
Wow.
But funny thing, she kept bringing up, Meg, I go to a prayer group and we meet, and I'm going to a prayer meeting. Yeah, and actually, I'm going to a prayer meeting tonight. And I thought, you're so full of shit because you wanted your hair cut and coloured, which would have taken about 3 hours, right, for the amount of hair that she
Right.
had. But yet, you've got like a prayer meeting at 6 o'clock. How does that work?
Yeah. It's a good question. How?
Then yeah, so then after that, you know, like she was like, she hung around for ages. She hung around for ages because it rained. And so I was like, look, just wait till the rain calms down and then you go on your way and, you know, it's all good. But she was trying to get me to go to one of her prayer meetings.
Okay.
She's like, oh, maybe you could come to my church. And I'm not looking to go to
Yeah.
church. Certainly not your church,
Yeah.
you witch. So there it was. And then I did her hair each time and just basically just dealt with her hair because I was just, I'm not giving her anything. I'm not interested in going to her
Yeah.
church. I do believe that she's got an Eastern Star spirit vibe, which is the female version of like Freemasonry. Okay. Remember, I had the Freemasons sussed out before I knew what they were and all that, but I had intuitive knowledge, even if I didn't have the full understanding. And yeah, so yeah, I don't get a good vibe off her there. Interestingly enough, she wanted her hair done right as we went into lockdown for this bullshit virus. And I thought that was great. I thought, because, you know, I was like, I can't be bothered with her face.
Wow.
And I can't be bothered with her, you know, her, she's got a kind of a sort of a snaky vibe.
Yeah.
You know. But anyway, I knew that they were going to send some kind of a Christian friend. Right? Because what I understand, what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling is they need me to say something about something.
Okay.
So when I don't have any friends and I don't have any family and I don't talk to people online, I hardly ever comment.
Right. That's true.
Online.
That's a fact. Yeah.
Right. They want to push people into my life to then talk. And I'm not embarrassed about talking. I'm very open and honest, as you know, right? But it's just good to be a funny bugger when you know you're being played with, then you can just choose like not to talk. And when they're trying to bait you into conversation, like one of my neighbor perps, and she was trying to, I was like, my God, like she's totally here to bait me into some kind of a conversation. And she started talking about, you know, her relationship with her dad and, you know, all this kind of stuff. And I think it's meant, well, blah, 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 blah. And it's just sort of, yeah, whatever. Okay, I need to go to bed now. Bye.
Yeah.
Right. And she had been trying to push herself into my life since 2013.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. And of course, with the perpy bitch
Okay.
neighbor, the one that, like I said, she'd been trying to push herself into my life since 2013. I wondered why all of a sudden she was so friendly and she always wanted to plan dinners with me, and I stopped cooking. I didn't cook anything for 2 years, and curry, no dal or nothing, because I was just like, if she smells it, she's going to come up to my house. I can't say no, but I don't want to entertain
Right.
her. One of the things I was very certain of, I was like, she needs to get into my bedroom. Intuitively, I knew this. She wants to get into my bedroom. She needs to see if I'm shielded.
They trying to check out the perimeter, huh? Wow.
Yeah, right. So, like I said, I've been hit with these weaponry since 2000, from 2011, probably till like March or April of 2018.
Okay.
That was when I got a grip
Okay.
of the situation. But I knew intuitively that, I was like, she's just decided to she's been pushing her way. And this is one of the things, it's like, if you enjoy being alone, then people trying to get into your life is actually quite invasive, because you're just like, no, I love my me time. But they want to push in. But one of the things I was pretty certain of, I was like, she's desperate to get into my bedroom to see if I've got any shielding. Because for all that weaponry that's been used on me over the years, surely I should be hospitalized by now,
Wow.
right? And yeah, so one day, and that was the last time she ever visited my house, she found the excuse, and she didn't stop for me. She got up out of the chair in the kitchen and she came charging through to my room to have a look around, because she'd never seen my bedroom. And then she's like, "Oh, this is nice. Oh, look. Oh, maybe your windows aren't as. Maybe your windows are different. I've got these curtains. And she was going to push these. Apparently, she wanted to give me these velvet curtains. I don't want your stinking velvet curtains. And all our windows are pretty much the same size. We're in the same bloody building. But yeah, she pushed her way in here to have a look. And I was so happy and glad to be able to just be like, I have no shielding, right? I've got no shielding. I'm like protected by God.
That's awesome.
But I reckon that it was probably the Freemason neighbor next door that has probably put it up to it.
Okay.
Why is, she not in hospital or something?
That's true. That's a good question.
So, yeah, so there's like lots of like wee situations like that, putting strangers in my path. Like last week, a lady started talking to me, and she started talking about Freemasons. She was like, "Oh, I know that," like we were talking the coronavirus, and then she went, "Oh yeah," and they've probably like got like Freemason judges and things like that, but I don't really know much about the Freemasons, she said. And I was like, all right, you don't. I was like, well, there's the Eastern Star witches, because that's what I believe that she was, right? She is. I was like, oh, they've got Eastern Star witches, and they're like the female version of Freemasonry, and basically the Bible talks about Freemasons, and it says things like, he points with his toes and clicks his fingers or something along them lines. I said, there's actual scriptures about them. I didn't go into Freemason, gang stalkers, blah blah blah. I didn't even bother going into that. I'm not going to go into
right.
I did take the opportunity to go, yeah, I'll call those Freemasons. I said, they're actually Luciferians, like they're Satanist scum, that's what they are. And the reason I was really saying that was because there was one of them walking towards me. He could hear everything I was saying because I was saying it very loud. I just thought it's my opportunity to tell that guy he's a total scumbag. And I'm like, aye, these Freemasons, they're total scums, like Luciferian satanic scum is what they are. And they'll get them,
Right.
you know.
Right.
So, yes. Yeah, but she was another one. She was there to kind of bait me into some kind of a conversation, to go deep into conversation. And, don't get me wrong, it's not like I can't. I just deliberately don't, just to piss them off. They can watch the live stream.
Okay. Okay. Absolutely. Yep. I was there. I was there. I see it.
They can watch the live stream.
Absolutely. I was there. And it's like, it's titled Don't Be Afraid or something like that. Like, Don't Be Afraid, right? Is the name of it. Do not be afraid. I think that's the name of it. I think so.
I asked God what to call it.
Okay.
I was like, I sat there for ages. I'd written targeted individual.
There you go.
And then I was like, what do I say? Like, Father, what do I say? And then it just came. It was like, do not be afraid.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you guys watching this live, or you watching the playback, man, Self-Contended's channel, the link to her channel is in the description if you guys want to go check out this live stream. We're talking about the name of it is called Do Not Be Afraid. Okay, and there's some interesting things going on. She had an amazing message. I felt blessed to just be able to, just sit through it, and actually shocked me itself because I didn't even know, you go live. I was just like, whoa, that's my homie right there, man. Let me see, let me pull up and see what's going on. But I just want to give a couple shout outs here. Big shout out to United Snakes of America. That's the homie right there. What's going on, Real T.I.? Big shout out to Giggles. Giggles, what's going on, Gigs? That's the homie, man. Giggles came out tonight. Big shout out to Giggles, man. There was a couple other ones I saw. Big shout out to Jack, too. I'm not sure if I shouted Jack out, man, but that's the homie there. Let me see. Was there somebody else? And there was a Lisa K, man. She was definitely going through something, man. Guys, send some prayers up for Lisa K, man. She's having one of those moments, man, where you just fed up with everything and you just want to give up. And, we all had those moments. We all go through that. We have those days, man. So please send prayers up for her. And I just want to welcome everybody I just mentioned to the podcast.
Hi, and welcome,
So what's happening? Lisa was talking about killing herself.
Yeah, if you scroll up, if you scroll up in the chat, you'll see Lisa K came in, and she was having a hard time. I told her to call us up, because this is an interactive podcast. Anytime we're live, there's a phone number streaming along the bottom. If you guys are having one of those moments, you need someone to just listen. Sometimes it's like that, somebody who'll believe you, this is what this, platform is for. And, yeah, man, I'm scrolling through. Let me see. She said something along the lines of she wanted to die or something like that. Excuse me. And something about alcohol, or I don't know. People came in, and, I got some amazing people that's tuning in live, amazing moderators. And, we were asking what's wrong, are you okay? And I think she breezed out, though. I think she bounced out. But everybody send prayers up for Lisa K, man, because she's definitely going through something tonight. And, yeah, man, and it's just tough, man. I've had many moments like that. Self was just talking about it earlier, when she was in her 20s. She had a few episodes like that, and it's tough, man. But just know, God is with you always, and no matter how thick the smoke gets, the sun will come out tomorrow. And I refuse to lose hope, Self. Hope I just want. I just
Something I wanted to say about alcohol
go for it. Go for it.
is the um the I believe, and through my own experience, because I'm not a heavy drinker, I don't party, so I don't like drink as in like prolonged big drinking sessions. I'll have a couple of glasses of wine or a beer, you know, not like my 20s. But one of the things that I noticed, and it was in the winter of
Okay.
2017, I drank a bit more than what I would normally do. Not every night, not
I've
every
had
night,
I've
but
had moments like that. Yeah.
like maybe like 4 nights in a week or
Yeah.
something like that, which is a lot for me. I don't like to be drinking continuously, right? Like that, like every night. Um, but that was one of the things that I noticed was I would end up drinking like a full bottle of wine. I know that that's not a big deal for people, um, but a few times it happened, and I think it was like in one week, it was like 3 nights or 4 nights in a row, and I drank a full bottle of wine each
Okay.
night. Now, the thing was, I did not feel anything from the wine,
Mm. Okay.
right? And at that time, I was like, "Do you know, I think there's some kind of frequency shit going on
Where they were like
that,
blocking your receptors from feeling any
yes,
feelings from. I've actually
yes,
talked to a couple TIs who told me that, like, whether it was alcohol or weed,
yes,
like they couldn't get high, like they didn't feel any buzz from it. So there's definitely something
yeah,
going on there.
exactly." So but I obviously don't talk to many people at all. I talk to people at my job, and that's about as far as
Right.
it goes. And I'm nice to people
Right.
about. But that was the thing. I wasn't. But that was my intuitive guess. Going, I think that this is something that's happening that is being
Yeah.
done,
Right.
right? I know that it affects differently if you've got a full stomach or an empty stomach, or if it's your time of the month, or where you are hormonally. All these things can affect it. Now, and I remember that, like, it was that one particular week, like I said, it was like, I was drinking nearly every night, and it was like pretty much the full bottle of wine, and it wasn't doing anything for me. And then I chose not to, because I felt like this could be another trick.
Okay.
This could be another. So while you don't feel
Yeah.
anything, you might drink
Okay.
more, you might drink more often, but you're still not feeling anything. And by the time you start feeling anything, your body would be alcohol dependent,
Mm. Wow.
right? So they want to lock you into that frequency.
Some kind of addiction. Yeah.
Yes. And again, one thing, last year I had a really bad back, and I just become exhausted with this bad back, because it's quite difficult to be in so much pain and pretend that you're
Right.
not. Because remember, I'm dealing with clients. I'm doing their hair to make them feel good. So the last thing they need is me being like,
Right.
oh,
Yeah.
ah,
Yeah.
you know. So I'm just like, yeah, yeah. And then when I'm like trying to crouch down to do anything, it's just like
Just being
killing me.
professional, right?
Um,
Right.
yeah. So I was doing my best, and then one client I was with, she had morphine. She had loads of morphine,
Right.
right? And so I was like, yeah, I'll have some morphine. She's like, oh, well, I get it on prescription. I've got loads of bottles. I don't take it, hardly ever take it. But, you can have a bottle of it. I was like, great, free morphine. Though in my mind, I was like, have I just been put in this position because I don't believe that this bad back is just me? I believe that this bad back has been done to me.
Right.
But I thought, I could do with something. So I agreed to take a bottle of morphine off this woman.
Right.
Turns out the lid was loose on the morphine.
Wow.
And
There was pills.
it would all
Pills?
spill into the bottles in the bag.
There were pills.
No, it was
Oh,
liquid.
okay. Okay.
Liquid
Okay.
morphine. All of it. So I'm like, when I took the bag off, I was like, the bag's a bit wet. And then when I opened it up, I was like, oh wow, the bottle's like nearly empty. All the stuff's just spilled into the
Right.
bag. She's like, I've got more. I can get you more. I said, it's okay. Just leave it. Because I knew at that time, don't go there,
Right.
right? Because that would be then a possible addiction there. That would be because of my back. And I know that I knew that I needed to do healing for my back. But I just thought, like, the morphine would have been good, but it was obviously not for me. So I did not take any morphine off this woman. We chucked the empty, spilled bottle into the bin. And I tell you what did
What's
work.
that?
Golden milk.
Milk?
So, golden milk.
What is that? I've never heard of that before.
Golden milk is you just get a cup of milk, get a teaspoon of turmeric, and you get a wee teaspoon of honey. Right? You warm up the
Okay.
milk. As you're warming it, put your teaspoon of turmeric in and just don't boil it, but just gently bring it to a simmer, just to sort of incorporate the turmeric.
I've
And
never heard of that.
And then what I do is pour it into the
Okay.
cup, add a teaspoon of honey, because you still want to get the benefits of the honey. Don't put it into the boiling mixture. Put it in after. And then you drink that at bedtime.
Mm.
And I must say, right, I have to say, it was like the best sleep
Wow.
I've had that one night. Now, I know we were speaking, remember I was like in London.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Yeah. When you yeah.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
passed away and
Mhm.
stuff, right? And my back was really, really, really bad then, yeah. And it only got worse, getting in and out of a car was difficult and all this, But I tell you one thing, right? And this is how I'll show, like, my lower back was like, just like that. There was no moving this way or that way. It was just stuck. I couldn't do back exercises because it just wasn't happening. One night I drank the turmeric, and it was like after the morphine situation, and I drank the golden milk. For some reason that came into my being, was like, make that and drink it. I made it, I drank it, I slept like a log that night. Best sleep I've had in years.
Wow.
The next day, I just felt in my lower back like it had just loosened up. And from there, it's been getting better
Okay.
and
Okay.
better.
That's what's up.
Yes. So if you are having pain of any kind, then having turmeric in hot milk with honey, if you add black pepper, it amplifies and multiplies the effect of, the healing properties of the
Okay.
turmeric.
That's cool.
But I didn't have. I didn't do it with black pepper. I was just like, this is enough. You know, I did that one night, and I think I did then like probably 3 or 4 nights of drinking that, maybe missing a night because I had beer one night, you know, but it helps so much. And what I encourage people to do, I do encourage people. I see people in pain, I'll walk up to them and I'll tell them, They'll be like, drink golden milk.
Okay. Cool, man.
And yeah. So it's really good because especially when people come back up to you,
How
like,
does
wow,
it
you were
taste?
joking. It tastes
Really?
lovely.
I
Yeah.
was thinking like, I don't know
It's
about that, man.
no,
But I know we're not
it's-
drinking
it's
for the taste though. You know, we're drinking for the effects.
But you see, this is the thing about it as well, is I was reluctant to do the turmeric
Yeah.
milk because, you know, for me, turmeric is like a spice that goes into my curry and
Right,
stuff,
right.
right? So the idea of like putting that stuff in
Right.
milk,
I
I
was
was just
like, wait a minute.
yeah.
Like, wait a
Right.
minute, self. I
So
don't know about this. But if it
no,
helps though, you
no.
know, if it helps, then hey, I'm all for it, man. That's what's up.
See, interestingly, people that I've recommended it to have had the same idea as me, are reluctant to try
Yeah.
it, and then I have to reassure them and tell them, look, honestly, you have to try it. I was the same as you, like taste
Yeah.
wise, like, oh, I don't know if I would try that.
Right.
But if you're in enough pain, then you are going to obviously try it, which is what I did, and I do not regret it.
Okay.
It actually is a nice
Okay.
drink. People that I've recommended it
Yeah.
to have come back to me and they're like, actually, that tastes quite nice.
Wow.
Like, you know, and then they're recommending it to people as well, going, actually, it's got a nice flavor.
Nice.
You know, the
We
milk
have to
and
look
the,
into
you
it,
know.
man. We have to look into it.
So, you know,
Hey, self.
yeah.
We're gonna take one more break, man. I gotta use the bathroom again, guys. I apologize. I've been drinking too much water, man.
Yeah.
We're gonna take one more break, and then we'll be right back. I'm gonna play another song, and I'll be right back on the podcast, guys.
I can't believe you did this, man.
I know how Aaron and Alexis feel. They turn their backs on me when only asking for some help.
Surround sound recordings.
Always left me by myself and hit me below the belt line. I know why they talk at me the same ways. It's hard for me to explain things and fight the urge to kill myself. I don't wanna deal with it, all of the feelings I felt. The voices keep telling me go out and kill someone else. Man, how could you live with yourself? That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted for me. That's not what I wanted for you. That's not what I wanted to see. That's not where I wanted to go. That's not where I wanted to be.
Surround.
I know how that Myra may have felt. The targeting was haunting me and causing me to melt. V2K me crazy, turned me to somebody else. Had to put my career on the shelf. All the fear I was feeling from all of those voices I'm hearing appearing, they wanted me dead. Talk about me disappearing and listening, clearing to what all my enemies said. People I thought that was friends with me, family turning against me, all of them dead. I'm trying to find me a reason to live. If I go shoot up a school, it'll stop. I know it's not really true if I did, but what if it is? That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted for me. That's not what I wanted for you. That's not what I wanted to see. That's not what I wanted to go. That's not where I wanted to be. I know how Crystal Caruso felt, jumping off the bridge so I could end it all myself. Feels like I'm living in hell. Told them ain't nobody listening well. I feel like a snow that was missing the shell. Everything that I love and went missing, oh well. I tried and failed. I'm tired of people pretending they love me when they just want money to poison me. Lie to me, running their sides, controlling me, watching me handle this. Who got a hold of me and they refuse to let go of me. Remote neural monitoring all my responses from trauma they throw at me. Sick of the drama from all of the perks that they sent they get close to me. Trick me then diss me before they convince me they roll with me. Cash up a couple of bucks to me, act like my best friend a couple of months, then they get ghosted me. That's when I know this is not what it's supposed to be. Minding my business, I didn't pay it no mind how they mind controlling me. Just to do stuff that I wouldn't do normally. Something been wrong with me, asking myself like, man, what's going on with me? Look where I'm at, it's not where I want it, it's not where I want it to be. It's not what I planned, but I understand. Aaron, Myron, and Crystal, I know why they did what they did. That's not how they wanted to live. They don't know all the pressure it is. That's not how they wanted to live. They don't know all the stress they was in. That's not how they wanted to live. They don't understand how it is. They ain't never gonna know how it go when your life has been targeted. How much more harder it is. Rest in peace, Aaron Alexis, Myron May, and my good friend Crystal Caruso.
Surround sound recordings.
GI lives matter.
I can't believe you did this, man.
Alrighty, dighty. Yes, rest in peace, Aaron Alexis, Myron May, and Crystal Caruso. I miss you, Chris. I miss you. And that was amazing. Yeah.
I was just looking at the chat here.
Okay.
And people are
Something going on, right?
Not-
Something going on.
not time. I think there's sort of accusation.
Something going on.
Hmm.
We love all you guys in chat, man. All the realty guys, anyway. We love you guys. We appreciate you tuning in, rocking with us live on the podcast. Next time, the best time. You know, sometimes there be some discrepancies going on. You know, some miscommunications, some misunderstandings, you know. That stuff happens. But, you know, if we can work things out and, you know, keep it positive, that would be awesome. You know. What did you see, though, Self?
No, I think it's all about people not caring about Lisa.
Oh, no, we care. We definitely care about Lisa. 300%. Yeah. I mean, we all have those moments, man. I know I've had many days where I just didn't even want to do it no more, you know?
Yep. I think we all go through those days. You know.
Yeah.
But you can't give up. You know, giving up is an option. Overcoming it is. And like I mentioned earlier, like at the beginning of my understanding of this, that, you know, when I saw comments, just random comments of like, you know, people having been targeted for like 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, and then they're just like, you know, taking life as it comes. I didn't think that was actually possible.
Right.
There was a point where I just thought that was impossible.
Yeah.
I went, what? Because when the targeting became overt,
Right.
it was so heavily overt,
Right.
I thought that was going to be it
Mm.
for the rest of my life. And I cannot escape it.
Mm. It's intense. I've got to say that might be one of the most intense moments, you know, like as your journey and experience, you know, finding out that information and then trying to process it, and you know, your mind just runs wild, and plus you're isolated, so you just have time to think over and over, and I think that's a reason, you know, well, one of the reasons why they isolate us is to record our thoughts and our responses and all of that. Like when we're alone, all we have time to do is think. You know, and sometimes the worst thing to do is to overthink. You know, like you try to do something or just say something, or for artists who make music, you know, like when you're recording, like you just want to just deliver the verse or the hook or whatever it is. Sometimes you overthink it, and it's like, you know, like that could be, you know, traumatizing, you know. just thinking over and over, just thinking, overthinking. But yeah, man, like that's one of the most intense moments though. For me, it was. I mean, I've had even after that, you know, I've had super intense moments where I was going through attacks or setups or, you know, both, or, you know, whatever I was facing at the time. Things got intense, but yeah, man, my mind just ran and wandered, you know, like, and you just don't, at that moment when you're just finding out, like, you don't see a way out. You know, it's hard to see any hope for anything to get better, and you know, it's a tough time to go through, especially like, I don't know too many people who found out, you know, about this thing and had like a support system there with them. I know I was isolated when I found out. I was basically alone when I
Yeah.
found out the information. You know, I think that might be a part of this journey where they have tailored it to, you know, for you to find the information at a very alone point, you know, in your journey or in your life. But I definitely agree with you on that though, so for sure.
Well, they like to attack you when they think that you're weak. You know, so for them, you know, if you're alone, then that automatically makes you vulnerable. You know, vulnerable, possibly recruitable.
Right.
So, you know, I'll still maintain that the reason I do not have friends is because I can't talk about my shit.
Mm.
I remember years ago, I was going through a hard time at work, and I've never been one to call a friend and start crying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm one to sit and process and cry at whatever I need to do and overcome it, and then I'll talk about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, because it was a full-time job and it was an ongoing situation, one evening, you know, I cried. And it wasn't like I was like losing my mind crying. I was just like, I'm so tired. It's not fair. Right? I was just, you know, because you're supposed to be able to do that with friends.
Right.
Anyway, next thing is like, oh, she's depressed. I know what you like. I know what you're like. You know, you can get quite depressed. Well, because I cried in front of you once because I was having a hard time at work. Yeah. So, you know, these people that don't have a grasp of themselves are starting to diagnose you with a mental illness where it's no mental illness. I just, you know, I'm having a hard time at work. And I'm talking about, I don't start diagnosing people with mental illnesses and bloody depression and bipolar just because they're crying on my shoulder.
Right. Everybody has those days, man, those moments.
Yeah. But how quickly it was going around the friends. Oh, are you okay? I heard you were depressed. No, I was sad about a situation. I wasn't depressed.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have to be careful what you say to people because you start, you know, they don't understand. They do not understand. Because if they understand, they would just be, you know, there wouldn't be a she tells her and her tells she and so on.
Yeah.
It should just be, yes, my friend had a cry on my shoulder. It's not something she does very often. No, one opportunity, and that was
or
it.
maybe it should stay between you and your friend. It shouldn't even go farther than that. It's that moment. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. So, you know, yeah, and so going through this, right? When somebody can't even grasp the fact that you can be sad about a heavy duty situation at work, how are they gonna be if you start telling them about you're targeting. You know, how are they going to be?
Right.
Is it confidential? I've learned that nothing's confidential.
Yeah.
People tell me things
Yeah.
that are confidential. I tell anybody anything. It's not
Right.
confidential, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, because people just love to have some kind of a juicy gossip,
Yeah.
because to them it's gossip.
Chatty
Yeah, they
patties.
feed off
We call them chatty patties.
it. Chatty, like like Krabby Patties and SpongeBob
Basically.
SquarePants.
Yeah, but we call them chatty patties. That's the thing.
Yeah.
They really do. You know, that's the slang
I'm
they do.
gonna I'm gonna
Yeah.
use I'm gonna use that now. Chatty
Yes.
Patty.
Yep. That's what we call
Mm,
them.
see, this is the thing, that the being isolated, being hated,
Yeah.
being, you know, uh, physically, psychically, uh, you know,
Betrayed, backstabbed.
yeah, uh, and psychologically messed
Yeah.
with.
Gaslit.
Ah,
Yeah.
so I'm really glad that I didn't have anybody to confide in
Hmm.
at that time.
Okay.
Because obviously at that time, while you're still trying to get a grasp of what's going on, and something's been going on for years, but you don't talk about it. Now it's become more tangible, but you still won't talk about it. Need to get rid of people out of my life
Right.
just in case I end up talking about it, because I'm a very open and honest person, right? That's the thing,
Right.
right? I think it's better to be open and honest and
Straight
unembarrassed.
up. It should be
Yeah.
that way.
Very, very, very
Yeah.
important. And the thing is that, you know, open and honest and not embarrassed, you know, it's like when I know that there are certain perps
Right.
and I know they're going to talk to me,
Right.
it's up to me. Either I don't talk, just make it really awkward for them, or if I feel like I want to make an announcement, then I will talk, but I talk very, very loudly.
Okay.
I make a point of it. I make a point of it now, right? Just so that, you know, just so that the people in the surrounding postcodes can all hear it too,
Right.
right? There's gossip,
There you go.
right? You can't about what I'm saying. I've said it out nice and loud, and various people have heard it. Yeah, I gave my commentary on the Prime Minister and the political situation. And I knew that I was set up, because what they do is, if I've bought a packet of spicy Cheetos, right?
Right.
Right, nice, they're really, really nice, spicy tomato or whatever.
The fire ones, right? With the fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the hot ones, right? So sometimes what I would do is, you know, I would finish at the salon and I would buy some Cheetos too, because they were like, you could get a big bag at a small price, and I was like, well, that'll do for my half-hour walk home. Munch these, you know, and, you know, walk home. But I know that when I get to a certain point, I'm going to see, you know, like pretty much like 30 seconds after I leave, I know that I'm going to be encountered by that lot outside the pub. No problem. I'll stop and talk.
Right.
And so I do that, and I know which one's the main, not main pair. Some of these are old Freemasons, and then they've got their younger generation. This guy's in his 30s,
Okay.
so he goes about his bike and he sets things up. So when I'm walking
Okay.
home, because he knows that I'm gonna walk half an hour straight down the road, what do? They leave empty cheese. I can't believe I'm saying this. They leave
Empty Cheeto bags.
empty
The same kind, right? Fiery. Wow.
How retarded are these people? What am I supposed to look at the Cheetos and go, oh, I
Right.
didn't know I made Cheetos.
Right. They just baiting it. They just try to bait you to see, what they could get a response out of you with. You know how it is.
Right? I'll tell you how pathetic this gets. Right? They stole my makeup bag.
Out of your house?
But no.
From your
Again, it was these perps. And so I had popped along to. I needed to pick some things up for doing somebody's hair somewhere else.
right.
Oh no! I was there to pick things up, but I couldn't get into the salon. It was locked up, and I had a big walk to get to the salon. I needed to get these things out of the salon, and I could not get into the salon.
Okay.
And I needed to go to the bathroom. That was the issue. So I needed to go to the bathroom. And so what I did was I walked along to this, this pub near my work. And so I met the guys. And so I was like, yeah, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And I put my bag down, right? Now, put my bag down. And then...
Did you have any money in it, or was this all makeup?
And the makeup, no, it was like a big bag. I had other things. I had other stuff in the bag, but the makeup bag was on top.
Yeah.
Right. And then when I came back, because I'd left the bag, because I didn't think that there was anything in there for them to steal. I didn't think that anything, I know that they're perps, etc., but no big deal. There's nothing, my personal stuff was on me, right? But this bag had equipment in it and stuff. And fortunately for me, I don't have expensive makeup. I mess around with makeup and try to make my own. So there wasn't really anything that was really that was worth anything to anybody. Okay. But the fact that men in their 50s and not even 50s, 60s, mid 60s, they're gonna take a woman's makeup bag out of her bag, because when I came back to the bag, I was like, something's happened here. There was an atmosphere. So imagine a child has just, you've just turned your back and a child's just swiped something, and you look round and you're like, what's that behind your back? Kind of a atmosphere. I remember thinking that and feeling that. I'm like, no, but what is there? Like, there's something sneaky that's happened when I went away and came back, and something sneaky's happened. Never in a million years did I imagine that these bunch of losers, bastards, because that's what they are. They're bastards, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I say that because they don't know God. They don't know the Father. If you don't know the Father, you're a bastard. Doesn't matter if you know your own birth father or not, right? Point is, if you don't know the Heavenly Father, you are a bastard. Okay. So these bastards, because their father is Lucifer. I was just like, I couldn't believe it.
Right.
I was like, I didn't know what was up. I knew something had happened. There was some kind of a sneaky vibe.
Okay.
It was only later on I realized what had happened. And I went, wow, look at all them being all nice and friendly to my face. I knew they were perps. It's not like I was surprised or anything like that, about them being perps. I knew that they were perps anyway. But imagine stealing a woman's makeup bag.
Yeah, that's man, oh man.
And it'd be different if it was like a fancy makeup bag, and it had fancy makeup. Then I could kind of understand that, yeah, if I've got good quality or not good quality, big name makeup, I don't trust the makeup these days because the ingredients that they put in them.
Right.
Do you know, I don't have a problem with bloody carcinogenic ingredients, but I tell you what I've got a problem with is when they're using like aborted fetal cells and bloody everything.
For makeup? Oh wow.
Well, see, that's the thing. I've been
I heard that was in
look
like
at the
vaccines and stuff, but I didn't hear that was in
no, they're
makeup.
putting stuff in everything,
Jeez.
right? They're using like stem cells, and there's all this amazing technology going on with makeup, and
Wow.
I haven't deeply into it, but I'm certainly not buying
I
all
hear you.
these my perfect skin and my perfect eyes and things. I use like essential oils. I use coconut oil. I use like really, really basic, like, mascara. Like, I won't buy big name mascaras. And, I think that's probably the only makeup that I actually buy. I've got a tinted moisturizer, and again, that's like a no name, and I can figure out the ingredients.
Okay.
But otherwise, yeah, who wants to buy, big name makeup with satanic logos and shit
Yeah.
all over
Yeah.
it? Don't want that stuff. So they must have got a bit of a shock.
Wow.
They must have been like, yeah, she works in the beauty industry. She must have some good quality.
Wow.
I should have put a turd in my makeup bag.
Oh, they probably just thought that, if they take your makeup, that it would set you back, and by taking your stuff, you know what I mean? You be like taking an L.
It didn't set me
Yeah.
back. It honestly did. The only thing that it did not piss me off is, when I make like a concealer for my, under eyes, then I buy this like, stick of concealer, okay,
Right.
and it like you buy for like £1,
Wow.
okay, and then what I do is I melt it down.
Okay.
I melt
There
it
you go.
down and I add essential oils to it. I add turmeric and and add a wee bit of a highlighter thing to it, just so that it works for my
Okay.
skin.
All right. Cool.
Okay. So yeah, so I like it's rewarding doing these kind of things as well for yourself, to kind of like mess around with stuff as opposed to just like pick things up off shelves
Yeah.
and stick it on your face. And yeah, so that's how pathetic they are. That is how pathetic they are.
Yo, how is your skin? Like, have you ever had problems with your skin, like growing up? Was it itchy or eczema or rash or anything like that? Dry
Oh,
skin?
just
Okay.
acne.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right. Cool.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, acne.
Now, being in Scotland, man, I've never been to Scotland, man, but I definitely want to come out there, man. And shout out to Sojourner Truth. I think that was, yeah, Sojourner Truth, man. He just popped in. Sojourner, welcome to the podcast, bro. Ooh. Yeah.
Hi, Sojourner Truth. You like Sojourner liking the Scottish
Oh, you
accent?
see that? Yeah.
Yes.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Now, I've never been to, Scotland. Maybe one day, I would definitely love to come out there. But how's the street theater out there, man? Like, could you, is it like out of this world crazy, man? Could you give us maybe a story or two of when the street theater was just outrageous, where it was just like, okay, this is street theater. This is not real. Like, I know this ain't real. Somebody got a big check for this little stunt they pulled.
Oh, well, there was a guy dressed as Jesus,
Really?
and the police were arresting him. So it was that way. I was in town.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if I was there. Maybe I was going to the bank. That's my main reason to go into the town centre. And oh yeah, I think I was going to the bank, but I was going somewhere else. because when I take these trips, it's just like I get so much done in the one go,
Okay.
and then I come home and I barricade myself in.
Okay.
But anyway, so I think I'd already been to the bank, and then I was going to another place because now I'm just visualizing in my head that I'd already been in that street, and so I had somewhere else to go.
Okay.
And then as I was walking, and I turned this corner, and then coming towards me was this guy with long hair, okay, dressed up like to look like Jesus, right? Okay, like the way you would see like Jesus like depicted in a movie.
Okay.
And he had about 4 police officers around him, and then like he was like handcuffed, and then he looked right at me, and to me I was just like, this was a setup,
Wow.
you know,
Wow.
this setup.
You knew it wasn't
Um,
real.
yeah. I knew it
Right.
wasn't real, but the thing was, I realized that things weren't real before the whole 2017
Okay.
realization epiphany
Okay.
shit
Uh,
that
r-
happened. So there was a lot of this. I'm like, it's like I would walk into a place. What used to happen was when I used to socialize, and then I would like, if I was just like I was coming back from the pub, I would get back to my area so that I could have one drink in the pub that was next door. It was like a pub, cafe, bar
okay.
place. So I would normally like pop in there, sit and have one, and then go. Now, this one of the times before the realization situation, again, I had come back, and then I was like, right, I think I've got enough time for last orders. And I walked in. There were a load of people around the bar.
Okay.
But nobody was talking. I went in and I was like, oh, hi, I'll have a pint of Guinness, please. Nobody looked round. It was just like pure dead. And the bar was like in a horseshoe shaped bar, but I sat in one of the booths and I was just looking at the people. I'm like, this is like a setup, like in a theater. But then I'm like, what was it? Life's a stage, the world is a
Right.
stage and all this. I'm like, nah, there's an atmosphere here, like this is actually set up. But
Right.
then, you can only sit with your own
Right.
thoughts. You can't say to the people that, by the way, you all like set up here and to deliberately ignore me. Because like I said, nobody was talking. They were all sitting around the bar. There was obviously conversation beforehand, and then they were all just like pretty much like statues. And so I just finished my drink, put the glass down, off I went. And and then it was after that I realized that most of these people are perps.
There you go.
But the thing
There you
is,
go.
what happened, another perpy
Okay.
situation, street theater situation. And again, it was one of these ones where it was right before the realization situation. And I went to leave my building,
Okay.
and there was a guy, and he was bigger, and he was like pushing this young guy. This young guy must have been like 18, 19,
Okay.
right? Still of a schoolboy kind of a look and build, okay, which automatically makes me like, protective. It's like, leave the child alone. But by this time, I am like, things seem to time themselves around me. Because if I didn't feel the timing, if I didn't feel like, why does everything look and feel like a setup and
Yeah.
fake,
Yeah.
right?
It happens
If
a
I had
lot.
not been at that stage,
Yeah.
right, then most likely that big guy that was pushing the wee guy, I would have went up and I would have grabbed him and I would have got him down to the ground and I would have went, leave the boy
Right.
alone.
There you go.
But instead, it was like, you know, God kind of kept me, like, you know, and I was just like, the timing of everything, it's like it's set up. It's like, oh, enter stage left,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know. So they know exactly when I'm coming out the building, so they can start their pushing and
Right.
shoving. And my obviously I was tempted to do what would be natural for me to do, but instead I pulled out my phone and I wasn't recording, but you know, I had the camera ready to record. And then the wee boy that was getting pushed, he said to the guy that I was recording, and then everything just stopped. He came back this way and walked past me like that, and I just waited that he gets in his car and goes, and the wee boy, who was supposed to be going to work apparently,
Right.
turns out is like one of my neighbor's kids. And then I remembered him from when he was like 2 years old or something like that. You know, I knew which child it was. And his mum's like a perp as well.
Wow.
Piggy perp. Piggy perp's son.
Wow.
Piggy
There it
perp.
is.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically I was like, okay, so, you know, I think because they know that I'm a defender of the people and I'm a brave woman, I'm not gonna sit here and brag about I did this or I did that. But like I've told you, my natural instinct is to protect people, and you know I don't like people being treated
Right.
unfairly. And I'm, you know, not afraid. But yeah, I think that they were trying to play on that.
Mm.
I think they wanted me to get involved, and they probably wanted the guy to punch the shit out of me.
Oh, wow.
He was a big guy.
Wow.
You know, I'm not intimidated or anything
There you
like that.
go.
That's, you know, and this was before. This is what I'm saying about this experience is like it makes you remember things all the times where you're like, this feels like a
Right.
setup. This is like fake. Like this is like timed. Why is everything timed? It all happens in front of me.
And you know what's
Yeah.
crazy too, self? Like sometimes it can block memories too. Like you'll be like, God, I was just like you was just about to say something, like you have a sentence like that's right on your tongue, and then it just it's over, and you're like,
Oh
oh my God, like
yes.
what? Well, and you be sitting there for like 5 minutes, like trying to think about what you was gonna say, or just
Oh
just random things, like something you might, like, okay, I'm gonna ask self about, what's her favorite food or something, and then when I go to ask you, it's gone, or just about something
yes.
we remembered, and then when I want to talk to you about it, it's just gone. But then,
I've
but then they
I've
can
noticed that.
insert memories too, and just like remember what you said earlier, how about when they do insert those memories, it always be some BS. It'd be like some traumatic experience or something where something happened like that. Insert
Yeah.
that. Isn't that weird how that happens?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the thing is, you know, they have you know, this way to do things, but you know, I had noticed um even just being alone and I was like sitting at my kitchen table and I had this really I thought it was an interesting
Okay.
thought. Still to this day, I cannot remember what it was. I was like, oh, I need to write this down. And then it was like it was if like swipe.
Right. Gone.
Then I sat there for the next 15 minutes. I'm like, what the hell was that
Right.
I was
Right.
thinking? That is good. And even to this day, I cannot remember.
Wow. Wow. That's intense, man. Just swipe, it was gone.
So yeah, I have noticed, you know, other situations like that, but it was that particular one for some reason at the kitchen table. Just the way it was like, just it's almost like a physical
Yeah.
swipe,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, it could be
Yeah,
something that's right on the tip of your tongue, and then it's gone. And then
that's
at
it.
the same time, like they can make you remember things, like you was saying, you was getting ready to say, they can make you remember things. You know, like and it night.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
Like totally. Like, when you're thinking of sauerkraut, but then you've got a bad
yeah.
memory where you would actually somebody from 20 years ago. Like, how does that happen?
How?
Because it's not like the sauerkraut was related to that
Right.
memory.
Had nothing to do with it.
That memory is completely separate. But this is the thing. I have felt it before. I mean, that particular one I was telling about is the sauerkraut memory, or the sauerkraut and the bullshit memory,
Right.
from years ago, and and being triangulated at that time, and on other occasions as well,
Yeah.
is I've been walking along the road, and then my thought process changes,
Yeah.
and then I look, and then, like, it's like intuitively I look behind me, because what I believe that because then that's the thing, the person behind me goes, like, because they're really in the person behind you,
Yeah.
right? Okay, I don't have new evidence, right? But there's enough evidence for me to have experienced it so many times. Is some of these perps need to be walking behind you.
Mm.
They need to be sitting behind you, because they I think they just, like, focus. And this is not technology that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about psychically. They're like, you know, they they need to do that.
Okay. Okay. Make some kind of
That's a
face or
thing.
something, or something that'll
It's
something that'll
just like,
startle you or something. Yeah. Make some weird. Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
uh, conjure up their Luciferian fake loser powers. Um, so yes, it's one of the things that I noticed. Apart from the triangulation, is the thought process change is usually somebody behind me, and their face looks like they're taking a shit, and then they get a fright. Uh, and they get a fright because I look at them. Uh,
Oh man. Oh my God. Jeez. Y'all, just want to give a quick shout out to No Whining. What's going on, No Whining? Give a big shout out to the homie Yoda. Guys, welcome to the podcast. We are going hard. We are going extra hard. Extra hard. Man, we appreciate everybody tuning in. You know, had a lot of people pop in, pop out, man, and we got some people that's just rocking with us, and we appreciate all you guys. Appreciate all the thumbs up. And if you guys are not subscribed to the homie Self-Contented YouTube channel, there's a link in the description right now under the contact info, man. Click that link. Make sure you hit that subscribe. Self, where did you get that name, Self-Contented? Where did that, um, where did you come up with that idea to name your YouTube channel?
well, I had younger cousins. It was actually from my stepmom's family, and as, like, Indian girls speak, we were talking about marriage and things like, and so I think I was about 15 when this conversation happened, and I was in England visiting my stepmother's family. It was her cousin and a bunch of us young girls,
Okay.
and we were all having a conversation. And they were like, "Oh, well, what if you had to marry somebody with a beard and a turban? And what if, right? All these, like, these nightmares that we thought we were going to have to endure,
Mm,
as Sikh girls." But anyway,
okay.
we were asking these silly questions, and so what happened was, one of the questions, I remember it, was, um, what happened if your husband was shagging you and his back broke, right? And so all the girls were like, "Oh, I think I'd just be like really frightened, and and I would have to call the ambulance, and then I would try and get his trousers on, and doing all these like things for sorting out the situation."
Okay.
I was like,
Okay.
I would just phone the police and I would say, "Look, take him away. He's no use to me," right?
Okay.
So then there was all
Get him
this
out of here.
laughter. And I got labeled. The full name is self-contented lesbian.
Whoa. Okay.
So the young girls were like, you're a total self-contented lesbian. You just don't really you just don't take any shit, do you? I was like, actually, that's really good. Yeah, I can do with that. So self-contented is a shortened version of self-contented lesbian. Okay. I've never been a lesbian or have any interest, but that was just a name that was given at that time. So when I came on YouTube, I'm like, what do I call myself? But by this point in my life, I was like, I am pretty self-contented. And the reason I was self-contented at that point was really because I knew I couldn't trust people.
Hey.
I could only trust so far. So I was content with my truth.
Okay.
And as you know, that these targeting experiences have been happening for a long time, right?
Right.
So for me, I was like, well, all the years, all the weirdness, and I just keep it to myself. It wasn't painful to keep it to myself.
Right.
But I was like, I am content in my truth because, I'm not going to have anybody that doesn't have intuition to turn around and bash my intuition. Oh, thank you, Tansy Tees. Tansy Tees said, self-contented. You're awesome.
Yes, she did. That was awesome.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, No Whining says, lovely guest, Nexx. Shout out to No Whining. Yeah, that was awesome too. Absolutely. Self-continue getting some love in the chat. That's what's up.
Love it. Love you, Matt.
That's what's up. You guys make sure you subscribe to her channel.
I do pray for TIs, even if I don't know every single TI's name.
Yeah.
But then sometimes, when I'm visiting channels, and sometimes you just, visiting comments or, and you get brought to, praying for somebody. But even in prayer time, is just, it's important to thank God. It's important to thank him because we have so much to thank him for. Even if we could be more focused on our problems and how unfair everything is to thank him because, to thank him and then to pray for others, as in, TIs that might be suicidal, change their mind, change their heart, make them feel that they're not alone.
Right.
And that maybe that someone somewhere, right, will have shitty thoughts of leaving this life, but then to have just that inner knowing and inner feeling of there's someone out there that's like me, even if it's like living by faith, like knowing. So I do pray for TIs. I do, I do whatever comes to my mind at that time, and I do believe that when you pray, then God starts putting things on your heart.
Yeah.
not that I time my prayer or anything like that, but it's just like, right, I'll have a wee quick prayer before I go to sleep. And then that ends up being a prayer for the TIs, prayer for the children, the abused partner, and like ends up being like a list of things. It's like God just starts going, right, I need, right now that you need to do this. And I feel that so many people that do that, then it's like we create a blanket.
Right.
It's like the energy flowing from me, the prayer, and from somebody else, and even if they're in another continent, and I'm sure there's plenty on this whatever, England, Scotland, UK, that's it. That we are kind of dotted about, people that feel like that and pray like that, and people all over the world that. And one of the things about TIs is, of course, it's a selfish time. There is a selfish time, because there's a point where it's just so heavy and it's so difficult and it's so unfair and it's so dark and hard. Yeah, and praying for others isn't really on your list of priorities, and you're not really open to having it put on your list, and God understands that. But altogether, as we go through this experience, is we can blanket others with prayer. And this is what I'm hoping to achieve from, the reading earlier, the Psalm, oh God, this wrong book. This is a project I started.
Okay.
It's not a project. I tried to start writing with my non-dominant hand.
Okay.
It's really bad. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see a little bit. See a little bit.
Yeah. So that's me. That's just terrible. So like I said, that's the wrong book. Yeah. So like the Psalm and the 71 and the 69, the bits that I've that have been brought to me more like is that when we're using these words, then obviously these the part of it is praising God, but a lot of it is pretty much like wreck them that are that want to wreck me.
Right.
Okay. Right. So we can do our own words of prayer, but when people go to church, they sing psalms, don't they? Right. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not a church goer. Okay, I don't go to church. All the churches here are run by Freemasons, so I'm really not up for it.
Okay.
Unless God tells me to go there.
Okay.
So, I believe that if we choose, this kind of a prayer for the purpose. I'm not saying all of it has to be about ripping the gang stalkers and things to shreds. It's not about that. It is basically if we can use these words, from the Bible, that they can be found and they can be easily remembered because the King James Bible is a Bible that's available pretty much all over the world. That if we are speaking these words, right, and so we're all in one accord. Somebody in Australia will be doing it, 8 o'clock at night and whatever it might be, like bloody 6 in the evening or something, or I don't know what time difference is, but is that there's so many TIs all over the world, and if we find it, people write their prayers as in, easy to remember, easy to reference through the Bible. that we can rip this thing apart
Okay.
through the word. Now, we might not have people's heads exploding like gang stalkers and things like that, right? But if our word through our good, God's word through, our good intention, it will help us for sure,
Right.
right? But it might just, spread the net out a bit for others that are going through this and feel that they can't survive it.
Right. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
So, it's a really, really important thing. And it's a very sad thing to think that people were all, that have people that have felt they're all alone, nobody believes
Right.
them, and, it causes them to end their lives, or they're so isolated and they probably thought about ending their lives, but then someone's come in to end it for them because no one's going to really question it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So we need to kind of stand for these people because
But then you got the ones self who are experiencing so much torture, like electronic harassment, like being hit with frequencies and the pain. Some of them just want to, take that last step and, commit suicide just due to all of the pain that they endure through every day. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, well, this is the thing with, they need to be like prayed for, lifted up.
Yeah.
Um, you know, even if it doesn't take their pain away, right? Um, that at least they be lifted up and to know, because we are in the end times. Anyone that says that we're not in the end times needs to flush their head down the toilet and not come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we are in the end
Yeah.
times, okay? So, we need to endure till the
Yeah.
end, okay? And one of the things that is very, 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 very important, always important, is to remember to praise God,
There you go.
okay? Remember to praise Him. And the the most difficult time to praise God is when you're going through the shit.
Mm-hmm.
That is the
That's a fact.
best time. That is the best
Yeah.
time, because if you remember that scripture, Romans 8:28, all things, work for the good of those who love God and are called according to His
Yeah.
purpose. Right? Now, the person that's in pain, you can pray for their the relief of their pain, you know, but I won't say that anybody deserves the pain, but they have that pain possibly because it's a lesson for somebody
Yeah.
else. So we need to give them the endurance. So, to endure till the end, okay?
Right.
So that these like gang stalker people will be like, oh, this person should have been gone long
Yeah.
ago. Yeah? Why are these people not just dying off like we expect them to? Because I do believe that, we do have supernatural, that I know that we have
Gift.
supernatural, not just
Gift.
believe, I know,
Yeah.
right? Supernatural protection. And, even if we're not out there evangelizing and, setting up help centers for TIs, even if we're not out there doing
Right.
that, see, just our presence freaks them out,
Mm.
okay? And that is one of those things that you've got to do. Is to be present, is to be in under God's authority, not under man's authority, not under the fear of God, yes, not fear of man.
Right.
So you've just got to, you just got to have like, big balls about it, but through the power of God to be able to get through this and to be able to, and like I said, the best time to like pray and thank God for everything is probably at the shittiest time,
Right.
at the time that you find it most difficult.
Yeah.
There's been many, many times, right, over the years, that, and especially since this targeting has revealed itself,
Right.
right? And then, like, I see posts, it's like, oh, you were given, a beautiful gift. They're your eyes, and you opened up this morning. Say thank you to God. And I'm just like, what? Thank you, God. I don't like being alive, really. But thanks for the eyes. They work really well. But I thank you anyway. But that's not how, and that's
Yeah.
that's the
Lashing
kind of,
out. Yeah. Anger and lash.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. But then I got to a stage where I woke up in the morning and I could not believe I did this, right? I woke up one morning and I was like, yay, I'm going to be gangsta up today. I was like, oh my God, am I actually saying this to myself? I was physically woke up happy because I know I'm going to be gangsta. How does that happen? But I have to say, it was the funniest day ever.
I, I
It was
think
like God
I
was
think that
just,
was maybe a mind just kind of like rationalizing and coping with the trauma and just being positive about it. You know what I mean?
well, it was actually quite
Trying to be,
funny. It was
yeah,
funny.
having a,
It was, it was. I don't believe that I chose that because, like I said, I had many mornings of just being like, ah, thanks God, I opened these eyes today. I really don't like life. I don't actually really want to be here, but thanks for having me here, you know, and kind of being like,
like a little snarky,
thank,
it's a little
yeah,
sarcasm.
I'm thankful because you want me to be thankful, but I'm not really thankful because I really don't like this situation.
Right, little snarky
To,
sarcasm.
to, and to go from that to then being like, yay, woke up this
Yeah,
morning. Thank you, God. Oh, I'm going to be gangsta today. Hurrah! I was so happy. But I have to say that day was people falling off bikes, crashing into each
jeez,
other, people just tripping up on, you know, and it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing because it was just like from the moment I opened my eyes and I was happy about the day of gang stalking I was going to face. I never imagined I was going to do that, but I think it must have been my reward from God for all the mornings. I'm like, I don't really like this, but thank you, God, for waking me up this morning. Thank you for this life. I really appreciate it,
yeah,
but I don't really appreciate it because I don't really like it here, But I'm honest with God, and I think that's very, very important is to be honest. You
right,
know, you remember God's father. He's a father, like daddies are supposed to be kind of supportive. Maybe many TIs don't have supportive
right,
parents,
right,
but how a father's meant to be supportive. He's not going to hold it against you just because you don't appreciate something.
yeah,
You know, but when you get to that stage, it's all
yeah,
good. It's all good. I'm actually really, really grateful for all the experience that I've had, and no doubt there's more experience to come.
right.
I look forward to it.
I mean, hey, man, you know, who's to say things can't turn around for you? You know, I mean,
Well, see, this is the thing, right? They're gonna keep on trying. Okay, they're always gonna keep on trying. And I'm just going to take each day as it
right,
comes. And, I won't hesitate to be a bitch if that's the kind of day that I'm having. Okay. I'll do my best to be good to people because bottom line is we don't know who they are and where they're from.
or what they've been through.
Okay. I'll do my
Yeah,
exactly. exactly. Now, one of the things that happened, it came into my mind there as well. You know, earlier I was talking about going to the pub, and then there were all these people like sitting there, and later on I learned there were perps,
Yeah.
right? Now, one of the perps, I remember, I hadn't seen him for so long, and he went through, he was gang stalking me on a regular basis at a point, and then I didn't see him for ages,
Okay.
right? I didn't see him. And then last week, one time I popped out to go to the shop. Oh, the gang stalkers were in the house. They were all waiting for me
Wow.
in Tesco,
Right.
right? And this particular one was as well. And so, you know, they're all signaling to one another and all this, and you know, I just pretend I don't notice, but it's just like, wow. And are they all of a sudden, especially that one I hadn't seen him for so long, like all of a sudden, like why are they all in here all at the one time? I put it down to money, and the one that I was noticing the most,
Right.
right, is because I'd seen him in passing, like, you know, say back in like 2016, 2017, and he had a couple of very young children. So I do wonder, are these people really short of money
Hmm.
that he has a family to feed, and this is something that he can feed his family with? But anyway, he'd put on a bit of weight as well. He had a wee pregnant looking belly.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, he looked like he was about 5 months, right?
Wow.
So, and otherwise he was always in good shape. He's quite a wee man, but you know, he was, you know, nicely proportioned. But I think, you know, sitting about lockdown, or maybe he's been ill. People put on weight and when they're ill as well, sometimes being inactive. But yeah, he dropped something. Uh, he'd picked something off the shelf and it fell, and it looked like he was talking to himself, but I knew he was talking to the guy like that was standing right behind
Right.
him, because he was a perp as well, like not a familiar perp, but you know, just I noticed that he was a perp, and then he was like talking, and then he was struggling to like crouch down to pick up whatever biscuits or whatever he dropped. I did kind of stop and like look, then I just went, I'm just gonna walk away, because I did feel like I wanted to stop and look and be that fuck. Yeah, okay, have an attitude about it, because like I said, this whole place was just crawling with them. It was like, why is it all of a sudden all these same gang stalkers are all here?
Right.
And like I said, I think it's a money issue, and especially him, because I know he's got young children. I do wonder,
But you know what
like,
though, man? Like those dudes that like they not targeted. Like they not on a. Well, I don't know if they are or not, but I like to believe that they not. Like they could get a job anywhere. You know, like they're not on a blacklist or nothing where everything is controlled around them. Where they are, I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. So if I'm like
I mean,
talking
who
shit,
knows? I mean, how do we not? How
we
do we
don't.
know,
We really
right?
don't.
Because if you think about these things, you know, some people obviously don't know that they're targeted. Some people are diagnosed with schizophrenia when it's not
Yeah,
schizophrenia. Yeah. Okay. So how how do we know what's going on with these people?
we don't.
You
We
know,
really don't.
how do
We
you
don't.
know? We don't really.
We don't.
So yeah, so we have to be as loving as we possibly can. And yeah, I wanted to kind of watch him struggle to bend down and pick up the biscuits so that I could look at him, and but then it just did not feel right for me to do that.
Okay.
Wrong time of the month.
Okay.
It was the wrong time of the month. So yeah, but then we can speculate about these things and these situations and these people. But I think most importantly, I think to keep other TIs in mind.
Yeah.
Um, when anybody's calling you a perp, you just ignore it.
Basically.
Don't try and justify.
Just you're not a perp, so there's no reason to like get hypersensitive or nothing. But I know the first time I was called that, like, or not the first time I was called that, but the first time I found out, somebody called me that, and it was a perp who was acting like they were friends with me. So I thought that was my friend at the time, and it was like a whole psyop around. I wilded out. I'm not even gonna kid you, self. Like I was very angry, and yeah, I wilded out. I went live too. I was like, what the F? Blah, blah, blah. But that was a learning curve. It was a learning experience. Yeah, I definitely let some.
Yeah, there's loads of these like retarded fake
Yeah,
TIs. And the thing is, they become very easy to spot. But I know it's very important to, you know, wipe the slate clean and move forward, and wipe the slate clean and move forward.
you have to.
And,
You have to.
one of the things said is like, even though, I've been a wipe the slate clean, move forward, wipe the slate clean,
Yeah,
move forward. As you get older, there's residue on that slate that you have been wiping. Okay, so there is going to be like memory and there is going to be lessons, and it's
yeah,
fine. It's not that you have to like have a total like blank tablet. It is learn from the experiences, but just don't dwell on
right.
them too much, because we do like by talking of perps and what they did and blah blah blah, you know
Focusing on
um
them. That's
focusing
what you're
on
doing in
them.
that moment. And that's what they want. They want us to be sitting around talking about, oh, this such and such is a perp, and who I don't know if he's a real, he's a perp, 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 perp. And they just like when that's happening in that moment, all of our focus is on perps, and that's exactly what they want. For us to, and it creates some kind of distrust, and like you don't know who to. Some people really get caught up in that though. I believe honestly, like when you really target it, like you can give two shits about who's a perp or who is a real TI or not, because what you're going through in your real life experience is it just surpasses who's a perp on YouTube, or you know what I mean. It's not gonna personally
Mm.
affect you in real life unless you allow it to. You know what I mean?
See, this is it. It's like I've mentioned earlier, is like, is not to be shocked, not to be surprised, not to be bothered. And that's not just on the outside, it's on the inside level, because remember, they feed off that energy.
Absolutely. And it causes division too amongst real TIs, because that's the last thing they want is for real TIs
Well,
to.
see, this is what my issue was with the TI community. There were all these like accusers, and I was glad that I didn't look to the TI community for support. Um, you know, because then I would have been sorely
Oh, that's what
disappointed.
happened to me. That's what.
Yeah. You think that other TIs, right, older TIs, or people that have been going
Yeah,
through it, long
yeah,
you have, will have some words of wisdom for you or whatever. But unfortunately, even if they do have words of wisdom, they'll be blocked, and you're just going to be surrounded and hounded by fake TIs, like those handlers that were on my live stream earlier. They, I didn't know, I didn't know that they were subscribed to me.
wow. You went and checked. You went and checked that out in your creators.
No, no, no. I would have known. I would have known. if I had people that were called vice handler and chief
There
handler.
was like black handler too. Remember the black handler?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like what? I was like black handler. I was like, what is this? What is this crap?
I know. You know, it'd be different if I was like a regular, what's it called, the live streamer. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
you
right.
know, they've become aware of me. It's just like they've just been
Yeah,
waiting.
I saw that, man. I was just
But to be honest with you, I think that Brian had something to do with that.
really
Mm.
okay. All right. Whoa. Oh snap.
Oh, snap!
It's like a
Incoming! It's really starting to heat up now.
solution, right? Then, you know, and they claim to be like, you know, have been in that industry or, you know, whatever, but yet they've got no solution at all. Nothing that's going to help you.
Mm.
So, yeah, so when someone says to you, I promise you, magnets don't work, I say, I promise you, that person is full of shit.
He's heating up!
Like, I can sit here and I can say, I promise you, right?
Right.
And I'd like to think that people here understand is that anything that I've said, none of it is untrue. None of it is a you know, a lie. Everything that I've said is honest, right? Now I can tell you, I promise you that when you turn to the Word of God, when you God Himself, you know, who is Jesus, you know, Jesus is God in the
Right.
flesh, okay? That when you turn to Him and go, I need you to show me where to walk and what to hear and what to see and blah, 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 right? That's what He'll do. You know, God is a God of promises, and I promise you, God is God of promises. Because some of my ridiculous prayers, He's listened and He's responded to.
He's
You
on
know,
fire, guys.
He's on fire!
yeah, I can't stress it enough. I mean, I'm no preacher woman, but I can only say, you know, what I know. You know, I just can't even imagine, right?
Right.
Like being a non-believer and, you know, and going through this to then learn about God and the promises and basically the level of protection that we have. Like what happened recently was, because I wondered, I was like, am I turning into a psychopath? Do I not feel things
Right.
anymore? My brother turned nasty on me and started telling me I was crazy and all that.
Wow. Was it
Yeah, he
was it
went,
like in
well,
front of the family too, like making a big scene, like throwing you under the bus, or was it just you and him?
no, me and him, we were
Oh,
on the
okay.
phone.
Okay.
So, you know, he turned nasty. I didn't even shed a tear. Now, probably like, you know, one of the people that are most capable of hurting me, you know, is my big
Okay.
brother. But do you know what? I was just like, I kind of evaluated it, and I'm like, am I like something switched off in my head that I actually don't give a shit, right? Okay, am I turned like psychopathic or something? Like, you know, that I don't have feelings anymore. But then I evaluated my feelings, and where probably like even like a couple of years ago, and even in our younger years, like when we would fall out, it would be like a stab right through the
Right.
heart.
Right.
And like, I'd be probably wounded and sad for a week or something, because, the attack was so harsh, and especially from a loved one, right? Someone that you care about. Do you know what I equated the injury that my brother caused me, the emotional injury?
Okay.
It was just a bit of a flunk
Okay.
on my armor,
Okay. Okay.
right? And it's like a bulletproof vest that's just got a tiny wee mark in it because the bullet didn't penetrate.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
know, that is what I was like. Wow. So when God talks about peace, right, that you'll have like peace that's beyond your understanding.
Right.
That was something that apart from this occasion with my brother, um, was when I was going through the worst part of
Right.
this, you know, um, where I was afraid to sleep as well, and and even though my head, because remember, there's a lot of stuff to process from a lot of years. When you realize this thing is a thing, and the memories and the memories and the memories. So again, going back to that scene of in the Matrix, where like Keanu's just like that, and then there's all these screams with him going all these different states of like
Yeah, that's
craziness.
the Matrix Reloaded.
Aye, so is it in the Matrix
Yeah.
movie. And I remember actually just sitting here and just having all those thoughts. And then I was like aware, I'm like, it's like I've got this big ball of peace in my belly. But yet my mind was like, they did this, and I remember that, and that looked like a scene, and that was a setup.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was a setup. That so
Right.
she was fake, and that's why I went when
You.
I went there. That was a
Right. Right.
right.
Right.
The mind was going and going and going and going.
Yeah.
But then there was this when I actually looked into myself from not in here, but looked into myself, it was like like a rock, like strong and peaceful. And that was when I I realized I understood that peace.
There you go. There you
That
go.
was when I understood peace. I knew that God gives peace. I know that.
Mm.
La la la. Yeah, it's all good. But up until this experience, this was when I really saw it, and that's how it's illustrated in my mind, is that Matrix scene where he's just still and the screens are showing all his like craziness and but one thing I can promise is like following God's word and going according to his will. None of us are
Right.
perfect. God
Nobody
knows
is.
that. We're never really gonna be
Nobody
perfect.
is.
So even if you're not being
Right.
perfect, don't hide from God. You just got to treat him like he's your best friend. You can't take the piss out of him either.
Right.
You can't just like keep like doing the same stuff over and over
Yeah.
again. But the thing is, if you're a believer, then God changes how you respond and how you react, and makes you sort of think twice about getting whatever you want to get.
Right.
Like for me, I'll occasionally smoke weed. It's not a habit, but it's something that I've enjoyed doing.
Okay.
And God's just showing me like you don't need it. And I know I don't need
Mm.
it. I just like it. But like it, what good does it do you? It makes me chain smoke because when I've got it, then I just want to smoke it
Mm.
all. You know, and
I used to I used to
through not
smoke it
having
too, man. Like, but then I don't know. It just started triggering V2K even worse. Like that. like if I smoke some bud, something goes off, and then the V2K just will go
Yeah.
running wild, and I'll start hearing the worst crap, and everything just get dark, and then you know, it's just I just couldn't do it anymore. I can't.
Yeah. That's a shame because it's nice to have, because that's one of my experiences that I had was when um you know, what I used to do was I would like buy a wee baggie. It would last me a couple of nights, and then it was finished,
Mm.
and I was without
Would
it,
you?
right? When I was
Would
younger, I was smoking all the
Yeah,
time,
I used to
right?
too. Yeah,
Yeah.
consecutively.
So as I've gotten older, and I don't need it the way I needed it in my 20s. But the thing is, I would, I would when this whole 2017 realization
Yeah.
station happened, I was like, oh, I can't touch that stuff. I can't get it. You
Mm.
know, I could get my hands on it, but it wasn't something that I felt that I should be doing. And I think it was through like comments and things on the thingy on the YouTube. I was, oh, I really shouldn't. But God knows I needed a joint, right? Okay. Um, Probably would have been better with the joints as opposed to like, drinking wine that wasn't doing anything for me at all. But the good thing was I didn't have it, and I became aware of the wine situation because I was like, hang on a minute, this could be being done to me because, like I said, the wine was not, it didn't even feel like I'd had a glass of wine. I could finish a bottle, and it just felt like I'd only had a glass.
Right. Right.
So I was, kind of weird about it. But then, oh God, I'm trying to remember like when it was. It might have been after about 3 months or something, and I decided to treat myself, and I did. I got, a wee bag of weed, and um, I came home. I think I bought a bottle of beer as well, and I sat down, and and I didn't even smoke a lot. Um, I just smoked a bit, and it made me feel so much better.
Wow.
But not as in I'm sitting going, ah, yes, I feel better now. I sat like this with my head in my hands, and I just sat, and it was like thought process, things getting put into
Mm.
order. It really, really did something for me.
Wow.
I have to go with God's timing. God's timing is always perfect, and that maybe I needed to go through those couple of months, learn that thing about the wine not working for me, and that you know there were lessons to be learned in that time. But that experience, kind of again, it was like another wee step forward after that night. And I know that some people say that they're targeting increases. It doesn't. And I've seen in comments in the past, it's like, well, you're sinning against God by smoking weed,
Okay.
right? I know that God would prefer us not to smoke, okay? I know that, okay?
Me.
But He's not going to send us to hell and, like, punish us with the threat of, being murdered in our homes and things like that,
For smoking weed, right?
you know?
See, me
Yeah.
personally, man, like
So,
I don't judge anybody for what they've done or what they do, or you know what I mean. I don't feel that we're called to do that, as believers, and I see that a lot. People like judging each other, and oh, you such and such, and you did this, or you talk like that, or you dress like this, or you know what I mean. or
Yeah.
you're an alcoholic or such and such, and you know what I mean. Like perps do that type of stuff, man. And
See, in the Bible, right, it says, be vigilant and be sober minded.
right,
Be sober, be vigilant,
there you go.
and just because, the word sober, right? I mean, being drunk isn't very good, okay? Being like heavily intoxicated, where you're slurring your words and you're falling around, or you might be inclined to, get into other sin,
Yeah,
um, then that's a different story. But my kind of a thing is like, having a couple of glasses of wine, and but it's not a habit. It's not something that I worship more than God,
right,
and I certainly don't sit in the pub and talk shit with people.
right.
And I don't do the kind of the ritual thing of like people when people smoke is like they pass the joint around. I'm not in that ritual part of it,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
But I know that, God would just prefer me to not have any of
right,
it. I
right.
know that, But like I say, bottom line is it's not going to send you to hell or amplify your targeting. Your targeting gets amplified by your fear because these beings, the non-humans, you know, they they're feeding off of your fear,
Yeah,
right? So, don't fear it if it's something that you like to do and it's safe to do. I wouldn't really suggest taking magic mushrooms like LSD and ecstasy or MDMA or any of that kind of, a
yeah.
thing.
I don't know, man.
That's just,
It's something about that though, self. Like I just for me, I know everybody is different. You know, like some people are like like me. You know, like when we if we do smoke, like let's say I smoke a blunt or something, man. Like it just totally go dark, man. Like I start the V2K turns right up, and then it's just like I just gotta, it's just it's crazy to even try to articulate that experience, like what happens for me, like if I hit a joint, you know what I mean? It's just like,
yeah,
yeah, like if something happens where they can like, and it's crazy because I used to smoke a lot of weed, and to deal, I don't know, I thought that it helped me deal with trauma and pressures of the stress I was going through at the time. I didn't know I was going through this back then when I was younger and had no clue, man. But I just seemed like from I don't know, I would say like maybe 2008, 2009, 2010 is where that started happening for me. Like when I was smoking weed and they started cranking up with the V2K. I just thought I was crazy. I really, honestly, I thought I had schizophrenia. That's what the doctor told me anyway. They're like, yeah, you need to stop
mm,
smoking that stuff and stop popping pills and stop doing all of this. And I didn't stop back then. I was still doing it, and they was turning it up, and it was just every time they was doing that to me, they would just blame it on whatever. You know what I mean? Like whatever I was doing, like, oh, it's a psychosis from the drugs that you're on or whatever the case may be, but it was them doing it, like even though sometimes, well, I don't even do it. I don't smoke weed anymore, but I don't knock anybody who does. Like I don't, it's all good. Like if that's what you do, it's cool. But I know it was them because at some certain points I still get V2K. And I don't have to be smoking weed or nothing. But if I do hit it though, so it is not good. I even tried one of those edibles. You ever had to try it? I ate one of those gummies and I thought I was gonna die. I thought it was over. Like I heard people outside creeping around the house, cocking guns and stuff. I was like, oh my God. I was praying on that couch, like, Lord, just get me through the night. I will never eat none of that stuff ever again. It's quiet. Yeah, I was like, oh, and it was like a little gumdrop. So it was a little gumdrop, and jeez, ruined my whole life that night. Man. It was freaking intense. Intense.
I think it's nice to be able to, enjoy, doing stuff as long as it's not a habit, as long as it's not a crutch, because really we should be leaning on God and, his protection and, guidance.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what they did. I would go to the studio, smoke. I'd be in there vibing, and then 2009, 10, 11, that came, and it just, something switched. I don't know what they did. I don't know. I've heard it's happened like that for other TIs too. But if you can still puff and, and it helps you or whatever, that's what's up. That's what's up. If that helps you, whatever helps, right?
I wonder, if they put nano shit into our food, as in, okay, there's nano shit in all the food.
Right.
I remember reading comments about people's tea bags being tampered with, yeah. So I do wonder if there is something that they put in particular people's food or
I believe it's in almost all the food. I think it's in everything. It's in water. It's in the air. It's in the soap. It's in the lotion. That nanotech.
yes,
Man, it's in there.
yeah. Yeah. So, but I'm talking about, like, if you're as a targeted person, whether they have little packets of
special
dust.
for us, huh?
Yeah, a wee baggie of smart dust, and they just like put it into your sugar, or so that way you're just like, and it's maybe a particular brand of nanoparticles that are designed to to go straight to your brain, or we just don't know exactly how. But I tell you what's really, really good is, this is just like randomly, it's just come into my head, because I use, oh God, what is that called? Micellar water or micellar water, and it's a skin like cleanser, makeup remover, and I've used it and I've cleaned my arms, yeah, and the amount of stuff that comes off my arms is pretty shocking. And the thing is, when you're like rubbing this, stuff, like just dampen the cotton wool pad or whatever with the micellar water, because it is a makeup remover, okay, a skin cleanser. Now, if you think of like in eyeshadows and powders and things, there's always like some kind of titanium oxide and dioxide and aluminium oxides and dioxides, right? They got all these like metal particles, or in it, and so this stuff is supposed to be really good for removing makeup, and you can like clean your makeup brushes with it. And I just thought, well, if they've got all these like metallic things in the makeup, right, and this stuff is designed to remove makeup.
Heavy metals.
Yeah, so So what I did was I just sat and I just kind of like circle motions, just dampened the cotton, and you can get that micellar water so cheap as well. It actually rubbed my arms in circular motions and anti-clockwise circular motions,
Right.
and then looking at this, the cotton pad changed color,
Yeah.
right? So I'm shocked how manky it actually is. Then if you actually look really, really closely at it, or you put the flashlight on it, you can see tiny, tiny wee specks of glitter. Because that's what it looks like.
Okay.
Tiny, tiny wee specks of glitter. So I think using the micellar water is a good way, to kind of clean the skin, to remove these things. But I mean, I've had good hot scummy baths, and then I've wiped the scum, and then again flashlight on it, and you've got all these wee, these nano particles as well.
Okay. Okay. Yo, let me give a big shout out to Prophecy End of Days. What's going on, P? I want to give another shout out to, let's see here, Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty, that's the homie. What's going on, Sleeping Beauty? Cedar Priva, what's going on, guys? We are in triple overtime right now. This is NEXXTIME, the podcast you guys already know. Let's go.
Lydia T said, thank you, self-contented. You're amazing. Peace, love, and blessings to you. Blessings to you. Thank you, Lydia T.
Yes. Peace.
Sorry if I'm that self-centered here. I'm like, oh, someone's made a comment for me, but it's highlighted.
Yeah, you see your name.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, man. We appreciate you guys for rocking with us live. We in triple overtime right now.
The sun's come out here.
We got self-contented in the hot seat, man. I just got a quick question, man, before we wrap this thing, man. I don't know how the seasons fall over there in Scotland. Is it summer right now out there?
It's summer.
Summer? Okay, yeah. So we all know things heat up, when the summertime, the perps like to be out and everything. But with this COVID thing going crazy and all of this happening, I don't know, man. Y'all got masks and stuff over there. Y'all social distancing and y'all doing all of that stuff, or is that coming to an end, or like what's it looking like out there?
Well, not very many people use the mask. There might be some people dotted around that use masks, but it's not a major thing here with the masks.
Okay.
And social distancing again. People did turn a bit weird, and they were like hyper social distancing, as in like they were like leaping out of the way.
Okay.
And it was like, wow. So you got your hair done yesterday, and and today there's been an announcement, and all of a sudden you're treating me like I'm a contagious person. That is how, just at the power of the BBC, the god of the watchers of the BBC, they just totally just changed just like that. And even the woman that whose salon I was working in, even she was like, yeah, I had someone like that. And I was like, yeah, it's funny how they really completely just changed. It's like a switch happened, like all of a sudden you're a danger. Just just like that. So there is a bit of weirdness, and yes, there have been some weird social distancer people. But overall, people have been pretty chilled out. First couple of weeks of lockdown was really good. I thought, oh, this is great. And I remember thinking, do you know what, God? I could have done with this last year, when my back was so sore. Do you know what, actually, I could have done with this, in 2017, 2018, because, I was going through the heavy duty gang stalking, being targeted, going through all that. And then, and it would have been nice for the lockdown to happen then. But the thing is, if the lockdown happened then I would not be at the stage I am now. So the quality of time that I have had during this lockdown has been amazing.
Okay.
You know, I'm comfortable with the gang stalking. I do like to sometimes make their life difficult because, sometimes you just got to do it. Yeah. But overall, yeah, it's like I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. I'm not nervous. I don't care what they do. What they do is not important. It's only my attention and my energy that makes it important, So I'm at a great situation now where, like, I've been able to enjoy lockdown. Yes, I have been, out to the shops, and I have been, watched and followed and all the rest of it. But I don't have an issue with it.
Okay.
I just try to make it interesting for them, just, change direction, or go somewhere completely random to where I was going to go originally,
Okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man. So, do you remember, like, after this whole, this whole COVID thing happened, and then for a while, with this George, what is his name? Floyd something, the guy, I forgot.
Yeah.
Please don't slave me for this. I forgot. George Peterson or something, Patterson. Did y'all have any, like, Black Lives Matter psyops going on over there in Scotland? Like, was people rioting and, like, breaking into shops and burning down police cars and stations and stuff like that?
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
I think people of Scotland don't really give
All
a shit.
I love it.
I must say, right, as much as all this gang stalking and all this, like, all this stuff that goes on, overall, Scottish people are pretty good quality, right? They might be cowards in a way as well, but I was like, it's not like it was in London.
Okay.
Craig's saying hi again, self-contented. Hi, Craig. Did you go away? Yeah. So yeah, in London they've went mad for it. But the thing is, the whole thing has been set up.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe that. It was
So,
organized. Most definitely.
I'm not getting hyper emotional about it, because, like, how many black people have been, killed by the police, wrongfully arrested and wrongfully locked up by the police for how many years? And so right at this point, they choose this so-called George Floyd. They've chosen this to happen now.
Yes.
And, lots of channels being taken down over this whole situation as well, because they're showing, because what's happened is people are in a state of fear, and so they don't even see what's in front of them.
Anger
Okay.
too.
Not analyzing. They're just like, oh, that's so terrible, that happened. Oh, isn't that terrible? Yes, it's terrible. Let's just, wallow in terribleness, rather than go, that looks a bit strange. Why is that? Note that people lose the ability for critical thinking because they're put in a state of fear. and like, you know, the BBC got the power,
Yeah.
right? In that way, it's like people, the state of fear, like I said, overnight people got state of fear, like suddenly you were contagious, you have to like stay well back, and it was like, whoa,
Right.
you know, you were fine yesterday, and what could have changed, you know, like, but that's how, you know, people are being conditioned and programmed. But what's happening is, you know, the wheat and the chaff are being separated.
Okay.
You know, in the Bible it talks about like the wheat and the tares. And so what's going to happen is the tares are going to get pulled up first and burned. So be it,
Right. That's it. That's
you
it.
know. And I think the wheat will probably get threshed. So you know, we'll have our own you know, thing to go through. Again, it's a test of endurance, and we've got to endure it till the end. You know, whenever the end is, and I feel like it is, it's a lot sooner.
You think so?
Oh
What
yeah,
you thinking? 10 years, 5 years, sooner than that?
yeah, yeah.
2 years?
Things are going really fast now. You know, in the Bible, there's there's a scripture about if those days, you know, these end days, you know, if they weren't cut short, you know, for the elect's sake. I can't remember the full scripture, right? But if those days, you know, they weren't shortened for the elect's sake, there would be no flesh left,
Okay.
right? Okay, so, you know, I think it might be from, I think it's probably is from Revelation, right? That scripture. I'm not very good at remembering numbers and chapters and all of
Yeah.
that, right? But that being said, so now what's happening is like they're like looking to do like full term abortions,
Right.
right? And through vaccination processes and things, a lot of girls have been injured.
Right.
I think they're known as the sacrificial virgins, those girls that got vaccinated and then ended up severely disabled and dying. And you know, this whole COVID thing, I think they wanted more people to be dead, but they're not. But yeah, so you know the controllers of the world are on a rampage to kill a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now with the 5G coming in,
It's here. It's been here for a long time.
well, see, this is the thing, they're rolling it out
Publicly
here.
now. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, publicly. It's existed. I believe that it existed in the sky already in the satellites,
I
right?
know I had 5G in 2016. I didn't even know it. I didn't even know what
Wow.
it was. Like I went to get internet and I had two signals and one said 5G and I was like, "What is this?" I called the cable company and asked them like, "Yo, what is this?" It was like, "Oh, it's just something new we're trying. Don't even worry about it." Like I'm like, "Oh, okay." All right. Okay. And
But see, now
they was
there's
zapping
it.
me too, so like I was definitely getting hit hard. Yes.
Yeah.
2016. Had
Now,
no idea.
now I think more people are going to be targeted by this technology. They choose. Okay.
Right.
So, you know, and so now, you know, they're talking about the second wave and all this. You know, they started talking about the second wave, you know,
Oh yeah, they already had that plan.
exactly. So they need to put
Yeah.
the condition people's heads and minds,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, that, you know, to be, you know, expecting this second wave. You know, my understanding of this is that where they've been like super fast rolling out the 5G while we've been on lockdown. is that when people do go back to work, there'll be people that will be, even though, you know, they say, oh, a lot of black people have been, you know, suffer from the, you know, the COVID and all that. They say that, but how do we know that they're not just targeting black people in certain areas? Yeah, using the technology that they've been using on us that's not on the street yet, because this has been an argument amongst, you know, commenters. It's like, well, what about in India? They didn't have 5G and people still got COVID. And it's like, well, and this is the trouble about being a team. The technology that you've been harassed with over the years, and it exists in the sky, and it
Right.
exists in satellites. I think it's known as satellite harassment. So, you know, and then they're trying to explain to people who don't really know anything, their eyes aren't open to anything except Love Island and eating McDonald's, right?
Right.
To then say to them, oh no, but you know that this technology exists in satellites. You know, I know it exists, but they're not going to understand that. They're all just, you know, it's very difficult to explain anything to anybody these days.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so we just got to take each day as it comes, right? We need to keep our vibration high, right? And we need to like have our whatever zinc and, you know, like, you know, good mineral type stuff, you
Would
know,
you
like
say?
magnesium.
Would you say? You said like honey water or something like, or yellow milk or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. The
Golden
golden
milk.
milk is
Golden
a
milk.
very, yes, golden milk.
That's a good
Okay,
one.
I think it'll be good for everybody, every TI, you know, and you know, basically anybody that's got any kind of pain, even if you've got tooth issues and things. I did have, you know, toothache flare up
Yeah.
earlier, in the lockdown season, and how I dealt with it is, I just like make my own toothpaste, and you know, I use like, you know, like baking soda, and you know, and things like that for the cleansing part of it. But one of the nights that I was like, oh shit, this tooth is bothering me. I'm scared to eat because then something might touch somewhere and inflame
Yeah.
everything. I was worried about that.
Right.
But what I did do was I got up and I brushed my teeth, etc., you know, just for, you know, safety. And then I did make myself a cup of the golden milk. And I'll go over the golden milk again. Very simple. Get a cup of milk, warm it up, you know, with a teaspoon of turmeric in the milk. Give it a gentle warm up. Don't boil the milk, just a gentle warming of the milk. You can add coconut oil and you can add black pepper. That's up to yourself. You can experiment with all these things. But really, the turmeric and the warm milk, give it a stir up so it's kind of nicely incorporated, and then pour it into your cup and then put your honey in. Okay,
Okay.
you don't want to be simmering the honey in the pot because then the honey will lose its benefits.
Right.
The honey will help, you know, distribute the turmeric in your body, you know, the sweetness, you know, and it enhances the taste. And also, honey has healing properties also. So, you know, it's actually, you know, I don't know what to call it, a superfood type drink. But like I said, that unlocked my back overnight. Best sleep I had in years,
Wow.
right? Best sleep, because like my back was in such a bad way. Was anytime I had to move, I had to be wide awake. I had to be like, oh, oh, get up this. Oh, I can't turn this. Oh, I can't turn this.
Wow.
You know, can't. yeah, it would just take a long time to maneuver myself to just turn sides. So I could not sleep. That was the best sleep I ever had in quite a lot of years, actually. So, I highly recommend using that golden milk, cheap, easy, healing, good for all sorts of pain and things. And what I say to people is that, in the negative world we're living in, everything's bloody well negative. Everything's geared to be negative to make you negative. All the words, even, they can put a load of positive words and make them negative, right? So, you need to,
Or take
is
they
is
take
is
negative words and try to put a positive spin on them too. You're right.
uh-huh. So yeah, so what happens is all the negativity. So what you do is, like what I like to do, I like to look at things and try to understand them.
Right.
Look up the benefits. Look up the benefits of turmeric,
There you go.
right? So when you see the words, remember the words have a vibration,
Right.
right? So when it's anti,
Everything has a vibration.
aha. So if, that's what I say. I'm like, words have a vibration too. Even just like look up for
Yeah.
yourself, because it's difficult for people just to believe that, a simple wee drink like that can make a life change in you, because that was a life-changing experience, just having that overnight sleep and for my back to be, back's still sore, but I'm nowhere near disabled to the stages that I was getting. Okay. Like I couldn't, like it was a struggle to get dressed. It was all sorts of nonsense. So, I say look up the word, look up the benefits of, and look at the words anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, really absorb those words, because that's, part of the
Right.
process, you know. But otherwise the drink itself it does the job. I tell you what happened. I was working at this salon, and of course my work was sabotaged. So I was struggling big time. And, even going to anybody's house, I was getting treated like shit. So, things were pretty nasty in my work life. But I tell you what, right? I still did what I was supposed to do. I went and opened the salon when I was supposed to, and things. One day I was standing and I was just looking out, and I saw this man, and he got off the bus and he had crutches, and I could see him. I could feel his pain, right? Honestly, like the guy just had an aura of pain, and I was like, he had this, oh, wow, I was like, he's just out of hospital or something. Anyway, he well, hobbled along, and you could just see that he was struggling. Like, my heart was just going out to him. And as he came by, after he popped into the shop, and he came by, and again, he had that kind of, right, need to get it together to walk forward. And as he came near me, I was like, hi, lovely day,
Right.
and he was like, no, it's not. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
Wow.
I said, I know you are. I said, what happened to you? He'd had a motorbike crash,
Okay.
right? And he was just out of hospital. He'd been in hospital for weeks and weeks and weeks, right? Don't ask me how many, because he had a bit of an accent. I don't know, like a kind of like a Germany kind of accent.
Right.
But anyway, it doesn't matter, right? Lovely man, right? And he was like, I'm in so much pain, and I'm just out of hospital. I've got screws and plates and screws, and he was just basically describing all the shit that he's like bionic man. He's got a lot of metal in his body, and he's in a lot of
Right.
pain. And I said to him, oh, you need to drink some golden milk. And he's like, what is that? And I was like, milk, blah, blah. He's like, but I'm lactose intolerant. Can I use soya milk? I was like, yes, you can. Okay. But as long as you have the turmeric and the honey, do you know what? Even if you just put the turmeric on a teaspoon mixed with honey and just take it like
Right.
that, but just do something. Okay. Because I know that these things are healing. The thing about having it with the milk, in my mind, how it works with the milk is, when you drink a glass of milk and you put it down, it's got all milk smear. Yeah. down the glass.
Coating. It coats it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So in my mind, I haven't looked at the science of it, but that's in my mind, that's how the milk is, important in this, is that when you're drinking it last thing at
Yeah.
night and drank that turmeric milk or golden milk, then that is like smearing all the way through your body, okay? Because you're
Coating it.
not gonna get up and start eating. You're going to sleep. You're gonna get a good sleep.
Okay.
So that's giving your body the overnight, however long you sleep for. 8 hours is a dream come true, but I'm like 5 hours. But that's enough. That is fine with me. But that gives that drink plenty of time to kind of permeate your system.
Self, do you get the
And
dreams? You get the crazy dreams every night, huh?
yeah,
Every night.
not every night.
No,
Mm-mm,
not every night. Okay.
no. Um. But yes, I suppose we should talk about this, seeing as we're still like on. Um. I think I forget I'm on a live stream. I think I'm just like
Yeah,
talking
we
to you, and
live.
then
We are live. Yeah,
we're
yeah. We're gonna
live.
wrap. We'll
And
we'll
so
wrap
yeah,
it up
let's just
soon. We'll
talk
wrap
about.
it up in a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we'll talk a wee bit about the dream issue. Is yes, there are some dreams that are projected dreams, or should I say synthetic
Right.
dreams? I think that's a good way to say it. Synthetic dreams. And yes, they do. They mess with you. And I've come to the conclusion that they're trying to gauge your fear and anxiety.
Okay.
Um, I've had interrogation dreams, and they're like, "How do you know? How do you know?" They want to know how I
Mm.
know. Just when I was at the peak of my annoying my gang stalkers career,
Right.
um, you know, I think they were getting a bit annoyed, like, how do you know that they're there? And I was being questioned in my dream, like, but it was one of those like synthetic dreams. It wasn't like your normal mad dream. So so then there's been like dreams, as in like I'm in a room or a cubicle, and it's supposed to be my home,
Right.
right? And I've got my house plants, but then these people, they come and then to take my house plants away, and there's no furniture in this place, right? It's just like a white ceiling, like it's got like LED lights, LED light, white walls, floor. It was all just white, and I only had a couple of my house plants there. So it had these people, officer type people in those kind of uniforms, like they wear in Star Trek,
Okay.
right? So they're wearing those kind of uniforms, and they've come to seize my house plants. And I'm all upset. I'm like, no, but I've had this plant for so many years, and I was trying to hide it somewhere, but I couldn't hide it, and they were coming to take it away, and I was all upset about it. But when I woke up, I just thought, as much as I love my house plants, I really don't give a fuck,
Hmm. Okay.
right?
Okay.
So for me, how I look at this is either this is a synthetic dream, okay, which that was what it was, okay, because you know the difference in your dreams, there's a difference in natural dreams and the kind that are projected. And so, they did have me in a state of fear and panic in that particular dream, because I'm trying to save my house plants and it's the only things that I have left. Um, but I can look at it the other way, and I do as well, is it doesn't matter what they do, it's what God does and what God thinks. So to me, it's been a lesson from God. Don't be attached to your house plants.
Okay.
It's nice to have them.
Right.
If I had to like pack up and leave this place forever and leave my house plants behind, I would just have to leave them
Right.
behind. Am I going to cry and sob? No. So if anybody was to come and then just like come and take my house plants away, I'd be like, see ya. It's like that dream put me into the practice of actually house plants really aren't that important. Another one similar to that again was I'm in here and it's really, really bright. You know, the sun's so bright, like ridiculously bright. And there's a red helicopter
Yeah.
and a blue helicopter. And they come over, they're right at my window. And so I'm like going over there and trying to hide from them, but they can see me. I'm trying to find places to hide, but they've got like X-ray. They can see where I am and I'm surrounded.
Okay.
So I've had that, and you know, knowing that that was a synthetic dream, and whether that's a test in like how would she act or react if this is how we deal
Yeah.
with her. Never know. Could be a glimpse into the future where they do have, because I have had helicopters. When this lockdown happened, I thought that's good. You know, at least now the helicopters, I know that they're not for me.
Okay.
Okay. You know, even if they are for me, it's kind of doesn't really matter. I don't feel that excited about them anymore. I used to feel special. I'm like, oh, helicopter just for me. Woohoo.
Right.
So yeah, so the helicopter, you know, issue, and I thought through the lockdown that yeah, there won't be any helicopter nonsense. You know, it will just be whatever the lockdown, you know, requires. You know, the helicopters patrolling. You know, I actually had what was it? I learned it was called like a whisperer. Is it a very quiet helicopter? I was sitting here, right? And I've got this like kind of a curtain thing. I've got double curtain here. I was just sitting like looking at whatever my phone or reading or whatever I was doing. And out of nowhere, there's this like light. There was no noise.
Okay.
There was no sound. Okay. There was no sound. It was a helicopter right up at my
Wow.
window, shining the light in.
Wow.
And I was like, surely this is like, you know, one of these patrolling helicopters for the lockdown or something.
This was a
No.
dream?
No, this is
Oh,
real life.
wow. Wow.
This is waking life.
Wow.
It was almost as if they wanted me to know that just because it's lockdown doesn't mean that, you know, you're not being watched. Okay. So yeah. And then, like I said, like, it was like right at my window, okay, shining its light in. And then it went up and over the building. And that was when it started to sound like a helicopter. I never heard this thing coming. This thing was so quiet.
Sound like they had
You know?
some kind of stealth mode or something.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
silent. Because all I saw from the corner of my eye, from the side view, was this light, round light, just coming right towards the window. And I went, is that a helicopter? Do I look? Because, you know, and yeah, and it was only after I took a peek that was when it went over.
Yeah, that was some kind of stealth mode or something. Probably some new
still.
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard whisper mode or whisperer or something. I don't know. It just recently, that I had seen that in like comments. But I don't know. I'm just having a wee look at the comments.
Yeah, man. See me, I don't know. For a while, like the dreams was so intense. Like it was like back to back every day. You know, or whenever I would go to sleep, because sometimes I remember we was talking about this earlier. Sometimes I would, you know, be up for 2 or 3 days and then sleep for like a couple hours and then be back up and then fall asleep again for a couple hours. Like sleep schedule was crazy, but the dreams would just be intense. They would be like, you know, somebody from my past or something, or somebody that I don't, you know, that I don't get along with, or you know, some traumatic experience, or people after me, or you know, I wouldn't remember it. Like I would remember it like for the first maybe 15, 20 minutes, sometimes hour while I'm up, and then I would just talk to somebody about it, like, yo, I had a crazy dream again. They're like, what happened? I'm just like, I can't even remember it. It's gone. I don't even, you know. But it's just, I don't know. It's different times, you know, different places. It's just been, I don't know. The dreams, they definitely get intense, though. They definitely do. They definitely do. Definitely
Yeah.
do.
Well, recently I have had some dreams. I can't say that they're intense, but one of the things that I do understand is that if the enemy cannot attack you in the waking life, then the enemy needs to attack you while you're
Right.
sleeping. So one of the ways the enemy attacks is, if you consider all these Freemason lodges and the Eastern Star people, and there's family loads of like Satanists and Freemason. There's Satanists, call them Satanists, like Satan's minions. So there's family loads of these people, and so they do their witchy shit, and and if you're targeted, then they probably do most likely rituals to break your will, to I don't know, have their way with you. Okay, so this is the thing about when you wake up, it's important to cancel dreams. Like some of the things, like what I learned was if you're having sex in a dream, then you're actually making a covenant with a demonic entity, right?
I
You're
heard
making
something like that.
Yeah. So, and also eating food in a dream also is another, or if you're writing a contract, see if you're doing something, right? You know, then you need to know to cancel it. Okay, so like say like how many times I've woken up and I know that I've eaten in a dream, and funnily enough, I wake up right as I've eaten or drank or whatever it is in the dream, and then I wake up. Then I'm like, I've just eaten and drank in that dream. So I pray and I just say in the name of Jesus, I just like, break, burn every covenant that's been made in my name. Any food that I've taken from the enemy in my dream without knowing it, or if I'm aware of it, that that I've been given food in my dream, then I spew it out. I spew it right out. I cancel all the the covenants and contracts that have been made through this, and move forward. Because the thing is, these people, that's what they do. They need to. need to just trap your soul. So they're gonna keep, doing these things to you. And this is where I think this is where the most difficult part of the targeting is we don't know what's going on. Got an inkling there's been something going on. People are acting weird, but never in your wildest imaginations do you think that there's going to be roomfuls of people casting spells on
Right.
you.
You don't even.
It's just not something, you know. You might have a dodgy auntie or something that you might go, well, I don't want to eat at her house because she's a witch or she gives me a witchy vibe. Yeah, I've got aunties like that. But you don't expect, as a single person living on their own, don't have any enemies, haven't done people wrong. If anything, I would lay my life on the line to help people. But for people to be doing that. Now, one of the things I want to just mention regarding this experience was I woke up one night, but I didn't wake up. I woke up in the spirit. I wasn't like physically awake. So I was kind of not open eyes. I was still in a sleep state, but in my mind I had woken up. Okay. And it was after I woke up properly that was when I realised that okay, now I've opened my eyes, now I'm awake. Earlier I've woken up. The reason I woke up in the spirit, okay, was because there was chanting going on. There was some kind of like a satanic chanting. And it sounded like it was like a load of women, and they were all like doing some kind of right. And then there was like, the main voice. Whether it was the main voice or it might have been a couple of people, but anyway, the audible that I could hear was, "You are useless. You are pathetic. You are this. You are that. You," and just constant and constant. So the good thing is that I did have that experience. The good thing is that I'm aware of that experience. And the good thing is I know how to pray now.
Okay.
Okay. I know what I need to pray about, and I know what I need to pray for. Okay. Because what they do is it's like a breaking down of your will. Right? So how does it break my will? In my experience, I know that I've woken up in bad moods for no reason. Remember, I live alone, so it's not like I've fallen out with my boyfriend or, yeah, okay. And obviously being an isolated person, and like I say, I don't fall out with people. I just kind of backtrack and just kind of go and do my own thing.
Right.
So this is the thing, like there was, I was, man, over the years, how many times, well, why have I woken up with such a stinker of a mood?
Right.
Like, yeah. And it was almost like God just needed to show me at that time, to wake me up in the spirit, to kind of let me know that this was actually happening. Now, by this time, I knew about the targeting, and then obviously the spiritual aspects of the targeting. So like a Saturday night is one of their nights. I think they can just do whatever at any time of the week. But I think, I can't even remember. Mondays and Wednesdays and Saturdays, they have, different covens have like different nights. Maybe they get together to try and sabotage innocent people's lives and take this kind of thing, even if I don't remember the dream. Is if I'm woken up at like 3 in the morning,
Right.
or 1 minute past 3, 2 minutes past 3, 3 minutes past 3, and it's like a 3 o'clock, and the latest it will be is like 3:30. Okay. I know, even if I don't know, you know, what is going on, I know that there is something going on that is against me. Yeah, because this is their witching hour. So, you know, when I can, I'll sleep. I'll go to sleep after 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. But the main thing that I know to do is to pray and to cancel, to, you know, just cancel all the contracts, because it takes, from my understanding, and I learned this through a pastor as well, is that they've done it, right? They've done it there and then. So you've got the warning real time. So you need to cancel that real time, because their witchcraft is not going to come into effect until like tomorrow, the day after, right? If you're aware of it, you know that there's some stuff that's being done to you supernaturally, then pray and cancel it all. And then all these witches will be wondering why, you know, why you're surviving.
Right.
And then they can get a taste of their own medicine, because basically when their shit doesn't work on us, you know, we're not meant to be like, you know, return to sender, right? We're not supposed to be doing that. That, you know, that is not a thing that we're meant to do. We're meant to rebuke and bind and all that, right? But the thing is, you know, you can do this, and you know, it will be that their own demons will be attacking them. See the demons that they'll be
Yeah.
sending out. You know, it's a bit like some of the gang stalkers, right? There's some gang stalkers that will just say that I'm crazy. They'll be scared and they'll be like, no, 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 she knows what's going on. You know, she said this to me, or she, you know, whatever bad behavior I've done. So the young ones will, no, 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 like, you know, oh no, don't, not, I'm not gonna, no, I'm not going after her, you
Right.
know, right? It will be like that, but I would imagine that's going to be like in the demonic world as well. You know, the demons will be like, no, 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 we know about that one, so we're just going to attack you instead, because you keep sending us into dangerous territory. That's what we want to be for these demons and these, you know, critters around us, is to be dangerous territory for
Right.
them. And the only way we can be dangerous territory for them is by having the full armor on of God, and just basically praying and canceling the dreams.
Yeah. Definitely, man.
You
Definitely.
know,
I mean,
yeah.
not all of
So
them. Not all of mine was like Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. A lot of them were, but not all of them. Like some of them were just odd, like abstract, like what the, like it didn't make no sense, like it was just weird, or you know, some like adult, you know, stuff going on in there. We ain't gonna talk about on the podcast, but you know what I'm saying. You know, as I said,
well, see, this is the
they
thing.
just come
Like, you know,
sporadic,
if
like
you
all
if
different kind of stuff happens. Like
but this is that's the enemy's tactic, isn't it? Is confusion, right?
yeah,
So, you
always.
know, so where you might be getting a BG in one fraction, and you're getting your head caved in another fraction, and then you're eating like a sausage roll in another. Yeah. So the thing is, I don't know, I've just like put this mad dream together, right? Okay, so yeah. So you know, you're
Oh
in
man,
agreement. You're in agreement with, you know, certain aspects of this dream, like, you know, having the food, yeah, lovely, you know, enjoying pleasure, another, having your head caved in, no, I'm, you know, blocking that. So when you're blocking that, right, and I'm just talking intuitively, it's almost like then you're cementing yourself more to the lovely food and the lovely sexual experience that you're having. You're coming into agreement with it, right? So as much as you might agree with it in the dream, when you wake up, you need to remember to spit out that food and, cancel the covenants made with whatever has been doing whatever to you
Right.
that you've really enjoyed at the time. And when you learn to do this on a regular basis, and through my experience, I can tell you, all right, is that you can stop that from happening in the dream. As sexy and pleasurable as a experience can be in a dream, okay, is that you get to the stage where you're like, no, this isn't. Yeah, this is not. The good thing is, like, like there's been certain dreams and certain people from my past in my dreams.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, people that I would trust, right? People that, I wouldn't have a difficulty to trust. But then that again is another trick. I noticed that that person doesn't really look like the person that I know, like it's a copy of them. And always got to be not seen you for so long, and embrace. And, the thing is, I've been caught out in a couple of dreams, but mostly I pick up on, like, hey, no, can't do this. I'm a woman of God. I'm celibate, so lay off. So you're able to be conscious and stop that in its tracks.
You know what it is though, self? Like for me, like if I'm like very seldom, like for me, I don't know about anybody else, but some people get tired and they're just like, yo, I'm about to lay down and go to sleep. It's never like that for me. Like I'll be up and then next thing you know, like boom, I'm out and I'm just waking up again. Like I don't never get to the point where I'm like, okay, time to lay down and go to sleep now. You know what I mean? Like I'll be up working on something and then next thing you know, or I'll take a shower and then I'll get out, sit down, and then next thing you know, like I'll just fall right out. Now if
Mm,
like that's just the majority of how it is for me before I'm ready to go or before I cross over and go to sleep. Now, the times that I did lay down and was able to say a prayer and then knowingly lay down and then fall asleep, very
yes.
not a lot of times, but the times that I was able to, I was like Neo in
Uh,
the Matrix in my dream because I was fully
uh,
aware that I was dreaming and I was like doing like amazing things in my dream. Like they like when they were coming for me, like I could do whatever, like Neo, literally like Neo in the Matrix in my dream. And like they couldn't touch me. I wasn't scared. Like they couldn't catch me off guard or nothing. You know what I mean?
right.
I don't know if that ever happened to anybody else, but you know, and I woke up like it's like yes, like I got him, like you know what I mean, like felt like
Yes.
yes, like let's go, like hype, you know.
Yeah, I can relate to that kind of a dream because I have wondered about those kind of dreams. I don't remember that. I remember like having them a few times, but I don't remember all of my dreams. And it's like you're in some kind of a battle. I have been, and I'm overcoming it, and and just basically, yeah. So I wonder if this is like something that we're being tested on.
I have no idea. I think this all of it is honestly. all of it is some kind of sick research, training, development, or it's all freaking experiment. If you ask me, I don't know. But all I know is that when I'm in the know, like, okay, I'm gonna lay down and go to sleep, things happen totally different. Like, I can finesse in the dream. Like, I can control. Like, I'm aware that I'm dreaming, and I'm like, okay, like the spoon isn't really there. Like in the Matrix, remember when the little boy said, "The spoon is not real," and then he was able to bend it and move it around. That's how I. That's how it is when I'm like, when I'm aware that I'm dreaming. Straight up, no cap.
Mm. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's weird, man, but that's how it is. And like,
See, the thing about the dream world, I do believe that like our dream world is like, dare I say, more important than this bullshit physical world, you know. So yeah, we have to be as aware um as we can
yeah,
be regarding these things. But yeah, I think to have a bedtime, or not even a bedtime. I'm telling who am I to talk about bedtime? Um, as in like a sleep routine of getting ready for bed, because in that way you have a wee bit more control. One of the things I like to do is I like to listen to spiritual warfare prayer. Um, you know, Sometimes I'll be watching, say, I don't like doing this, I don't like putting on a movie, or, or some kind of a, podcast or
right,
whatever.
right,
I don't like doing that and falling asleep, because I would rather fall asleep to the word of God. Yes, there are times where I do kind of conk out because I'm listening to something, but I didn't expect to fall asleep.
right. That's what happened to me. Like
Okay.
majority of the time, I would say 80, 90%
Yeah.
of the time. Yeah.
Yes, it is. So those kind of sleeps, it is very much like 1 minute your eyes are open, you've not been conscious of, oh, I'm getting tired, I better switch this off, or I think I might fall asleep, so I'll just switch this off. It's like you've not got the option to do that. So this is why, it's like I have to make that decision, going, right, okay, I'm done with listening to whatever podcast, or it's like, recently I've been watching Cult Classic Cinema
Okay.
channel. It's really quite good, actually, because it just plays some really old movies,
Okay.
and people are in the live chat, and we're all just taking the piss out of the movie. Basically, that's so it's kind of movie that you probably wouldn't really sit and watch on your own. Um, you know, but it's fun because we're all being very sarcastic in the
Right.
chat. Um, so yeah, but they stream the film at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I've joined in with the live chat, but then I've got a bit tired, and I thought, oh, I'll just watch the movie, because I don't want to keep focusing, because then you're watching the movie and then you're coming out with something funny or sarcastic about what's going on the screen, and ha ha ha, well, someone else has said it, ha ha
Right.
ha. I was too tired for the interaction, and I think that was one of the main reasons I was watching that channel, was because it was about the interaction about the
Right.
movie rather than the movie
Okay.
itself, and it was a good laugh. But yeah, so then it's just like, oh, no, I think I'm just kind of like, I won't join in with the chat now because I think I might be tired, and I think I'm just gonna watch the movie for a
Right.
bit. And sometimes I've had the sense of going, no, no, don't watch a movie for a bit, switch off,
Okay.
pull on scripture. I've got a playlist of things that I like to listen to when I'm
Right.
sleeping. the sleep playlist on my channel. Anybody that's interested can check it
Okay.
out. It's got a bit of like Native American flute music. Sometimes I put that on, and whatever comes on after it. And I've got this like spiritual warfare prayer
Okay.
by Paul Paul Eckhart Eckhart. Anyway, Eckhart, whatever his name is, right? But anyway, he's got spiritual warfare prayers. Put them on, and even if then I wake up, through the night, I can hear the prayers. You know,
Right.
uh, yeah. So, I think it's important, like, to kind of be conscious of, and especially being a TI now, you know, especially, when they are like mining our minds for data, that yes, we can enjoy the things that we enjoy, but certainly like at night time is the most vulnerable time for anybody because that's when the witchy shit goes on,
Mm.
and that is when you should really be asleep and at rest. But while you're supposed to be at sleep and rest, there are people and principalities that are working against you. So certainly do consider what you're watching, what you're listening to at bedtime.
Absolutely. My my thing is
Yeah.
like I don't know, man. You just don't even me personally like I don't even realize that, like I'll just be sitting there and then next thing you know I'm out, bam. And that could happen
Yeah.
anytime. Like it could happen in the day, at night, 12 o'clock p.m. Afternoon. You know what I mean? Like prophecy in the day. Shout out to
Yeah.
prophecy in the day. She said something. I gotta find her comment, man. She said lately I've been getting so tired, like during the day, that I have to sleep, and it's so weird. Like I've been going through the same thing. Like same thing been happening to me. I mean, like just this past couple of days, not like like the last few
You know
weeks.
that the Earth's frequency or the Schumann resonance is quite erratic.
I heard something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I was following a channel. There are others that are doing it as well. They're live streaming the resonance frequency. And what has been happening, because this is the thing, like I have felt the tiredness, right? Um, like being, you know, like ridiculously exhausted, all of a sudden on an afternoon, okay? And this isn't just like, oh, I'm watching something on the tablet and then I've just, it is just like, oh, I just simply cannot stay awake. I cannot, I need to lie down. Apparently, some people get the symptom of that or as being really, really tired. So I think it's something that's worthwhile you know, keeping an eye on. But I mean, if you look at the charts, what's happening is very intense, very intense. And I'd looked earlier on today. A few times I'd ended up looking over the last week or two. It was because it was just like, like, is there something going on? I'll check. And sure enough, the chart
Right.
has got like, some serious, like, white out, like, crazy, if you see it compared to everything else. Yeah, it's pretty intense. And I think things are getting more intense. And the at that time was its birth pangs, you know. The Bible talks about, you know, the tribulation time and the birth pangs, and the earth. That's the only way I can describe the pattern of that Schumann resonance and the crazy frequencies. The way that they're happening, it's like birth pangs. So things are intense on many, many levels.
Right. Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. Many levels.
Yeah,
Many levels.
many levels. Targeting's going to increase. There's going to be lots more new targeted individuals. I think the people that have been sticking their neck out and saying, being in disagreement to, you know, with this whole scamdemic.
There you go. I heard of the plandemic. I ain't heard of the scamdemic. That's a new one.
Yes, plandemic. You know, it's funny though, because I had seen that word plandemic so much, but then I was actually looking at like a genuine news article, and I was like, oh, they spelt it wrong because pandemic didn't have an L in it. Then I was, oh no, I'm actually reading a mainstream article, of course, because I was like, they spelt it wrong. They missed the L out. Then I was, oh, actually, that's not. So yeah, the
She said
plandemic, the
the scamdemic.
scamdemic. Yes, so with all that and all the people that are like, you know, lifting their voices and, you know, they are gonna be on the targeted list. They're, you know, people that are just going through an awakening. They're gonna be targeted. Of course, I wouldn't want other people to be targeted,
No.
but this is the thing. Like being targeted, okay, there's an isolation factor, okay? Is, you know, people, it's like one person in the family that sees that the whole thing is bullshit, and that person then ends up like, you know, people in in the family are just like, you're mad, you're not right in the head, over something that can be proven as a false, but yet families are breaking apart. And it always, I say always, but for the few that I've kind of seen in comments, it's just like this scamdemic's like ruined my life. I've lost all my family, all my friends. No one's talking to me
Yeah.
because I present them with truth.
There you go. Present them with truth.
So that's that person who's isolated and
Yeah.
ostracized. Ideal candidate for targeting.
Sounds about right to me. It's not right, but it sounds
I know.
true. That's how these things happen, man. We never know.
Yeah. You see it all happening. You see it all unfolding, you know. I didn't really think that there was going to be isolation for people, you know, to just because they see through the bullshit,
Right.
you know. I thought because it's on the news, so it's not like people are making stuff up. Some of the stuff comes out of the politicians' mouths. They're telling you that they're
Yeah.
lying. How can people, but again, we've spoken about that before, people are in a fear state, so, you know, critical thinking, even like basic stuff in front of them, they're not really registering it.
Right.
So yeah, so it's a shame that, you know, people have to suffer, but yeah, it'll be a whole new wave of targeted individuals.
Or
A whole,
yeah, people who are probably targeted now, their targeting didn't go overt yet, and then you know, the new wave of people
Yeah.
is starting to go into covert, and they still don't have no clue what's going on. And I believe even the perps, even the fake TIs, and you know, they're gonna go through this too. I don't think they're exempt. I don't think they're exempt from this. I think that the people who take the chip and you know, like, let's say they don't confirm to whatever, you know, when this beast system comes, this you know, marketer beast, they don't confirm what any orders or what they're supposed to do, they're gonna end up targeted. You know, they're gonna be running mind control and psyops and all of this stuff on those people who get left behind. But
Oh yeah.
yeah, so I don't know. That's just a opinion. I don't know, maybe.
No, they would be, and especially now with the 5G being rolled out.
Yeah.
Okay, so not only does that work as a second wave for this
Yeah.
bullshit scamdemic,
Yeah.
okay, so it works that way. Also, with it being like a military grade weapon, uh, that they will use it to. It's known as a crowd control weapon,
Right.
right? But how do we know that, um, that it's not just angry protester crowd? That's the way they wouldn't do, that's the way the military would say, oh, it's to control the rowdy crowds. How is it not, something that basically controls everybody's minds?
I think it might. I think it do. I don't know. That's a good question though.
But, but see, this is the thing, right? If you think about when people go to a concert and, it's like massive, say it's something like some crappy boy band or whatever, take that. That was a big one. Lots of women in Glasgow in Scotland went to take that concert when it was there. So imagine, right, it would be the way, it's almost like, imagine like the concert is 5G, right? And all the Take That fans there that are in their 40s and 30s and 20s, all these people, mothers and daughters, and they've all went to this concert. Now, you are not a concert goer. You don't really like busy, loud places, and you're not a fan of that particular group. But you meet the people after the concert in the pub. You're not going to be, well, I know that I'm in that situation, right? I know that I'm not going to be part of that conversation. When they're all talking about the concert and they're so
Right.
excited and, oh, he looks so sexy and all that. And I'm like, well, I was never a fan in the first place. And these people are really hyper, because they're all excited. They've had the big boom, big loud sound show and light show and all these emotions from when they were teenagers all bubbled up to the surface and they're all really hyped up. Then you're the boring person that's sitting there and ruining the night. Okay? So imagine all these people turn against you because you you're just like causing a bad vibe. Like, yeah.
Right.
None of those people are going to say, well, she's not really a Take That fan. She's not really a fan of big, loud places. No, none of them are going to have that reasoning because they're on the vibe of that concert and they're going to turn against that one person who's not like, oh, yeah, I love Take That. Oh, really, really brought back memories. So that's kind of how the 5G issue's going, I feel. Except they're going to choose the people that they are going to persecute.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to choose. But
Yeah.
we've just got to do what we got to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, man, I think I'm gonna wrap things up, man. We've been going extra hard, man. I don't know. We're probably like 6 or 7 hours in, so kind of feel like
Yes.
back in the old days, right? We used to talk all the time. Yeah, absolutely.
Uh,
Guys, if you love self-contented like I do, man, make sure you are subscribed to her channel, man. Link is in the description, man. She has a ton of interesting videos, lots of great information, great messages, just great positive vibes all around, man. And she's definitely solid, man. 300, man, and she's going through things, and she's trying to, well, not trying, she's being a light, all right, beacon of light in the darkness that we all are walking through. I hope you guys enjoyed the podcast, man. We went extra hard, man. We had some people come, go, stay, come and go, stay and go, play and go. We had a few fights in the chat, had a few disgruntles, but we got through it. We got through the bumps and the cracks. Self, you got anything you want to say before we hop out of here, man? You're going to come back, right? We're going to do this again, right? It's not going to be the only time. Because let's be
yeah.
clear. You know, I've been trying to get you on the podcast for about a year and a half
Years.
now, right? I appreciate you coming on, man. I really do. Thank you. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
well, thank you for having me, Nexx.
Anytime, man.
And thanks to the chat for all your good wishes. And I'm just having a wee scroll through the chat.
Okay, go for it. Go through. Yeah.
Oh my.
Big shout out to Tansy T, Sleeping Beauty. Can't believe we got Sleeping Beauty on the chat tonight, man. That's what's up. One Love, No Whining, Lady Blue. Big shout out to Blue. Blue, I'll be seeing you on IG. No Whining. Let's see here. Tansy, Anthony.
No whining. No whining says the rats placed scorpions in my couch and
Yeah,
bed.
that's crazy. I saw that. That's crazy. She said the stings is painful or something like that.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
right.
that sucks, man. Shout out to One Love One, the homie Christian. Everybody who tuned in live. Prophecy in the Days. Alan, my boy Al's. Jack. Let's see here, man. Yeah, man. The list is long. I can go on and on, but I just want to shout y'all out, man. Y'all rounded home base with us. We definitely appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. Guys, if you want to be a guest on a podcast, just hit me up, man. My contact information is in the description at all times. If you guys like what we're doing here on the channel, you want to make a donation to the channel, there's also links in the chat. You know, it's all good. Smash those thumbs up for every TI. Remember, TI lives matter all day, every day. All day, every day.
Yes. Giggles too says awesome show, Nexx.
Oh,
Thank
man.
you, Self.
Giggles. I love Giggles, man. Giggles is the homie, man. Absolutely. Giggles is the ultimate moderator. Yes, what you say? Awesome show next. Thank you, Self. Okay, absolutely. Giggles was rocking with us. I appreciate you, Gigs. Oh, man. She got a new channel, too. I got to check it. I don't know if I'm subscribed or not, man. Hit me up on Discord, Giggles. Or, you know, shoot me an email or something. We gotta talk.
Yeah. Well, thank you everybody in the chat for hanging out with us as well.
Yes.
And yeah, God bless you all.
Yeah, definitely, man. Big shout out to Gang Stalk in Australia. I see you, bro. And if you guys don't know what we do, you know, when we shut down the podcast, you know, I don't know, it's like a little after party in the chat, man. I don't just end the stream right away. So, you know, if we wanna connect with somebody in the chat, you know, it's a little music playing and, you know, people talking. People talking the talk, talking that talk. Yeah, big shout out to Gang Stalk in Australia again. I see you, bro. Yeah, man. So, like I said, man, you know, if any of you guys want to hop on, come on next time and be a guest. It's just as simple as a click, man. Just hit me up. Contact information. Hit me up on Skype, Hangouts. What is it? Hit me up on IG. Shoot me an email. Emails is down there. All of that, man. You could definitely get a hold of me. And Giggles, she was gonna teach me about this Discord thing, man. Have you played around on the Discord yet, Self?
No, I haven't. I can't say I've been interested in Discord because Discord is a negative word.
It is too.
It's really that simple. I'm like, you've got to read the signs. I'm a great sign reader.
I never thought about that, but it's a real cool app, man. Like it's got all these features on it and all of this, and it's a real cool like it's a cool site that they got, man. And you could do a lot on there. People like posting sermons and Bible scriptures and all kind of stuff. But
people do that on YouTube and Facebook
yeah,
and all. See, this is the trouble about stuff. It gets very repetitive. It gets very repetitive where, like I said, I mentioned it earlier about the TI community. Like you're on Facebook, everything's like TI, 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 gang stuff, gang stuff, TI. And then like YouTube, and then even on Instagram as well. And I'm like, there's something else that's some other social platform, media platform thing. I was just like, well, what am I going to do? Join that and get the same shit that's being posted. And this is the thing, like, you like a few pages on the Facebook, relating to like the similar topic. And then it's always the same articles. It's like, I saw that a week ago and I've seen it 40 times in the last week, or multiple times, as in close to 40, because that's how much, like, so-and-so finds it. And they think, well, I don't like sharing anything. So I'm like, I wouldn't want someone like me sitting there going, for God's sake, not this article again.
Yeah, but the Discord is different though. But honestly, I haven't seen a TI Discord. I haven't seen one like the ones that I was on. Actually, Giggles had a really popping one. It was just like all about all kind of information and like spiritual stuff, like Bibles and studies, and then I was on another one too. But I'm pretty sure they got all different kinds of them, man. Like I was trying to figure out how to do it, man. Like, cause I don't know, if you don't know it, like you click on it and you just like, whoa, it's like overwhelming a little bit. Like, but
really?
Yeah, but it's cool though. Like it is, but it was funny what you said. He's like, the name of it. He was like, it's nigga. I just thought about it. Like, yeah, it is, isn't it though? But it's pretty cool though, man. Like, I think that's the new wave. Everybody is.
See, I just like being locked into social media, and I think I quite enjoy being a loner in that sense. Is online, and yeah. So
Discord. I never thought about that though. That is 100% right. Like, you spread Discord is like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's just
remember,
like there's
you remember Jeremiah Cohen and his friend? They used to say, he's spreading discord among brethren.
his gay friend.
He's spreading discord among brethren. Gotta listen at next level. He's spreading discord among brethren.
They're a couple of gay Satanists, pretending to be.
What though, man? Like Jeremiah, his channel blew up, man. He got like, I don't know, like maybe 80,000 subscribers, man. he make those videos just talking about like Hollywood and all of that. Like that's what he did though. Like he did that. He made those videos back then, but like I'm gonna expose the Hollywood Satanists and such and such, and like that's his
See,
thing now. He like
again,
just do the same thing. Like he just talk about Katy Perry and all of the Lady Gaga and all
yeah.
of the, and that's what he do. That's what he do. But he got like a bunch of subscribers now. He blew up. I guess his perp contract expired, and then they said, "All right, now we're gonna take you to the next level, and you just keep exposing the Hollywood
But this is
pedophiles and
because
this
like
that."
he's a YouTube content creator,
That's what's up. Yeah,
right?
I guess so. Yeah,
He's not like somebody who's just taken an interest or has discovered something and wants to share it. That is what he's getting paid to do. Um,
yeah,
and
that's what they
the
do.
gang stalking thing as
Yeah,
well. So yeah, and the thing about his he's doing these videos about
yeah,
Hollywood, etc.
yeah,
I haven't watched many of his videos, but when I did get a glimpse at what he was doing, um, I think that he's got a lot of dark imagery, and my sister in Christ, Maria, at the
Shout out to
time, she
Maria.
was following
Shout
him.
out to Maria.
Yeah, yeah. She'll. Oh God, I don't know how she'll be. I've not spoken to her for a while, since last year. But yeah, so that was one of the things that she said to me as well. She said that I can't watch, you know, because the imagery is so dark. Okay. Now, people can say that you're being pernickety or paranoid or whatever, right? But I don't think any genuine TI would really accuse me of that. But one of the things that I was aware of before, she had mentioned his channel was that there are just some signals that say turn this off, because there was like a channel, oh God, I can't even remember the name of it, but it was supposed to be a Christian
Right.
channel, but the intro of it had the inverted pentagram and the Baphomet, and
That's what they do.
and it wasn't just the fact that that was the image itself, it was the way it was like flashing. It was like epilepsy material,
Oh, wow.
right?
Wow.
It was like really like flashing. So it was attack on the senses. And I'm like, if this is supposed to be a God-centered channel, why would the intro have this kind of imagery flashing?
Yeah.
Because remember, they're using tones and frequencies and images and light to manipulate your mind. If the opening of a video or an intro of a channel has that in it, you just need to turn it off. There's nothing that channel's going to teach you that you cannot learn from another without the imagery,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
So, like, recently, what happened, I know this is going on a bit, I think I'm trying to break the record, but recently, what happened was, um, I've followed this guy on YouTube for probably like nearly a decade, okay? 8 or 9 years or something. Maybe it could be even 10. But I've followed this guy. He's a believer. His stuff is interesting. A lot of times, I just fall asleep listening to him, but that's not a problem because I quite enjoy having a wee sleep. But he was talking about, I don't know, the Book of Job, and he's done a series talking, and he just talks. He just gets on camera and talks. He doesn't have screen changes or anything like.
Right.
He's a genuine guy. He's genuine. I do believe he's genuine. Okay. Um, and but recently I had clicked on one of his videos, right? And I've not unsubscribed from him, right? But it was just like, I need to switch this on. Because within the first 5 minutes, he said the word Satan so many times, right? So he was like, did say this? And was it did? I'm not even going to say the word, right? Because I've already said the word that he was saying, so I'm not going to keep saying it. But it was just like, did you say this? Did you do that? And was you there when that happened? And I was just like, how many times are you going to say? And I just went and switched it off. I went, you know what? I'm not really interested in hearing what you have to say about, because in my what I felt was, it's almost like it's not God that's being glorified in this. Too many times Satan's been mentioned in the first few minutes, so therefore I'm not interested. It's almost like Satan is getting the glory more than
You're
God.
just focusing on that more than anything, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But I'm not going to say which channel it is or anything, because I don't want to badmouth that
I hear you,
channel,
man.
because, like I said, he's a genuine guy. I've not unsubscribed from him. He's a brother in Christ, okay? So, I'm not unsubbed from him. It's just that presentation that I was not agreeing with. It was just like, no, I've just heard that word too many times in the first few minutes. I need to switch it. So, I'll check this information elsewhere. So yeah, we have to be really conscious of what we're watching, because a lot of the witchcraft and sorcery that gets done is through imagery, like um like what's that, the Gothard tunnel opening, is that what it's called, the Gothard at the CERN facility?
Portals.
Yeah, well, they did the opening ceremony, which was really
Oh,
satanic,
I don't know nothing about it, man.
right?
Yeah.
Or you'll know, is it
Mm-mm.
what's it called, the Gothard tunnel,
Um,
or am I getting things mixed up?
I have no
But
idea.
anyway, there's it was to do with CERN. It was to do with CERN, and so they had this like big dance show and all this, like, demonic kind of, characters depicting certain occulty kind of things. And again, talking of like repetitive information and mind control, is even when you are in the so-called truth community, but you keep seeing the same imagery over and over again, right? Now, that their opening ceremony was some kind of a witchcraft ceremony. It was an occult ceremony. Okay, so how many times do we watch it because another truther come out with it, or it's been shared on Facebook, for the 50th time that week that you're aware of? Are you going to watch it every time? You know, and even if you don't watch it, it's been brought into your conscious, and that way, then you are unwillingly giving your energy. So I just think, like, you get your information, you learn what you need to learn, and you move on. Don't keep going over the same information, and especially when people are using certain imagery, that is dark, that is negative, then you need to kind of step away from it. You need to look away from it. You know,
Alrighty, Danny.
the world is dark enough without us watching dark movies and watching uh, dark, stuff that they're actually doing in real life as well. Yeah.
Nope.
So, but anyway,
Alrighty, daddy, guys. You heard it from Self Contented. Alright. Make sure you guys are subscribed to our channel. We want to get up out of here. I hope you guys enjoyed the podcast.
yeah. Christian said, I'm glad self-contented is a believer.
Absolutely.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm a believer,
Abs-
and that's the way it shall stay. Anybody who's not a believer better get believing because you don't know what you're missing out on.
Absolutely. Shout to One Love
Shall-
One, man. He says, if I was scared, I would never give my exact address. But I ain't even tripping though, cause it ain't ish. And I even got perps that got my back out here though, even though they with the perp ish. Anthony A. Big shout to Anthony A. He says, I don't know about perps having our back, One Love One, unless it's a perp who kind of has a weird crush on you or something. And what I would say to that is perps never have our back. They perps, you know. They perpetrators. They call them perps for a reason. They never have your back. It might be moments where they act like they, you know, cool with you, but it's all a freaking joke. It's all a psyop. And the end
Exactly.
result with any perp relationship is gonna be you falling flat on your face, or getting stabbed in the back, or getting talked about, or getting smear campaigns ran on you. So if you know somebody's a perp, you ain't gotta go all out and this one is a such and such. Just fall back, you know, because at the end of the day, no perp has got your back, and that's a fact. And I'm gonna just end it
Yeah,
on off with that.
yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Because, even like wise, you can think of if they really want to get to you, then, it's a bit like my fake Christian lady. I was expecting it. I was like, they're going to send somebody who's going to claim to be a follower of Christ. Um, and sure enough, they sent it. And, um, you know, they can set these things up. So therefore, because most TIs, if not all TIs, like to see the good in people, you know, if any perp was to come to me and say, "Oh, blah 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 blah," you know, I would take on board what they're saying. I wouldn't go, "F off, perp. I don't want to listen to you. You're a bad guy." You know, they've already laid that platform that you're not to be trusted. So just because you come to me and go, everyone's turned against me and everybody hates me, that doesn't mean that you trust them and, invite them into your home and become best friends. Just listen to them, you know, listen to them, listen to them. The best way to do it is listen to them as if you believe every word.
Yo, if they perping, man, they smiling in your face and they talking crap behind your back, straight up like that. They not loyal to you. All right, so that's just what it
So
is.
yeah,
I'm just being
that
honest.
these
They talking
that
about you
these
behind
things
your
are
back, straight up. While your back is
not
turned, they got
deliberate.
the knife in it, straight up,
Yes, and people will twist your words
straight up.
and
They got the knife in your back.
basically.
They gonna smile in your face, and then they gonna talk crazy about you when you ain't there to hear it.
So yeah, just be careful with that. Just try if you if you feel that they do have your back. I'm not saying that that's impossible, but then just you need to have a boundary of how far you can. Is one of the things that is just just now as well, like with the so-called terrorist activities and so on, is that most of these people that they shoot dead for terrorist activities are usually targeted individuals.
Yeah, my boy said,
You know,
believe it or not, there. He said, believe it or not, there's perps that don't like perp and will help targets. Hold on. He said, there's perps that don't like perp and will help targets even if the other perps hate them for it. But the thing you gotta
well,
understand is like One Love One, a perp is a perp, bro. Like regardless, like some
yeah,
like they can help you in one sense, and then that's only gonna lead you into a situation where you're gonna get stabbed in your back or set up at or some point or talked about behind your back or whatever. So I mean, it is what it is, though. You know, this is your life. You live in it. You know, you make your decisions. But me
So
personally,
this
like
is where like
I just don't have any time for that any perps. I just don't have no
uh,
time for it at all. No energy at all. Like I learn from my mistakes. I don't want to make the same ones over and over again. That's just me. That's
yeah,
just me.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, Next. You've obviously been through quite a bit
Yes.
with
Yes.
experience, and especially now, I feel as time is going on, I'm not saying don't trust people, but really trust, but with caution. Pray about
Yeah.
it. Uh, and just basically just, keep yourself safe. Because the thing is, if you feel that they've got your back, and that's very, very good, and it's not impossible for them to have your back, but how do you know
I don't know. I don't
that
agree.
pair?
I don't agree, self.
No, 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 no. What I'm saying is, how do you know that that perp who's got your back,
Perps don't
right?
have TI's back. That's
They,
just a fact.
I don't
That's a
believe that
fact.
they do, but
They don't.
I don't believe that they do,
They don't.
but what if perp is being used to set you up?
They don't. They don't.
What
They
if,
don't have our
like,
back.
but then you're gonna say, oh, but he gave me £1,000 and he gave me his car and his house. I mean, he's like been more than generous. You can't say that this perp isn't good perp. But it'll be like, no, but that shit doesn't cost them anything, because if they want to trap you, then they are.
No, you. I
Like,
mean, if you think they have your back, you'll learn. You just hang in there and see where that relationship takes you, and then let me know. Shoot me an email. Let me know, because I already know.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I already know where that's going. Like
But I would say, like, pray about everything.
absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
ask God to reveal, the good and the bad, etc. That if it's not for you, so if it's not for you, but then on a certain day, you've got the chance of, like, getting a whole lot of money, and you really need something, because remember, they know how to play you. They know what you need and what you want. So you want to want
Yeah,
nothing and need nothing. So then they can't mess with
yeah,
you. Okay. But if you're needy and wanting, then they're going to mess with you. Then they're, easy to mess with you because you're vulnerable.
yeah,
So, you could end up being stuck in a situation. I'm saying, like, hypothetically, right? Your car suddenly breaks down, right? And you've not got the money. But your perp friend says, look, I'll lend you the money. That's no problem. I've got your back.
right.
Yeah, these guys, you know, but then you don't know where that lending of money, borrowing of money could lead you. Could be, right? Hypothetically
Yeah,
speaking, could be, oh, but I need that £1,000 back, or $1,000, or I don't know, how, maybe more or whatever, right? But I need that money, like, because it's so important, and for whatever reason, it's and then you turn up to give this person the money, right? And you get a drugs bust or something, and you've got no idea that there's any drugs involved anywhere. As far as you're concerned, you're just turning up to hand over some money that you have borrowed, but then something else is set up. Maybe that particular perp hasn't set it up. Maybe the perps around him have set it up. These snakes, okay, that's what they are.
perps.
That's how they
They're
operate.
perps. That's what they are.
Yeah, perps. That, yes, get them
That's
mixed
what they
up.
are.
They look the same, don't they? But this is the thing. You just don't. You do not know. Okay, you do not know. And I mean, Nex has been through it. Okay,
Over and
with
over and
different.
over, over,
Right? Yes,
over,
he's done the two.
over and
Yeah,
over.
but bought the t-shirt, wore it, tore it,
Over
you
and
know.
over.
But this is the thing, like, you know, he's been through it. I haven't been through it with perps as such, but as a grown woman, having worked, you know, in the beauty industry and other industries before that, um, how people turn, people that will be all nice to your face, and then behind your back, they're going, she stole my clients, she stole this and she stole that. But you know, you know, I'm like, oh, just leave it alone. Like, you know, I think she's got mental health issues. I think she's got some personal problems. Just go easy on her.
Yeah.
And luckily, the person I was saying, she was like, what are you talking about? Go easy on her. Do you know what she said about you? She said you stole her clients and you stole my stock. You stole her stock. You know, saying that I was like stealing products. And I
Wow.
was like, what?
Wow.
She said that about me. She uses all my stuff. I don't give her. I'm not a money orientated person, right? So to me, it's just like it's fine. It's not, you know, it's not. I'm not starving to death. If she wants to borrow my stuff and she's earning money off of it, then so be it. I'll borrow it back. Okay, no problem. I'm not gonna make a note. But she was like saying to the owner of the salon, she's, oh, she stole this and she stole that. And. But to my face, she was all like, oh, it's so nice, like to
Mm-hmm.
have someone
Yep.
who
That's
work
what they do.
like you know. And it was like, wow, when I heard, I was like, what? I knew she had problems, you know, and I hadn't realized that I was the problem. Why the hell would somebody do that? Use all my shit, okay? And then accuse me of using hers and stealing it, like, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And that wasn't a pair. And there's been other
Sound like it.
similar
Sound like
stories.
one to me.
Well, this is the thing. There are similar stories to it. And like it says, like, I'm a 44-year-old woman and I have dealt with many of these like bullshitters.
Right.
So, you know, I have to agree with Nexx where the perp trust is
They don't have your back, bro. They don't.
keep your trust just at surface level. Don't go deep trust. And if you feel like, you know, bothered about anything, certainly don't trust them or a pair.
You just gotta
Trust.
right. You gotta understand they don't have your back, bro. They don't. I mean, a situation might come to a. You might be in a situation. They might help you out in that situation, but it don't mean that they got your back. Because the end game result of any perp coming into a contact with TI is not anything positive, you know. And if they do have your back, it's all an act. It's not real. It's just pretend, like it's all a psyop. I mean, take it from me, or you know, you learn on your own, you know, on own recognizance or your own.
I just think like, you know, these days, especially with what's going on in the world today, you've not got time to the shit that you could possibly go through for no reason. A perp is a perp, you know. Unless like I think the only reason that a perp would not be a perp is if they turned to Christ and, you know, they were like holy spirited
But they
people.
use that tactic too, though. Self. They use
Nah,
that
no, but
tactic, like,
this
oh,
is
Jesus
what
Christ
I'm
is the
saying.
one.
Yes, I understand the tactic, but if you work on your spirituality and truth, you know, follow the way, the truth, and the light, you know, ask God every day to guide your footsteps and what you hear and what you speak, etc. Really, really rely on it, you know, and really try to make some conscious effort. Like I try to stop swearing. I swear a lot less than what I did, you know. But you know, when you're when you're on that path, when you're on that spiritual path, okay, genuinely, then what will happen is you will be able to pick up the bullshit, okay, because the Holy Spirit will tell you, okay? Because as a true believer, okay, not Christmas Christians, as in like, oh look, we celebrate Christmas, so therefore that means we love Jesus and that's it, right? But actually have a personal relationship and go beyond Christmas and understand that, who God is, what the Holy Spirit is, what it means, what it feels like, okay? So when you have that experience and you have that faith and you're growing in it, okay, you will pick up on the book, right? Now, I was a believer for about 3 years until I tried to go to church, before I tried to go to church. And all I got was bullshit off the church, right? Picked up on their demonic vibe, right? Like the reverend guy or the priest or whatever you want to call him. He wasn't a holy spirited man, even though he stood there and he's been a priest for like yonks, and yes, and the Lord said, "Let there be light," and he's like that, and it's a church, and I thought I was kind of supposed to be there because I'm a believer, but I was like, that guy's got a demon in him. Now, I'm no expert, okay? And especially like after being like 3 years pretty much loner believer, right? I didn't go to any church to become a believer. I just picked up on the bullshit as I went into the church, So, and that's not to say, I'm a better Christian than other people, right? But it's more just like, yeah, when you know the Holy Spirit, then you know who's faking it. Okay?
That's it.
So,
Yeah.
So, I just think that, people should really kind of, I don't know, practice the pause kind of thing, because the way I have kind of learned over time is because when I was younger, I would step right into the bullshit, because I was just like, oh no, don't judge that person. No, I'm being so judgmental, so I'm going to be extra nice to that person. Not realizing when I was younger that I'm not being judgmental. That's not me that's going, this is me without knowing anything, having a feeling. But nobody taught about, intuitive feelings. And then over time you kind of learn, and then over time you have more experiences. And I think as a TI especially, it's like you don't really need any more experiences. If you should be intuitive enough. Don't put yourself in danger. Do not put yourself in danger. You just don't know how people can twist things, or maybe you do, but how things can get twisted. I've been in situations and I'm like, how the hell am I in this shit?
Right.
And I'm alone. I came here for this person, and now I'm in this shit. And where's this person that's supposed to be my friend?
That's right.
So that's when you get left with the gaping mouth, like, right? So you don't want those experiences in your life.
It happens. Definitely happens.
Ah.
Shout out to Craig W. Excuse me. Shout out to Tansy T. Shout out to One Love One. Guys, we're about to get up out of here, man.
Right. Okay, it's 7 minutes past 9 in the morning, and it's a nice sunny day.
Yeah.
Quite warm.
Yeah, we got full moon going on out here, man. So, yeah. But guys, I'm about to get up out of here, man. Thank you for rocking with us, and man, I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. We are out of here. Peace.
Surround sound recordings.
You can't force me now. Awakening is clear. I could show you how. I could show you how to fight them. I could show you how to defeat The world has been broke down. The world is just announced. Final time is now. The final time to bow. But I will not get down. For you can't force me now. Awakening is clear. I could show you how. I could show you how to fight them. I could show you how to defeat them now. The world has been broke down. The world is just announced. Final time is now. The final time to bow. But I will not get down. For you can't force me now. Awakening is clear. I could show you how. I could show you how to fight them. I could show you how to defeat them now. The world has been broke down. The world is just announced. Final time is now. The final time to bow. But I will not get down. For you can't force me now.